on audio check. Yo, Sipa, what up? Wow. It's that weird ear thing I've been getting a lot of ads for. Check. Yo, Sipa. Alright, cool. We're good. Pull up the Photoshop. Actually, I'm gonna move my YouTube chat over here so I can see it, but you guys can still see the Photoshop thing. You know, those are targeted. Yeah, apparently Google thinks I have gross ears. Thanks, Google. All right, we'll start in a second. I'll let people gather for a brief moment. BRB. Gotta grab a water. We're back. Hey. We have Milky Way, Kinko, Patrick, Spotify. How's it going, everybody? So, this was going to be 40 minutes earlier than it is, but I forgot my wife and I had to drop off her car this morning, so I had to go help her with that. But I'm home now. Let's do this. I have to set an alarm to remind myself not to get carried away with time, because I do have a set appointment at 1, and if this stream goes that long, then I really need to stop and deal with that appointment. Set an alarm for 4 hours. Okay. What up, Trogdor? So, what do we have today? What is on your screens? We have a double elimination best of 1 tournament where we had any player who wanted to sign up as any legendary lord as long as there was no repeats. So I can't guarantee every legendary lord's in the game because we had 42 players, which is actually pretty good. But there are, you know, a couple hundred legendary lords. Well, I think just over actually 100, but no repeats at least. Vampire Coast and Greenskins did not end up with a representative. Rip them. And yeah, it's a double elimination format. So I have shown double elimination brackets in the past, though I feel like they are hard to follow for the audience. So we're trying something a little different. I just made a little graphic here with the pictures of our contestants, and they're all currently in the upper bracket, so they all still have 2 lives. And then as they play, when one loses, I will move them to 1 life. And if they lose their second game, eventually I'll move them to dead. It's a little more visual. People can more easily keep track of their chosen lord that they give a crap about. So maybe take a moment, assess the lords, pick like 3 you want to do well. Could give you something to invest in. Hey, Aether Wolf. What's this tournament? Best of 1 conquest tournament, where people can change their armies as much as they wish, except for their lord. Yes, yes. All right. Then on my screen, I need to pull up this bracket because I need to know what game is supposed to be first. So up first is Mazda Mundi versus the Skull Taker. I'll go find that replay. Now this stream is not on the new patch you just saw. We are streaming all of the games that got done before the patch came out, because I do need to get those cast before another hotfix comes out, because CA only gives me 1 rollback. If they release a new hotfix, this hotfix is dead forever, and I cannot get these replays to work anymore. So we got to cast them real quick, which is what we're doing. Let's find Mazda Mundi versus Skull Taker. All right, we're loading up. Mazda Mundi versus Skull Taker. Grab my chat, pull it over here where I can see it. Representing Skull Taker is Skarbrand, which is interesting. He did not pick to play Skarbrand himself. Skarbrand is in this tournament, but I know Skarbrand didn't pick them. Then we have Mazda Mundi. For the forces of Khorne, we have some Marauders here and there, 4 Throwing Axe Cav, 2 Gorebeast Chariots, Skull Taker on his motorbike, the Bloodbrute Behemoth, and the ROR Skull Cannon, the Hellforged Bellowers, which we have not seen a lot since their nerfs. On the other side, for the Lizardmen, we have Skink Skirmishers, 4 of those, 5 of those. Ooh, that's a lot of Skirmishers. 4 Cold One Riders, 2 Salamander Hunting Packs, 1 which is the Umbral Tide, Mazda Mundi Unlock, and then 2 Cold One Spear Riders. I will say it till I'm blue in the face, but most people do not take any melee infantry at all versus Khorne, because Khorne is so heavily statted towards whooping your ass in melee, and then they get a bunch of stat buffs off of kills, so there's no reason to feed them melee infantry. The skirmish infantry are currently getting run down by light cavalry, but the Lizardmen, there's not too much they could do about that. I don't know if they predicted Khorne would bring 4 of their skirmish cav. The Gorebeast Chariots are going to have a pretty bad time, since there are no infantry to mulch through. You just have to fight armor-piercing armored riders, which will be bad. As we can see, the Gorebeast Chariots not having a good time on that initial charge. And the Bloodbrute Behemoth is forced to just sit in fire damage. That reduces his healing, but he's not actually weak to fire, so it's not like he's taking extra damage. But yeah, you can see the Gorebeast Chariots are getting massacred right now by the Cold One Cavalry. And the Salamander's getting really good shots on the Bloodbrute Behemoths. This is going very well for the Lizards. Initial trades were quite rough when they lost their skinks, but the Cold One Riders are proving their effectiveness. Since their buffs, like 2 or 3 patches ago, Cold One Riders and Cold One Knights of the Dark Elves have been performing very well since the Velociraptor Cav got their elliptical model types. AoE net, looks like from Mazda, stopping the Gorebeast Chariots from hitting the Salamanders as the Salamanders try and sit and fire a little bit more at the Bloodbrute Behemoth. He's down to about half HP. And he really is the only true threat to Mazda Mundi. I guess we still have 4 skirmish cav, but so far the Lizardmen have been peeling them, so I guess I am optimistic the Lizardmen will continue to peel them. Bloodbrute Behemoth is very low. Mazda did bring his Ruination of Cities and not his Banishment. Okay. I suppose you could just kill the Marauders for free, but there's not that many Marauders. Maybe brought it for Chaos Warriors Halberds or those Slaughter Guard guys, the Chosen with Halberds. One of the Salamanders gets caught up in Marauder Horsemen and Chariots and all that nonsense. We do just have this blob of single entities moving around right now. I heard the zoop zoop zoops of the Ruination of Cities, but I don't see the zoop zoop zoops. I missed it somewhere. I'm guessing the Shattered Marauder has something to do with it. As the Salamander's turn, get a little shot onto the Marauder Horsemen, and they're forced into melee once again. The Umbral Tide do have armor-piercing melee, but it's not like they really want to be fighting these chariots in melee, and they will retreat. Bounce powers against the Lizardmen just slightly, and I am getting a little concerned that we do still have a lot of Cold One Cavalry, which is cracked. Cold One Cavalry is very, very good. Gorebeast Chariot's still holding on for now. Hellforged Bellower stuck in a bad spot, and it is a pretty squishy thing in melee. It has a little bit of healing, but not that much, so if it dies, that is a big loss for Khorne on the balance of power. That's an expensive unit with a lot of ammunition left. A quick net from Mazda on the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne does allow the Salamanders to come back. That was actually a pretty clutch net, and one of them is going to try and turn and fire at the oncoming Marauder Horsemen, route them off so that the Umbral Tide can come back as well. But there's more very low leadership cavalry trying to get in here. Can the Salamanders defend themselves? So far, yes, but they're still working on it. As over there, there's a blob fight, but this is actually pretty important for the state of the game, so I'm going to see how this turns out. Okay, so the Umbral Tide and the Salamanders are back. They could waddle their way over and continue to harass the Bloodbrute Behemoth, save Mazda a little bit, as he is in a fight against the Bloodbrute, Skull Taker, and the Hellforged Bellowers. Mazda will be okay here. Like I said, the only real threat to him at the moment is the Bloodbrute Behemoth. Skull Taker on his chariot mount doesn't have that good of melee stats. They're fine, but not like amazing. Mazda would be okay. The Bloodbrute's the main problem. Another net out for Mazda. Does he have no cooldown? How are you getting these nets out this quickly, my guy? Anyway, nets the Hellforged Bellowers right in front of him so he can continue to attack it, though he is taking rear attacks from the Bloodbrute Behemoth and Skull Taker this whole time, so that is going to be very painful. He has Apotheosis to keep healing himself up. He is currently trying to just be bait in a way. Now it's risky because if you die, then, you know, not successful bait, but he's betting that he can get out of here and heal himself up in the late game, but he is just trying to hold everybody in place for all of these dart skinks, for all the salamander hunting packs to get their damage out, while he himself deals with the Hellforged Bellowers, Ruination of Cities through the Skirmish Cav, and Marauders that are rallying. Pretty unlucky RNG, but I suppose if it went to the left and went through the unit, it might hit his own Cold One Riders, so potato, potato. Gorby's Chariot's gonna route soon. There they go, freeing up the Salamanders, freeing up some of the Skirmish Skinks, though other Skirmish Skinks are already routing. The Hellforged Bellowers continue to get shots off. Nobody's captured the capture point, and we're well past the point where that will matter, as Mazda gives himself an Apotheosis, but he is on fire once again, so he is getting half of that healing. Blood Behemoth running into the ranged unit. Salamanders trying to hold their ground, but a full health Skull Taker will definitely reach them, and the Hellforged Bellowers are getting free shots off. Another net from Mazdamundi. Do you have no cooldown, sir? That one was more fine. There was decent amount of time between that net and the last one, but it is just funny how often we're getting nets out. Bloodroot Behemoth thinking about routing. Relentless Rage popped. Do remember that it doesn't get healing unless it's in melee, so if it starts routing, it will not heal anymore. As Mazda charges in, gets it down to 400 HP. It cannot die in this state, no matter how low it gets. 2, 1. It is no longer immortal. And it does go down immediately after. Balance of power is 50-50 as the Gorby's Chariots get routed off by the Salamander hunting packs. Cold-blooded, the only thing keeping these other Salamanders in here. Mazdamundi heals himself up, and we're down to the 2 Chariots trying to carry the game. Skull Taker, your reduced stats, can you carry anyway? You do have a little bit of healing that you don't normally get on your the stupid Iron Rhinoceros thing, the Juggernaut. You don't get healing on your Juggernaut, you get a little bit of healing here, but you sacrifice a lot of melee stats, my friend. As the Hellforged Bellowers finish off some Cold One Riders, immediately fire into the Skinks that are trying to shoot their little darts at it. Bounce powers keeps getting worse and worse for Khorne as another net comes out on the Hellforged Bellowers. They're trying to keep them in place so that the Cold One Riders can get their damage out and the Hellforged Bellowers can't keep kiting them around. It is going to Demonic Instability crumble soon, leaving just Skull Taker, but I swear these Cold One Riders have routed like a billion kajillion times, so they must start shattering. And then there's really nothing left. The Salamanders have all routed off, so if it is just Mazda and Skull Taker, maybe, possibly, potentially, he can churn through and heal his way up. He doesn't have the best melee defense, but he does have really good melee attack. And still a good amount of armor piercing, though. Mazda's a chunky boy. Mazda's melee attack is a pathetic 18, though. So if they get in a protracted fight, 1v1, Skull Taker can maybe take it. But it's risky, especially if Mazda still has Apotheosises. But after casting 75 billion nets, I think he is going to be fine. It looks like Skarbrand just throws in the towel. Skull Taker got decent damage value. Gorby's Chariots actually got pretty solid value considering there was no infantry for them to blend through. Hellforged Bellowers and the Bloodroot Behemoth did fine. The Skirmish Cav did okay. For Fortuna Oblars and Trenchcoat, Mazda did very well. Skirmish Skinks did overall well. Cold One Riders did their jobs. And Salamanders did great. GG. I was reading chat for a second. So, we will move Skull Taker to the 1 life category. There you go, buddy. Skull Taker is in the 1 life category. So we're gonna boot up the next game here. So I gotta go find that one, delete it so that it's easier to find what I need to find. And now I need to know what I'm finding. Sisters of Twilight versus Scrag the Slaughterer. Sisters of Twilight. I found Queek versus the winner. So that means must be back here. All right, found it. Hey man, you ever play NTW3? What's NTW3? Is Mazda getting nerfed? No. No! Damn, we got 4 high elves? Yeah. This is showing what factions are more popular than others. I'm surprised Greenskins didn't get a single rep. Alright, for the Ogre Kingdoms of Calamity versus Trogdor the Flatulence. The Lizard Elves? Okay, whatever. That was a weird brain fart. Wood Elves. Floorbud... Jesus. Okay, calm down. 4 Blood Vultures. 4 Sabertusk Packs. The Sky Striders Crusher ROR. Scrag the Slaughterer with Troll Guts and Brain Gobbler. We have 2 Lead Belchers, and then a front line of Noblars and Ogre Bulls. For the Sisters of Twilight, we have the titular Sisters of Twilight. Good for them. With Gwendler's Vantage. Anyway. 5 Eternal Guard, Race of Frozen Heart, a whole bunch of Glade Guards, some with Starfire Shafts to do extra damage versus things that are healing. Well, reducing that healing, so pseudo extra damage. And armor piercing shots, of course. Branch Wraith, Foray Caster, Melkoths, and Awakening of the Wood. Interesting. Would have thought you'd take Earthblood there. Then a bunch of Glade Riders and Wild Riders for a little bit of peeling. But it's mostly a pike and shot build from the Wood Elves. Lead Belchers getting soloed out by the Sisters of Twilight nice and early. Want to make it easier for the archers to have the ability to stand and shoot. Sisters take a little counterfire, but Lead Belchers are not that good at hitting small eagles, so they're largely safe. Largely. As they just poke out models. Already taken out 2 Lead Belcher models. In my Legendary Lords tier list video, which I'm working on, one of the things I do mention about the Sisters of Twilight that makes them different than Warhammer 2 is their range damage just hasn't scaled well into Warhammer 3, so they're taking a long time to pick off these Lead Belchers. And that's why you don't tend to see them as often. Lead Belchers decide to stop trading with the Sisters and move on instead to the Glade Guard, but at the maximum range of the Lead Belchers, they're not that accurate, so they're going to miss a lot of shots, but the closer the Glade Guard get, the more accurate they get. But then also the Glade Guard are in range, so now the Lead Belchers have to run away. It's kind of a tricky little dance you do with the Lead Belchers. Noblars and Ogres going to hit the front line. Noblars need to break the charge defense. Does not look like they got there in time, but the Ogre Bulls don't really mind too much. They didn't take too much damage from charge reflection. And the Sabertusk Packs and Blood Vultures are going to overload the backline and get onto those archers pretty soon here. There are 4 cavalry for the Wood Elves, but there's more than 4 disruptors for the Ogres, as the Sky Striders are going to walk past the front line. Sabertusk Packs also get in here. Wild Rider's going to get a good charge on the Sabertusk, but then no one is there to stop the Sky Striders. Sky Striders are actually just going to jump in on this fight. They like how it looks. Dismember slowing down and damaging the Wild Riders, and yeah, big damage already coming in from Sky Striders. They just barrel into the Wild Riders. Sabertusk Packs already routing, but the Sky Striders more than up to the task of winning that fight without them. Glade Guard are going to continue to trade with the Lead Belchers. No, they're now starting to turn towards the Sky Striders, identifying them as a bigger threat than those cannons, but it's kind of a lose-lose situation. There's 2 really big threats hitting you right now, and you can see the damage is just coming in clutch. Backline under a lot of threat. Glade Riders starting to fall apart. They have peeled a lot of Sabertusk Packs and the Blood Vultures, but it is, you know, the damage is done. We can see none of the Glade Guard are up and firing right now. All are either in melee with something or already routing. Frontline's going okay for the Wood Elves, losing in some areas, winning in others. But the Sisters of Twilight get caught on the ground by these Sky Striders, and they're just getting beaten to death. Even trying to retreat, there's Sabertusk Packs in their way. Just this little kitty, this mangy little kitty, keeping them on the ground. There they got some distance. They should be able to fly back up in the sky and get to safety where they can keep just firing at whatever, but it does seem to be a foregone conclusion. The Wood Elves' damage is all on the run. Their blockers are all that's left, but they're blocking for nothing, so I do expect this to be an Ogre's win. It's hard to see what the Race of the Frozen Heart are going to do. But the Wood Elf archers could not defend. They couldn't hold. Blood Vultures just diving around, getting rid of those Wild Riders. Dang, pops a massacre on these Blood Vultures and Sabertusk Packs. Scrag not screwing around. Blood Vulture is almost fully stacked up. High melee attack, high leadership. They're chilling. This does appear to be a lost fight. What are the Sisters up to? Oh, they're just chilling. Chasing down Blood Vultures. They didn't bring their passive heal. I don't blame them. Sister's heal kind of sucks. So why bother? There's army losses. GG. You gonna leave the people who have not played at the lives or something? Yeah, I'm just gonna cast the games I have, dude. I have not played that Napoleon Total War thing. No. All right. For Calamity, good win. Trogdor in the chat saying he didn't expect all those blood vultures. You kind of forgot they were a unit. Yeah. Ogre's got more flying dogs. They can really overload a backline, as we saw. And then on the other side, not a ton of value for the archers. They did okay, but they didn't get to stay up for very long. I feel like sisters are just so weak. I would agree. I don't think they're particularly strong at the moment as they move to the 1 life category. Sisters of Twilight. Let's pull up the bracket, see who I'm supposed to find next. Nikai the Wanderer versus Throt the Unclean. Tequila Sunset repping Nikai the Wanderer, while Nurgos PA is playing Throt the Unclean. Chameleon Stalkers in the far back for the Lizardmen, but then for the rest of the build we have some Cold One Riders, Cold One Spear Riders, Croxagors, 3 of them on the front line. Any of you Sacred, or are you just all Croxagors? All Croxagors. Then Red Crested Skinks and Skink cohorts. We have a Skink Priest of Beasts, caster with Flock of Doom, and then Nikai himself, Nikai the Wanderer. On the other side, trying to tame these beasts is Throt the Unclean. We have Throt on a Brood Horror and a Packmaster on a Brood Horror. Throt brought himself pretty much fully kitted, which makes him quite expensive with Beast Pack, Creature Killer, and Remoldered. That's intense. Packmaster is also very heavily kitted out. And then an Eshin Sorcerer with just his Black Whirlwind and Warp Stars. For the rest of the build, we have a Skaven Slave front line, Eshin Triads back line, 4 Rat Ogres, and the Avalanche Mortars. Avalanche Mortars got a good volley onto Cold One Riders, and they now turn their attention to the cohort of Sotek. Red Crested Skinks, over half HP off those guys in 1 volley. Avalanche Mortars feel pretty cool. Brood Horror is trying to rear charge into the Cold One Riders. I imagine Rat Ogres and Eshin Triads will be pulled up soon to try and support the fight, but for now, the Avalanche Mortars is just trying to get all this damage out, while the only friendly fire they could possibly inflict would be onto Skaven Slaves. And now the Eshin Triads and Rat Ogres start to move up as Nikai immediately buckles the front line and sprints straight through. Avalanche Mortar is not going to do nearly as much damage to the Croxagors, so those should fare pretty well. Overcast a Flock of Doom plus a Croxagor charge doing a lot of damage to these Eshin Triads, trying to get them to rout out of here, because the Triads can do really good work on the Croxagors in an extended fight. The problem for the Eshin Triads is mostly charge damage. They take a lot of damage on charges due to their low mass if they're unbraced, so they don't love to stay and fight as Miasma of Despair is out onto these guys. They're getting pretty low on leadership, but Throt is here to offer a little bit of help, and 2v1 Nikai. Primal Roar is out, giving him impressive physical resistance and ward save stats. Why is your physical resistance reduced? Oh no, it's 20. For some reason I thought it was 40% physical resistance. Never mind. 20's still fine, but not as high as I thought. Rat Ogre summon, Rat Ogre's regular and Eshin Triads, who are now routing, did a lot of damage on these Croxagors, so overall pretty big win for the Skaven there, but a big loss is coming in. The Avalanche Mortars got compromised, as they always eventually do, and eaten alive by Velociraptors. That'll be a big loss in the balance of power, but the balance of power heavily favors the Skaven right now, as Nikai pops cold-blooded to make sure he doesn't rout or anything silly like that. Now, for the Skaven, they do have a summon, so that'll fade away and make the battlefield look a little more favorable for them. And they're killing off the Avalanche Mortars, which are crazy expensive. And a lot of Skaven are routing, which you could chase down. So, the balance of power is a little optimistic about the Skaven's chances, but yes, the Skaven are quite ahead. I would agree with that, as the Lizardman health bars are nice and low. But Lizardmen have a way of never surrendering that could prove problematic for the Skaven. Chameleon Stalkers have arrived, running into the back line, running stuff down. I don't know if the Lizardmen have the resources right now to actually chase stuff off the map is going to be a big problem for them. Because this stuff is all going to start to rally and slowly come back into the fight as we have Kroxigors trying to chase down those Rat Ogres, but two Ashen Triads were able to rally and now they're surrounding those Kroxigors. Problem for the Skaven is Throt and his Packmaster are currently surrounded by nonsense, but they're not that worried yet. Coldwind Riders, not Coldwind Spear Riders, Kroxigors, but not like Kroxigors have anti-large, so it's not terrible for Throt and the Packmaster. It's not great. They don't love to be stuck, but it is what it is. As Nakai goes Eshin Sorcerer hunting, hits him on the side swipe, and he's going to turn around and lumber after him. Checking out the rest of the battlefield, those Eshin Triads are routing again after getting good damage on the Kroxigor and the Cohort of Sotek. But Unbreakable ROR Red-Crested Skinks will outclass Eshin Triads in melee. And Lizardmen are starting to creep back on the bounce of power. Eshin Sorcerer turns around, throws Ninja Stars into the back of a random Kroxigor, and then books it for the hills as Nakai once again sets out after him. Miasma of Despair down, making everybody a little more likely to rout, but they're not routing just yet. And he's going to do his charge again, hits the Eshin Sorcerer again, and Terror Routs him away. Speaking of Terror Routs, Lizardmen do seem to be retreating in all directions away from Throt and the Packmaster. That is a bit of a problem, as Nakai is now set upon once again by the Brood Horrors coming through. Packmaster gets a rear attack. We do have Skink support here, so Nakai could try and take this fight, but it's not like these Skinks are halberds. It's not like they're going to help much in the damage capacity. It just kind of helps him maybe prove a little tankier than he otherwise might be, as he's staring down that Packmaster, and they're doing a little bit of T-posing. Throt's trying to get here, but there's way too many bodies between him and his target, so he's having a really hard time getting here. I mean, speaking of bodies between you and your target, Nakai also isn't swinging back too much. Eshin Sorcerer will rally soon, and then he'll throw more Ninja Stars in the back of Nakai and the boys, but the Lizardmen are creeping back and back and back on the balance of power. As we said, that Skaven leadership is a bit of a problem, that the balance of power doesn't always factor in. The Packmaster's having a bad time as Flock of Doom goes down to get rid of those Eshin Triads, to get rid of everything they can. Ninja Stars hit the Coldwind Spear Riders in the back of the head, not Nakai. The balance power is in the Lizardmen's favor for the first time all game as the Packmaster is thinking about routing. Nakai kicks his ass and leaves Throt all alone. Creature Killer is out. He remolders himself because he's not sure his Packmaster will come back. He needed the leadership, apparently. But Throt cannot clear out all this stuff. Bounce power just keeps getting worse and worse for the Skaven, as Nakai just lumbers around ominously. How much value did you get, Nakai? Only 1,100. Not crazy. You take a bite out of crime, Nakai. You take a bite out of that crime. Throt's gonna rout. When he does, army losses will hit because he's pretty much the only thing for the Skaven left standing. Oh, the Packmaster rallied. Nope. GG. Where can I read in the rules of the tournament? We just use fruit rules. Yeah. We just use fruit rules. Fruit rules look more imposing than they are. Pretty much you just have to be attacking somewhere with something. You can't be all running away at the same time because we want to make the game move forward in a timely fashion. And then, actually this is a conquest tournament, so we just have custom unit caps that are mostly CA unit caps, but we improve upon them a little bit. Fruit rules, yeah, it's like a community set of tournament rules, but yeah, since we're playing on Conquest, literally the only rules are, whoops, that's spoilers, you shouldn't be looking at that. I was distracted by a question. Since we're playing on Conquest, the only rules are just custom unit caps. And the custom unit caps mostly just prevent, like, CA oversight. Like, you know when a patch comes out and you can take 19 Blood Vultures because it's a DLC unit and they forgot to give it a unit cap? It's things like that. So they just have a consistent set of, like, you can only take this many of this unit And normally that's the case for normal unit caps as well, but it goes past CA oversights. So, yeah. They're just called fruit rules, like, because one of the guys that originally involved was Vicious Satsuma, and he had an orange as like his profile picture for a long time. Okay, so that was Nakai and Throt. I need Skarbrand versus Ungrim Iron Fist. Skarbrand versus Ungrim Iron Fist. Here it is. Skarbrand versus Ungrim. So no Tzeentch Dowie Air Cheese BFs. In a way, like some of those units are allowed, some of them are limited, and on Conquest. So this is not trying to compare the two modes, which is better or worse. Both are good. I'm just telling you the literal differences. Conquest, there are no attacking rules and there are no positioning rules. So you could, if you wanted to, set up in a corner with minimum units possible and do whatever you want, like a quick battle. The only rules for our Conquest tournaments are just the unit caps are standardized so that there's no CA whoopsie doodles. So that's all that is. Land battles, we have a set of etiquette rules that some people don't like, so they prefer Conquest because there's just no rules you have to worry about, and that's fine if you like that. The land battle rules are like, you can't corner camp, you can't forest camp. You can move through the forest, but you can't like sit in it intentionally and just AFK. And you need to be attacking somewhere with something all the time. Now, not everything needs to be attacking, but like, let's say you have an artillery piece. Let's say you have a cannon, and I'll keep this short, but let's say you have a cannon and then a very defensive dwarven box. You might be like, what? So I have to march all my dwarves forward and just walk blindly into the enemy? No, your cannon is shooting. You're fine. But let's take the cannon out. If you just have a dwarf box just sitting there, then yeah, you have to move forward until you can shoot at something or melee something. Like, you need to participate in the game in some capacity. And if you're trying to participate, that's fine. And all that does, like, people might get too granular about it and try and figure out some niche case where that's disadvantageous. Sure, but the whole point is, hey, let's get this game moving, right? It's just a tournament organizer's, holy shit, this just needs to end today, so let's get fighting, type of thing. So that's the only difference between the two game modes, really, is like playing Conquest tournaments if you don't want to deal with extra rules, playing land battle tournaments if you want to adhere to some like basic etiquette rules. Both are fine. Either's great. Do what you want. So this is a Conquest tournament. We just enforce unit caps. All right. Ungrim versus Skarbrand. So for Ungrim and the Dwarves, we have 3 Blasting Charge Miners, one of which is Ekron's Miners. We have the Grim Delvers Thunderer ROR with their little shotguns. The Brotherhood of Grimnir and 2 other Slayers. Brotherhood of Grimnir, the Doomseeker ROR. Often I don't think, honestly, the Doomseekers are that good, but very thematic in an Ungrim build. Ungrim Iron Fist, debatably my favorite Dwarf Lord besides Grom Brindle. Can't decide between the two who I like more. Ooh! Chaos Furies of Khorne get instantly deleted by the Grim Delvers. Anyway, we also have a Runesmith with the Rune of Slowness. And then we have Gargrim Iron Fist, so father and son fighting side by side, which is quite nice. And then we have the Skyhammer Gyro Bomber ROR. On the other side for Khorne, we have Skarbrand, the Exiled, Bloodletters, Exalted Bloodletters, Chaos Warriors with dual weapons, the Hellforged Host, and some Chaos Furies. One of the Chaos Furies got deleted on the charge. Then the Skyhammer gets rampaged by Skarbrand, dragged to the ground in a disaster for the Dwarves, potentially losing this flying expensive unit right away due to that rampage. But Ungrim and Gargrim gonna try and peel Skarbrand off, and Skarbrand rampages himself to get extra damage out, but that does force him to go fight Ungrim, the Red Ruin himself, against someone else you could call the Red Ruin. If I told you one of these two characters would call Red Ruin, I don't think you'd know who I'm talking about, but Skarbrand is currently kicking Ungrim's ass as Gargrim's got to get over there and help his dad. Bro, go help your father. He's dying, man. And Gargrim's probably like, he's just doing the Slayer oath. He's just a Slayer who slays with his oath. As Skarbrand is still kicking the shit out of Ungrim, but you know who doesn't give a crap about a Slayer's Oath? The Grim Delvers, as they light up Skarbrand at medium range. They're doing maximum damage to him. Chaos Furies jump in to try and save their lord. Ungrim is crazy low as the Slayer King gives no shits. 66 HP, that's all I need. It's 65 too many. Ah, shit, I'm dead. Ungrim goes down. But speaking of going down, Skarbrand is going to follow him to the grave shortly. Gyro Bombers end up in melee with the Bloodletters again, but overall the dwarves are ahead on the balance of power. Now there are still a lot of Khorne infantry left to do some churning and murdering. Exalted Bloodletters, great versus all dwarven units. They get stopped by the Brotherhood of Grimnir for now. Brotherhood of Grimnir, solid against Bloodletters. This is kind of like both sides want this trade. Exalted Bloodletters currently don't have attack orders on the Brotherhood of Grimnir. You can see they're trying to walk past them, but if they did, both of these guys would take a lot of damage very quickly. And I think the Brotherhood of Grimnir would win out, but I don't think the Exalted Bloodletters would do poorly. I think that they would just trade effectively. Brotherhood of Grimnir are a good deal more expensive. Balance power is heavily against Khorne because they lost their lord, of course. Similar to the Skaven game. If we could shut down the Grim Delvers, you would see a pretty good balance of power swing in the favor of Khorne, but for the moment they're a little bit behind. I don't think this game is over, but I do think that balance of power is indicative of who is winning. I think that is pretty accurate. We're down to a single normal Bloodletter and then the Exalted Bloodletter ROR. Other than that, we have very wounded Chaos Warriors with dual weapons. The Grim Delvers are still safe. Gargrim still has half HP, though he is currently getting worked on by Exalted Bloodletters. They are murdering him, to be honest, but the Trollhammer Torpedo, what the hell am I talking about? The Gyro Bomber ROR coming over with its bombs. There they go. That might just trigger army losses. They do too much damage to the Hellforged host. The last thing that could really hurt the Hero Hammer of the dwarves, and army losses will take hold. Spells and certain item duplicates are covered by Fruit Rules too. This is an ongoing debate in the Fruit Rules team because they used to be more problematic when Warhammer 3 released than we banned duplicate items. But I am on the Fruit Rules committee who helps make decisions. My argument for keeping dual items banned is I haven't thought of a single time people are excited to see two of the same item. Ooh, the Grim Delver's got insane value. But yeah, not to get too nerdy about it, but just to answer that question in the chat. Like, here's my hypothetical, and maybe you disagree, and that's fine. I'm just telling you my point of view. Like, I have never seen a situation where if someone's bringing two of something, you're like, that's really cool. Usually it's like, oh god, double Arrow of Kuranos, double Scab Scraith when it used to be really strong, double Forbidden Rod to give Manfred von Karstein even more Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna and Gaze of Nagash Kite, you know. And it's like, usually, if an item is strong enough to bring duplicates of it, it gets really old really fast. So as a caster, I found there's a lot more build diversity and a lot more to talk about when you're limited to one item. Because then it's like, I don't know, if there is a broken item at the time, it's not just crazy abused. So that's just my perspective on it. I've never seen a situation where bringing two of an item is great. Like the Patriarchs at the launch of Warhammer 3 were the original reason we did that, because they would just bring double healing aura every single time, and it was like, oh boy, another Kislev heal blob. How exciting. So there's that. You could definitely make the argument for sure right now there's not that many items in duplicate that are crazy strong, but there have been, and I personally haven't seen a benefit to duplicate items, so I haven't really changed my mind on it. But there are, like I said, it's a committee, and there's lots of people who are saying we could probably remove that, so not one-sided. Skarbrand moves to the 1 life category. Next up is Imrik versus the Changeling, which this was asked about ahead of time if the Changeling was against the spirit of the tournament, and I said absolutely not. That Changeling is... he is a legendary lord, and just because he can turn into any other legendary lord doesn't mean shit. Man sucks most of the time. God forbid he's good once. There is one format where he is finally good, and I'm going to let him be good. So we have Milky Way representing Tzeentch with the Changeling versus Imrik, hosted by Black Knight. Who is fighting with Queek? Me! You think I'm going to enter a Legendary Lords tournament and not take my boy? Changeling is definitely the Gigabrain pick for this tournament. Yeah. So the Changeling brought Ikit Claw as his form. That's funny. But you just get Ikit on foot. You don't get his Doom Wheel. So we just have base Ikit Claw running around. All right. For the rest of the build, we have Exalted Hero of Tzeentch with Book of Secrets and Assume Command. Holy Gigabrain! He brought the thing where in case Ikit Claw gets murdered, Tzeentch isn't going to lose that much leadership because he has essentially the power grab from the Skaven. That's pretty funny. That's a Skaven Tzeentch build. Then we have some Screamers, a Changebringer, a front line of Marauders, and some Skirmish Cav on the flanks. Ooh, and Chaos Furies. For Black Knight and Imrik, front line of Spearmen, backed up by Archers. Then we have Silver Helms, Dragon Princes, a Footcaster with just Earthblood, and Imrik on his Dragon. We haven't seen a lot of Black Knight on my streams recently, but he is still playing a ton, and he is the El Clasico Imrik main. And I will defend my boy to the end of time. He was playing Imrik before Imrik was good. Like back when Imrik was a meme and trash, he was playing Imrik. He just likes this lord a lot. It's his favorite. So when the Legendary Lords tournament came up, he signed up in all caps to represent Imrik. Don't you dare call my boy an Imrik abuser. He was out here when he was bad. He gets to celebrate him when he's good. Just like me when Queek is inevitably OP. Someday he will be, and someday I will revel in his overpowered nature. But until then, I'm just going to keep playing shitty Queek. Alright, Archers pin cushioning the 1 blue horror of Tzeentch. Now, this isn't a huge deal. You obviously don't want to lose any unit, but it is just a single blue horror chaff 500 gold unit. Cleansing Ruin Overcast is in onto Imrik, and he's surrounded by Screamers, and the anti-large duelist of the Exalted Hero of Tzeentch is coming for him as well. And then Howling Warpgale nets him in place. Changeling Ikit Claw coming in clutch, but the Changebringers do need to move up. It looks like they're being held back for now until the Archers are dealt with by the Chaos Furies or something, but they do need to get active. They're a large part of Tzeentch's damage profile, but Imrik losing half his HP is brutal, and he can only get Earthbloods. There's no regrowth here, so his healing is going to be slow as he lands, but the Screamers and the Exalted Hero just follow him down to the ground into the Chaos as Dragon Princes and Spearmen are down here as well. Chaos Furies have saturated the backline, stopped a lot of the Archers, but there's still 1 or 2 that are firing, and the Changebringers have still not moved up, and Tzeentch is running out of time for them to move up. The Changeling does pay a premium for his ability to shape shifts, so your army is reduced a little bit by an expensive lord. Changebringers are expensive too. And Tzeentch not moving them up is a pretty big mistake that's starting to cost them. They're running out of time. Like, I don't want to keep bringing them up. They're a huge part of Tzeentch's damage as the Marauders are slowly dying off. Imrik is taking a lot of damage as well, but he is now officially in his own support with more Dragon Princes charging in. Dragon Prince is already underfoot, and he's getting healed. He is just going to walk away to safety. So very good start for the Skaven on picking Imrik, but they weren't able to finish the job. The Changebringers still have not moved. Imrik is now going to land on the Changeling as, ooh, that was a nasty Warp Lightning from Ikit Changeling Claw. What's your value, by the way? It's 1600, yeah, definitely. With that Warp Lightning and the first Cleansing Rune he got off, that's going to be pretty huge. Marauders doing pretty well against the High Elf Spearmen, slowly getting through them, or just kind of trading about even, depending on where you go. Another Earthblood out, healing Imrik. Multiple Overcasts have taken the Mage of Life down to half HP, though, as the Skirmish Cav charge into melee. They're trying to stop these High Elf Archers. The High Elf Archers might be able to just win this melee fight, though, because the Marauder Horsemen are so low on leadership. They're looking like they're going to rout. There they go, as Dragon Princes come in from behind. Imrik is going to make sure that those Chaos Furies get murdered. And in come the Changebringers, getting their shots off now. Good spread out damage versus two different Spearman units, but have they entered the fight too late? We still have a lot of very healthy heavy cav. We have some archers still. Imrik has been getting healed up. So we'll see what they can do. They are here trying to kill off Spearmen. Doing good damage to those so far. Archers alternate fire on the Changebringers. They are incredibly squishy units, so you are going to see them just evaporate before your eyes as Ica gets off another very nice Warp Lightning. And the Changebringers get some decent damage on the archers, but Imrik is up here. There's multiple archers pin cushioning them. They're going to Demonic Instability crumble soon, and when they do, we're going to get dangerously close to army losses. As you can see, the balance of power went from like, oh, it's kind of even, to just absolutely in the High Elves' favor as soon as the Changebringers took all that damage. It's pretty brutal. This is a new player tournament. What is Bro doing with the Changebringers? Milky Way is a newer player, yes, but this isn't a new player tournament. It's just a tournament with open sign up. So you have some very elite players and you have some newer players. It's the nature of things. Changebringers starting to fade away with that. Army losses should hit pretty soon as we see the Exalted Hero taking a lot of damage. He is dueling well against Imrik, but it's just too little too late after Imrik's gotten all that healing. Isn't Black Knight the guy that always had the same build? Pretty much, yeah. Speaking of new player tournaments, Big JP does host a new player tournament for Domination and Conquest every weekend. We'll be casting the one this Saturday for Conquest. If anybody is a new player who wants to hop in, more than happy to have you. The Changeling actually got a very impressive 2,400 value on his Ica Claw transformation. That is 400 more than Imrik got, so that is quite nice. Archers did well. Dragon Princes and Silver Helms didn't get a lot of value, but they peeled what they needed to, and they were still very healthy by the end of the game, so they were just fine. And that's le GG. Back to the Infinite Void for you. Over to 1 life for the Changeling. I'll delete that replay and then figure out who I'm supposed to be casting next. Settra the Imperishable versus Malekith the Witch King. Okay. I'll allow it. Malekith. 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 Malekith? Malekith? Malekith. Malekith? Malekith. Malekith? What the hell? That don't seem right. That don't seem right there. I'm actually so confused. I found replays from whoever wins that next couple rounds. Well, not next couple. I found their next round, so then I'm looking before that for the other one. Where the hell is Malekith versus that? So here's the question. Did I not save it? Did I save it incorrectly? Or did... There was one game where the person who was playing it dropped out of the tournament because they didn't have time, which is fine. It happens. But I didn't think it was this game. So now I'm like really paranoid. Okay, so who is playing that character? Okay, so now I'll scroll through my chat with that person and see if I can find this replay. Apologies for the delay here. Oh, okay. Yes. It's just earlier than I thought. So, Malekith versus Settra is the one. The Malekith player had to go, which is fine. It happens. So, yes. Okay, sorry. That game did not happen. Malekith surrendered. And Settra advanced. Cool. That's that game out of my brain. So now that you know the spoilers, I saw Cetra's next game, and I was like, so where's his Malekith game? Because it would have to happen before that. You know? You know. So next up, we're looking for Malagor Dark Omen versus High Queen Khalida. There we are. Let's do it. Malagor versus Khalida. Which legendary lord is Queek playing again? Oh, he's playing me. Yeah. Do you still recommend the Black Knight approach for new players? Yeah, it's a pretty good approach, honestly, where you find a well-balanced, rounded build that can handle most factions, and you just master that build while you learn the game. That definitely can be a good way to start things. Does that mean Malekith is dead? No, because that player is still in the lower bracket, and they haven't told me if they have time for that, because that game hasn't even come up yet. So, yeah. Queek versus Scrag, yeah, but that's later. We'll get there. All right, for the Beastmen and Khalida, we have Gore Herds and Ungor Spearman Herds front lines, backed up by Ungor Raiders, then triple Minotaur, double Minotaur, the Great Weapons, a couple Centaurs, Harpies, Malagor Dark Omen with Mantle of Gorok and Flock of Doom, and then a Gorbull. On the other side for the Tomb Kings, we have Skeleton Chariots, which are currently ripping through Gore Herds, then a bunch of Nekara Horsemen, Ushabti Greatbow Arwar, the Chosen of the Gods, one Tomb Scorpion, some Tomb Guard with Halberds, 3 Skeleton Archers, and then High Queen Khalida on her Snake. I saw her Venom Staff, so she does have the Venom Staff, and then a Deathcaster Lich Priest with Spirit Leech and Doom and Darkness. Tomb Scorpion is a cheap and rather tanky form of terror, so he immediately rips through the Beastmen front lines, but the Harpies fly right over that and land on the Ushabti Greatbows, which have 44 melee defense and 90 armor. They should be okay, as the Nekar Horsemen going to run in and peel for them. Less okay, however, are the Archers. The Skeleton Archers are no match for the Harpies. They do take a lot of damage before retreating back through their own halberds to get to safety. Rough times for the Tomb Scorpion, though, as he's now fully surrounded by Minotaurs with great weapons, and while I said he is tanky, I mean he's normally tanky, not tanky if he ends up in the middle of Minotaurs with great weapons, as they just cleave him to and fro. He's down to half HP already. He's got to retreat back into his own Skeleton Spearman, but for now he is just standing and fighting while Archers try and peel for him. The Chosen of the Gods are safe, and they're now turning to fire at this clump of Minotaurs. With their spread shots and how close the Minotaurs are staying together, they actually should get some pretty decent damage down on them, but we'll see if they have the time to manage it, as this game is very hot and heavy very early. We're 2 minutes in, and both armies have already taken a very large amount of damage. As I said very too many times, and now I'm very sorry about saying very. I need to vary what words I use. Haha! Chosen the Gods ripping shots into these Minotaurs. One of them is about to rout. The other one is still very healthy, but they are currently getting Doom and Darkness overcasted. Though I think that Doom and Darkness overcast was more for the Ungor Spearman herds than the Minotaurs. Yes, because now without the spear support, the Minotaurs are all alone standing in Skeleton Spears, and they're going to take a lot more damage than if they had little friends beneath their tootsies. I suppose I should say their hoofsies, but the internet is a wild place, and that has different connotations. Balance of power is 50-50, and honestly, I think that is super appropriate. I have no idea who's in the lead right now. This game's a little too chaotic to fully analyze. Ushabti summon is going to fade away in 30 seconds. That'll be a loss for the Tomb Kings, but speaking of losses, I mean, both Minotaurs are looking pretty much spent, and then that leaves you in a late game versus some Halberds and the Ushabti Greatbows without a good way of killing either of them. Chosen the Gods under attack by Malagor and some Harpies. Not a lot of damage in there. Malagor is a caster lord with only 400 weapon strength. Most of it is base weapon strength, so it's not even armor piercing. But the Gorbull is here. He'll do decent damage as the Ushabti start to fall back towards their halberds. We still have a full health Khalida running around, though she's going to be less full health if she takes a fight with the Minotaurs. They are wounded, yes, but not beaten just yet. You do have to actually rout them before you can take this kind of fight, as they are going to shellac Khalida. Even at this low state of HP, they will murder her. She needs support of some kind, but she got overextended. She got overconfident. She thought she could finish him off, and she cannot. She's down to almost half HP from fighting these Minotaurs. That is a disaster for the Tomb Kings in a game that was very close. I'm not going to pretend they were like winning and they're throwing the game, but this is a decisive loss if they let her die. All right, she is falling back now as Mantle of Gorok just comes in for the Minotaurs. So they were going to be even more jacked as they charge after Kalita, but she is kiting away. She's trying to get to safety. Gorbel and Centaur's trying to chase her down, though. Want to make sure she dies away from those halberds. She is continuing to fall back. Spirit Leech, Doom and Darkness. Never mind. Doom and Darkness route those Minotaurs for the second time, one more time, and they will shatter. Kalita's still trying to get back here. And the Tomb Guard with halberds are the big force left for the Tomb Kings. If you can make the rest of this game a melee fight on top of the Tomb Guard, the Tomb Kings will win. But if the Chosen of the Gods can't get any more shots off and Kalita gets sniped out, then I could see Malagor being able to Flock of Doom spam his way through the rest of the Tomb Guard halberds. Conquest Point has not been captured by either party, so this is going to be a slog to the death. No side really going to rely on that capture weight to do very much. And Kalita takes a couple shots with Malagor, but then seeing the Gorbel refocus onto her, does try and retreat, but she's retreating away from her halberd, so she doesn't have a lot of good places to go. Centaurs have isolated the Lich Priest of Death, so he will not be able to cast more Spirit Leeches onto Malagor. And speaking of casting things and Malagor throws out another Flock of Doom overcast on both Tomb Guard. Kalita's trying to get back to her halberds. She's pushing through, but Minotaurs, hero or not, still pushing her around, still being a menace. And the Gorbel just ominously bodyguards her away from her own spears, and now he chases after her. Chosen of the Gods still trying to find anywhere to get away from the fight and shoot for a little bit. Balance power shifting heavily against the Tomb Kings as the Lich Priest is dead. Yeah, he's dead. He's not making it out of there anymore. Tomb Guard are pretty close to dead. And the Gorbel finds Kalita yet again, shoves her around, pushes her like someone who won't pay at a bar. And Minotaur is strong. One final Doom and Darkness onto some Centaurs, but it's not enough. The Lich Priest is dead. And that's it. It's looking like GG. Yeah. Kalita gets to the halberds. Minotaur is not wanting to overextend into halberds, realizing they have a lot of good options. So they're going to turn around and just kill the Ushabti Great Bows, who are all isolated. And the Tomb Kings, sensing their loss, FF. Do you recommend Footlords at all in PvP? Footlords, after this most recent patch, we'll see how much the knockback changes helped. But previously you'd want to take Footlords just if you wanted to be cheap and tanky, because they got knocked over all the time, so they wouldn't take very much damage. But there was literally just a patch to try and address how tanky Footlords were. So now, I don't know. Like, we'll have to, I just need data. I honestly can't form an opinion on that, because, like, based on the changes, I would only take a Footlord if you need them to be cheap, but not if you want them to be tanky. But maybe those changes don't matter, because it's not like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's not like the first time CA tried to change something and their changes didn't end up doing anything. So for all I know, foot characters are still impossible for certain units to hit. Like, I need to find that out. I need data. Just scrolling through the values. Chosen the Gods, the Chariots did pretty well. Kalita herself struggled a little bit. Have you tested the buff Pendulum yet? I have not. I thought maybe you guys had a few fights already. Some people in my Discord definitely have. I just personally have not. I've been working and then streaming the replays I had to, you know, get them out. Been busy making content. Bruh. I don't get to play this game anymore. I just make content. Oh boy. Okay, so that was Kalita Malagor. We have Ku'gath and Luin. And then Tyrion and Archaon. Ku'gath and Luin. Ku'gath playing Forter. There he is. We have Odium Otis versus Kukinko. We have an End Times lore matchup, bruh. That is true. Luin fights Ku'gath in the End Times. Ooh. Keeper of Secrets kills Footlords like butter now. Oh, that's nice. For Lewin and the boys, we have Lewin himself with Stand Your Ground and Sword of Corone for the AoE debuffs and AoE buffs. Frontline of peasant mobs backed up by archers, fire and poison mixed throughout. We have one Royal Hippogriff Knight, and then we have Knights of the Realm, including the Knights of the Lion-Hearted ROR with their magic damage. For a caster, we just have a life caster with Earthblood. The other side for Nurgle, I think we have 4 Chaos Furies. No, 3 Chaos Furies and a dog. Triple Plague Ogre with Great Weapon, quadruple Pestigore, and Kugath Plaguefather himself with just Fleshy Abundance. Kugath keeping his distance for now, getting free artillery shots in on the Peasant Bowman. No reason to advance just yet, as you do have the ranged advantage, but now that the Peasant Archers start to get in range, the front line of Nurgle advances. Wanting to keep those Peasant Bowmen out of range of Kugath for now. The front line should go heavily to Nurgle. Pestigore's way outclassed peasant mobs, especially when backed up by Plague Ogres. But the big question is going to be, what can the Knights get done? Because the Knights are uncontested. Nurgle didn't bring any form of cavalry. Royal Hippogriff Knight's going to charge into the back of the Pestigores. Interesting. If Plague Ogres can get a rear charge on them, now that could be disastrous, but it also could be a bit of a bait. In come the Chaos Furies, trying to shut down the Archers. And then Kugath is free to move into melee after that point once the archers are shut down, so I do like this from Kukinko. Kugath does need to be in the front line sometimes. He can't just be an artillery piece, or, you know, you're missing 2,800 gold from your build. And then they'll deal with him later. Chaos Fury is getting shut down, but they are sacrificial to try and get rid of those archers, and that is nice. But Kugath is going to sit back and be an artillery piece, and he's even keeping a bodyguard of Plague Ogres. I kind of get it, but Bretonnia is just going to pick off everything that isn't back here, and then they're all going to team up on the stuff back here, so that's a little difficult. There we go. Plague Ogre's starting to move forward. Kugath's starting to move forward. And I wonder if they're going to take this juicy Damsel of Life, who is out on her own. Could get rid of Bretonnia's healing and then try and outgrind them. That is a very realistic strategy. The Plague Ogres charge in, and yeah, they are going to try and snipe out the caster, so this could be a big mistake from Bretonnia right now. Hippogriffs and Lewin don't seem to realize their caster isn't endangered yet, as they're busy still trying to get picks on anything isolated. Bounce power's 50-50. I did like keeping Kugath back while the archers got compromised. That was smart, and I like that he's moving him in now, so overall pretty good there. This is going to be nasty for Nurgle. They do not like this. Plague Ogres get charged by the Knights of the Lion-Hearted while having the debuff of the Sword of Corone, so they're just getting melted by that anti-large cav and the Pestigores nearby. Chopping away at what they can, but they will also die horribly. Lifecaster routed, but this is old foot character things, so she is still somewhat tanky, as the Plague Ogres are getting a couple good shots in, but if they knock her down, she is going to be invulnerable for quite a while. And this is problematic because they need to hurry up and kill her. It's not their fault, but they're trying to hurry up and kill her because Lewin and the Hippogriffs could easily run over here and snipe them out too. But they also don't want to just let her rally, so they're kind of in a rock and a hard place. But it looks like, yeah, she got knocked over several times, and that is what the patch tried to address. So they didn't get as much damage out on her as they wanted, and now they have to retreat, allowing her to rally. So it is pretty frustrating, which, again, is what the patch was trying to deal with. So Kugath is now in the melee, where he is menacing. Plague Ogres need to group up with him, and it looks like now Kukinko is going to try and take the point with infantry support, a couple monstrous infantry, and then Kugath for draining and dueling stats, and then he can also throw out AoE healing, because they've shut down a lot of Bretonnian range. Even if the range does come back in some capacity, I mean, these archers are at almost 1/3 damage value potential. These ones are still getting chased by dogs. I really don't see that many other archers, so really good stuff here from the Nurgle player. Good job knowing how to play around Kugath. As the Plague Ogres are currently getting massacred, I wonder if they could get a Fleshy Abundance or some kind of healing, as there's a big pileup of Knights. Kugath is draining them down slowly, and he's trying to get into the melee. He is fighting a couple Knights here and there, but it's hard for him to get in the thick of it. There is some sort of heal, Fleshy Abundance for, I believe, the Plague Ogres. Yes, it is. Very good timing on that. Kugath has taken the point. You can just sit here and throw rocks now, but unfortunately, because of the knockdown stuff, the Damsel of Life did come back, so she got a big heal off, but the overcast damage almost knocks her out of the game. And there are some sneaky Plague Ogres that have rallied, so if Bretonnia doesn't notice the Plague Ogres back there, they could run up on the Damsel and rout her again, which would be pretty funny. Whenever you say end times, I have a ringing in my ears. Is that because of my rants? Would the combination of Plague Ogres be Plaguers or Plogers? I think Plogers. Plogers sounds cooler. Sword of Corona is down as the Bretonnians charge in from all sides. Brave Knights getting good shots onto the Nurgle Ogres, but above it all, Kugath Plaguefather still sits very healthy and just draining you down whenever you get into a fight. So the Bretonnians need to be quick about this. Stand your ground, giving them all sorts of melee defense. But you cannot melee defend your way out of getting slowly, passively drained by the stinking filth of a Plaguefather. Moon tries to get away in Cycle Charge, and the Plague Ogres did rally. They're now chasing down peasant mobs. They're not dealing with the damsel yet, but she has gotten back to safety, so if they come over here, they'll just get killed by knights. To be fair. Terror out in from the Pestigores, but a Fecundity is healing them up, meaning they should rally before true routing. So then they'll come back and keep fighting for a little bit. Another Terror out, but again, until that white flag appears, it just means the unit will come back. Plague Ogre's getting very low. They're also going to Terror out soon. No, they're ITP. They're ITP. They're fine. There come the actual white flags. Very concerning for Nurgle. If Kugath loses all of his support, he could be in trouble. Then again, he could also be fine. He is Kugath after all. He's a spooky, scary guy. As the Hippogriffs and Lewin dueling with him for now. We do have archers firing in. Again, they're pretty reduced capacity. These two together have about half damage of one normal healthy one, but they're getting some stuff out. Kugath throws out an overcasted Fleshy Abundance, but that was a mistake. Even though there's all these unit flags next to him, that only actually hit him and the Plague Ogres. It didn't hit the Pestigores. And since those things are already routing, even if they're healing, the Knights are still just going to run them down and get that damage out. But Kugath still grinding away with these guys. Hippogriffs and Lewin getting Earthbloods as Kugath tries to fire back. Plague Ogres charge in, though, getting a charge bonus to keep them in the fight for a little bit longer. They get good damage on the Hippogriffs, and Kugath is no slouch in melee. He is doing really good damage back to the Hippogriffs and stuff. He hasn't hit Lewin a ton, but he will get there. Lewin only has 6,000 HP as Kugath has, when he's full health, like 14,000, 15,000. But he's still sitting at 12, so he still has twice the HP of Lewin at their current percentages. A lot of Nurgle units are routing, and like I said before, the Bretonnians are just chasing them down, so anybody who leaves Kugath's side is going to be mincemeat eventually. Kugath still trying to get good hits on Lewin, but Lewin is doing strangely well in melee versus Kugath. 43 melee attack to 45 melee defense. You think Kugath would be getting more hits in, but I think he's been getting staggered a lot or getting distracted by knights or something. Army losses is going to take out the Plaguefather before he even gets to finish his duel with the King of Bretonnia, and that'll be GG. All right, Odium Otis, good win overall. The archers were super effectively shut down. Only one of them paid for itself, which is a testament in a Nurgle matchup. So Kukinko did a really good job, but then very nice knight management by Bretonnia did get a nice win. Also, like, Kukinko, here's the thing. Sorry, Pestigores did well, Plague Ogres did pretty well, and the Furies did well. And Kukinko played great. The problem is, like, he is a Chad for picking Kugath Plaguefather in this tournament. I really do appreciate that, but it is so brutal in a legendary Lord tournament where you get to know exactly what Lords you're fighting to pick as specific a Lord as Kugath, because everybody now knows you have a big, expensive bullet sponge waiting for their archers to murder you. And your build is going to be that much smaller because of Kugath. So Kukinko is playing with one arm tied behind his back and his left leg broken. So I do appreciate his Chad energy for bringing Kugath and whatnot. But like, when you know Kugath is coming, because Kugath is powerful as a mysterious threat where you have to prepare for what if Kugath's here, what if he isn't. So you can't go too far into anti-Kugath tech, because if he's not there, then you wasted a bunch of your time or whatever. But if you know he's coming, he's a huge liability. he's a ball and chain on your build. So yeah, rip Kukinka. That was a good game. You actually played your ass off. I don't know, like watching all of your because I'm saying your because he was in chat a second ago, so I assume he's still here. Watching your Fury engagements, your dog engagements were really good, your Plague engagements were really good, your strategic positioning was really good. Just like everything about it was really good, and then you still lost because I'm like, yeah, your opponent knew you had like 3,000 gold worth of Kugath coming. That was a really good game, dude. Really good game. Next up is Tyrion versus Archaon. I know Archaon's more of Karl Franz's direct opposite, but like something about the thematics of Tyrion versus the thematics of Archaon makes this kind of a hype matchup, right? Both of them on horseback, both of them flaming swords. One is like all splendor and white, and the other one's all like dark black iron. So we have Rider of Rohan versus Berserk. In a top level matchup that is showing infantry are definitely doing very well in this meta right now, as we have 3 infantry units between both builds, total 3. All right. For Riders build, we have 4 Illyrian Reaver archers, one of which is the Heralds of the Wind. Then we have Dragon Princes, including the Fireborn. We have Tyrion, the Omen of Assyrian, and a Mage of Life with Earthblood. On the other side, for the Warriors of Chaos, we have 2 Chaos Warriors, the 1 Forsaken of Tzeentch, a Hell Cannon, and then some Hellstriders, some Poison Dogs, the Rotting Riders, more Hellstriders, more Dogs, a couple Throwing Axes, and Archaon the Everchosen with Searing Doom and Burning Head for his spells. All right, Archaon's trying to chase down some of these skirmishers for a little bit, but he's going to fall back when Tyrion and the Omen of Assyrian come for him. Now, Archaon is going to have a problem with Tyrion because Tyrion has a pretty good amount of fire resistance, making him take 40% less damage from Archaon all the time, as Hellstriders get a downhill charge against the Dragon Princes. Unfortunately, though, Dragon Prince's high armor means the Hellstriders are going to get nothing done, and they get worked on in return. Ooh. A Searing Doom out from Archaon to try and get a little bit of damage out of this, but it was a disaster for the Warriors of Chaos engagement as the Hellstriders just get murdered. And the Dragon Princes get by pretty much unscathed. Throwing Axe is trying to get some damage out, and Archaon continues to kite around, get away from Tyrion, stay safe. The Rotting Riders and Hellstriders getting decent picks on the low ground, though the Rotting Riders are also taking a crap ton of damage here, which is a little insane. They must have had to fight the Fireborn before I came down, because those Fireborn are very injured. So that's actually a great engagement for them if they did fight the Fireborn and come out that far ahead. Illyrian Reaver's getting caught, starting to terror out. Some other ones just stuck fighting dogs, and this is a great engagement for the Warriors of Chaos on the low ground. On the high ground, however, it is a different story. The High Elves are winning everything up on the hill. Some of the infantry are getting kited out, so Berserk and the Warriors of Chaos just trying to get what they can on the low ground, sacrificing the Hell Cannon, sacrificing their infantry, sacrificing their skirmish cav. They don't care about any of that shit, as long as they can get the Fireborn off the map, as long as they can get some good Searing Dooms on these other Dragon Princes, as that is a huge spell cast. So Berserk is playing very well, but Rider's build is quite strong, as Tyrion and Archaon get the fight. Feint and Riposte out from Tyrion, 107 and 96 for melee stats. Archaon 76 and 60, looking paltry by comparison, which is a little wild, to say the least. Rotting Riders now surrounded by High Elf Cavalry, taking a lot of damage. They're trying to slowly heal themselves up. They're trying to stay in it as the Fireborn have received some healing. They keep cycle charging back in, where they used to be way behind the Rotting Riders in HP. They are now about equivalent. Hell Cannon is back online and going to fire down into this blob. And speaking of dealing with this blob, another huge Searing Doom is going to take a chunk out of these Dragon Princes. That's a lot of damage for a cheap spell, and the other Dragon Princes charge into it, did not break in time. Balance power is heavily against the Warriors of Chaos, considering we're only 3 minutes into the game, and I would agree the Warriors of Chaos are in a bad position because the High Elves are just going to heal, so the longer this goes on, the worse it gets for the Warriors of Chaos, honestly. Dog's going to try and save the Hell Cannon from those Illyrian Reavers, who do get a nice double charge. They charge the Hell Cannon and immediately charge downhill into the Poison Dogs, not Poison Wind Dogs. Those would be OP. Wolf Rats with little Poison Wind Globes. The dogs have the Poison Globes in their mouth like cyanide tablets, so when they die, they explode. Anyway, Tyrion's dueling Archaon, and the Omen of Assyrian jumps in as well. Balance of power is pushing pretty far against the Warriors of Chaos, and it's looking like a tough one for Berserk to deal with. High Elves have been taking a lot of these all cavalry builds recently to mixed success, but it looks like the Warriors of Chaos just couldn't deal with that much mobility. I mean, they had 2,000 gold wasted on infantry that got entirely ignored and just cycle charged in the late game, so that's pretty rough to be working with a deficit from. Another Earthblood out. Cycle charging in from Archaon. Fight or Die is out for one last final swing. As Forsaken and Chaos Warriors just try and grind through what they can, but the Omen of Assyrian and Tyrion are going to get a couple more hits on Archaon, and that'll trigger army losses. Honestly, Ryder could be cycle charging more, but I think he is very confident he's already won this, so he's just kind of saving the micro. Doesn't really need to cycle charge too much when it's this close to a win, and there goes the army losses. Archaon gets knocked to the loser's bracket. And I'm sure people are surprised, because it's debatable between like Sipa, Segos, Berserk, but still Berserk is largely considered either the second or third best player in the world. Ryder Rohan's good. He's good, but he's not in the contest for like best player in the world. So this would be considered an upset by player skill level. But it seems like Ryder had a very good, confident build in how to deal with the Warriors of Chaos, and Berserk didn't seem to know what was coming his way. So matchup mastery can definitely overcome perceived skill. Nice upset here from Ryder. GG. Okay. What else do we have for two life matchups before we get to elimination matchups? Red Duke versus Mazdamundi. So if you could see the bracket, which has a ton of spoilers on it, but there are some lords who haven't played yet because they got a first round bye. And I could go find all of them first, but that's going to be a huge nuisance for me to keep track of what I have and haven't cast. So I'm just going to cast top to bottom. And top is the Red Duke, who got a bye round, versus Mazdamundi. So I'll go find that now. Red Duke versus Mazdamundi. Maximilianaire representing the Red Duke versus two Nalbars and Trenchcoat on Mazda. Why is Sego's even getting mentioned? Sego's is good. Don't you be a silly. All right. For Maximilianaire and the Red Duke, who we haven't seen yet today, we have 4 zombies, 3 skeleton spears as a front line, backed up by crypt horrors and corpse carts, one with an unholy lodestone, one regular, double banshee, and then some blood knights with lances, the Red Duke, a Vargeist, and a Fellbat. For Mazdamundi, we did see him earlier. Different build here: Coloston Hunter, 5 skink skirmishers, 2 salamander hunting packs, so I guess some similar stuff. The Court of Waddle, a front line of feral cold ones, only 1 skink cohort. So again, infantry feeling very good on this meta in that a lot of builds don't even take them. And then Mazda has his bound banishment. No bound ruination of cities this time, which is interesting. Skirmishers doing their best as Blood Knights start to run them down. Now, Feral Cold Ones could pounce on them, but Feral Cold Ones don't really have the stats to deal with Blood Knights, even if they get the charge. And it looks like we're getting a rear charge in here from the Vargeist. So, big win on this flank for the Blood Knights. We'll see what the Lizardmen can do about it, but for now, they're just tearing Lizardmen apart. Looks like the Red Duke is going to path past the fight and try and land on the Salamanders, but he gets netted. AoE net, which also means anybody who strays into this net is also going to get netted, so the Blood Knights have to be careful about getting around here. And the Salamanders try and get some shots in on the Red Duke, but he ends up so close to them that they can't fire that close, and then they summon zombies on them, so they're also forced to run away. Frontline fight, if you can even call it that, is underway, but mostly it is 1 skink getting ignored by zombies, and the zombies walking slowly after the skink skirmishers. Vampire counts are going to take the point soon. And a breath attack is out from the Red Duke onto the Court of Waddle, getting a little bit of damage there. As we said, I mean, the vampires just overran this right flank very easily, and they're now onto the back line. Trying to shut down the Emerald Tide, trying to shut down the skink cohorts. Red Duke took a lot of damage in that net while getting shot by salamanders, but he's a vampire. He can heal up. He'll be okay. Elsif is down onto Mazda, reducing his melee defense down to 2. And in comes the bound banishment of the Slann. Tearing through some skeleton spearmen, slurping them up into that vortex. And did the Clostodon Hunters land? Yes, the Clostodon Hunters are in here with their Toad Rage pop, so plus 50% damage for them as they rip through either Blood Knights or the Red Duke. There's no bad options for them here, and we can see the Red Duke is taking a lot of damage. Umbral Tide are officially routed. A lot of Skink cohorts routing as well, but other ones are still firing in. Damn little skirmishers of the Lizardmen doing a lot of damage to the Crypt Horrors. And Maximillionaire is not loving how low the Red Duke's getting. That is very distressing for him. Court of Waddle still doing great. Clostodon Hunter's still doing very well. Mazdamuni's also fine, as there's a bunch of expensive lizards in this area, but the Blood Knights with their lances are doing what work they can, but they're not doing it quickly enough to get that real extra damage out. Vampires did take the point, so if this game goes crazy long, which a game between lizards and vampires can definitely go long, the vampires will start ticking up that victory condition. Court of Waddle getting pretty low. Clostodon Hunter's the same. They did actually route, and the Red Duke is just going to try and reroute some Feral Cold Ones that did rally, so they're one break away from shattering. One break away from shattering? Nope. Okay, they just tear out it. They'll be fine. They're fine, as Mazda continues to just sit in Blood Knights, but their anti-large is not as big of a problem for him because they don't have enough armor piercing to really threaten his thick hide. 117 armor for him, even after he's exhausted. Oh, he's very tired. He's not exhausted, my bad. Double Banshee could be a nuisance for him, though. He does not do magic damage, and with only 20 melee attack, he might not actually get through their high melee defense. And they have armor piercing. Blood Knights peel away from Mazda. They are now just going to run after all the skirmish elements. I like that. I like that a lot. That is good. That's nice. Some Feral Cold Ones try and take the point, but they have less capture weight because they're like war beasts. And they're injured, so they're going to take a long time to capture that point. Blood Knights do come back to the fight. Looks like they are going to take on Mazda after all. I thought they'd go after the Skink Skirmishers, but one is not. Umbral Tide somehow rallied, but zombies are going to fight them for a little bit. And these Crypt Horrors are getting melted by Salamanders in melee, as they are weak to fire damage and getting shot in the back by darts with low armor. They're not having a good time. Mazda's getting very low, as the Banshees are getting in here and shanking him every so often. He has 4,000 HP left. He does have Apotheosis, so he can be spam healing himself over and over and over again. But until that happens, he is just getting quite low. There's the first Apotheosis. Elsif, I like this. Debuffing him, even though the Red Duke isn't involved in the fight. I feel like sometimes people tunnel too hard on spells like that, where it's like, they save it for when the Red Duke himself is going to dive in, where it's like, no, you can just throw it on someone you have nothing to do with, but the fight therein is going to go much more poorly for them. So Clostodon Hunter's trying to peel for Mazda as he heals himself a little bit, gives himself cold-blooded not to rout as the Banshees continue to poke and grind at him, but the Blood Knights are going to die, and 2 of these flags here are corpse carts, so really they aren't that threatening, but the Banshees, now that they focused on Mazda, we see what they're taken for. They are chunking him out with their 100% armor piercing. Since they are ghosts, they're doing a lot of damage. Mazda charges through the Blood Knights again. Overcasted net. This is risky because if the overcast damage hits him, which it did not, the damage itself might have made him rout. But he is just going to walk slowly away from the Banshees, walk slowly away from the Blood Knights, and get back to safety where he can maybe spam Apotheosis. Vampires are very far ahead on the balance of power. Red Duke's getting pretty low leadership-wise. Not leadership, health-wise. The other thing, not the leadership. But what can kill the Banshees? What can kill the Blood Knights? What can kill all these skeletons and zombies? There's still a lot of natural undead infantry, not even summons. Skirmishers turning fire at the Banshees, who are creeping in. 0 armor, no shields, means they will take some serious damage, even though they have physical resistance. But Mazda's trying to path through his own skinks and get to safety. Skink's trying to peel the ghosts away from him. It somewhat works. Mazda is still a little close for comfort, but the vampires are closing in on all sides. Clostodon Hunters still have a little bit of life left in them, but I mean, these are skinks you're relying on. 2 of them tear out instantly as the Blood Knights charge through. The other ones will be gone soon. Mazda's getting very low. It looks like the big lizard's going to the lower bracket. If he routes, it's over, and he's blinking. He's blinking. Negative leadership. Cold-blooded at the last second saves him for a brief moment, but I mean, all these skinks are routing, so it's just a matter of time. Apotheosis is trying to heal him back up. Elsif again debuffing Mazda as the Clostodon Hunters are chasing around the Red Duke, but not able to get him, so then they dive on the corpse carts, but they're just like, the Blood Knights could just charge over there and get a rear charge on him and kill him off. Red Duke's coming in for Mazda. It's all ogre. It is all ogre. Claw Hunters pop their Toad Rage for just a little bit more damage as the Blood Knight's gonna pull out. Looks like they don't want to fight these guys while they're Toad Raging. The Red Duke lands in with a zombie summon. He should be okay. And the Blood Knights are trying just to refresh their charge. They're trying to get fully out of melee so they can turn around and actually charge something. Another Apotheosis heals Mazda, but it is too late as army losses hits. That is GG. Undead Crumbling is much slower than Demonic Instability. Much, much, much slower. It's like tens of damage per tick, whereas Demonic Instability is hundreds of damage per tick. Yeah, I do agree with LeBaked in chat. I have been pretty demoralized by how stilted the meta has become. Like, I miss when infantry was good and necessary. There's a lot of builds that just don't take it. Like this one, you might be like, well, there's 5 infantry right there with blowpipes. No, those are skirmishers. Like melee infantry, the lizards took 1 skink cohort. So I don't know. I just miss like real armies, which there are still some. I'm just like kind of burnt out of quote unquote cheese armies being optimal or good. This game wasn't like the greatest example of that. I just mentioned it because he popped up in chat and mentioned it, and I agree. But this game wasn't that bad. There's like, I mean, the high elf games you can look at are more of what I'm kind of like, well, okay, whatever. 8 cavalry, no infantry, and then a bunch of single entities is a little meh, in my opinion. Next up, Xiaoming versus Krokgar. We haven't seen either of these guys. Xiaoming, Krokgar. I think they played relatively recently. I think they'll be towards the top. Yeah, there they are. Segos versus Jeopadu. Krokgar and Xiaoming. Blame the high elf again. I was just pointing at a recent example. The Rider of Rohan game where he brought 8 cavalry and no infantry, and then the Omen of Assyrian Tyrion and a caster. I think we had a different high elf game too that was that today. Black Knight's army was pretty normal, but I think the other high elves have all been incredibly stilted and not bringing a lot of infantry. Lizardman build again, this time with Krokgar instead of Mazda. He is on foot with his Hand of the Gods. Oh! Oh, the tight formation of the boxed up Iron Hail Gunners makes them a prime target for that Hand of the Gods. So an entire Iron Hail Gunner taken out at the start of the game. Anyway, we have a bunch of infantry. So complaints aside, these are 2 normal armies. Hyped to see it. We have a bunch of red-crested skinks, normal skink cohorts, and then we have a bunch of skink skirmishers as well. Krokgar on foot, double Quaddle, and then some Fireleech Bolas, some Feral Cold ones, and we do have a Beast Caster. The other side for Grand Cathay, we have Xiaoming, the Iron Dragon, with his Dragon's Breath attack spell. Peasant Long Spears, Jade Warrior Halberds, a couple Iron Hail Gunners, Peasant Horsemen, Onyx Crowman, including the Empress Crowman. And Grand Cathay, I'm very worried. They've spent a long time repositioning, and they have not gotten any shots off with their considerable ranged firepower, and now the melee fight is upon them. So I am concerned how long they're having to spend just turning. But Red Crest King's gonna rout as Xiaoming uses his breath attack spell, plus his just considerable charge animations on them, and they tear out away immediately. Nice bound chain lightning through the Iron Hail Gunners from the Quaddles. So with those bound spells and a bound Duranon's Thunderbolt right on a giant clump of units, this is actually going to be a disastrous start for Grand Cathay as we're already losing some Peasant Horsemen. Peasant Longspear is also thinking about terror routing. And this is really rough. Quaddle's also diving on the Iron Hail Gunners. Damn. Is this going to be a one-sided slap? Is Grand Cathay doomed? Feral Cold Ones get dove on by the Onyx Crowman. Onyx Crowman will easily tear through those little war beasts. 450 gold, low stats. Feral Cold Ones don't stand much of a chance there. The Skink cohort's just holding back the Peasant Horseman, as Zhao Ming occasionally is dueling with this Quaddle, while Iron Hail Gunners run around, and this one's going to try and get a shot in, but the Quaddle's serpentine body can make it rather tanky to this sort of fire. We see a lot of shots missing over there, so the Quaddle will be just fine. Flock of Doomcaster did suffer some overcast damage, but I don't see what he was casting on. Ah, he's trying to peel some of the Onyx Crowman in the back line. Fair. Those are annoying as they chase down the Skink Skirmishers. Go, crows, go. Caw, caw. The birds. The birds. When the Chaos Sway starts speaking bird. Quaddle got bodied in the background while I wasn't looking. It looks like 2 Iron Hail Gunners got very close range shots on it, and Zhao Ming was dueling it at the same time, so it did get taken out there. Big loss for Lizardman on that front. Meanwhile, the Grand Cathay front line overall is winning. I think they did just outnumber the enemy since they threw Peasant Horseman and Onyx Crowman into some of the frontline fight. And the Pterodons with their Fire Leech Bull is also getting torn apart by the Empress Crowman. Pterodons do not have the melee stats to stand up to Onyx Crowman, and we can see that being played out here as the other Onyx Crowman is still chasing around Skink Skirmishers, just being a nuisance, and Peasant Horsemen have also taken up the chase game. So Sego is doing a great job making sure anything that routes stays running. Doing a very good job there. And Krokgar ends up in the back line trying to stop some of these Iron Hails from shooting and dueling Zhao Ming. Now if they could swap positions, like the Quaddle could keep chasing this, and Zhao Ming has to duel Krokgar, that'd be a pretty good situation for the Lizardmen. But we'll see. Krokgar is going to get knocked around a couple times. We'll see if he gets knocked over, but he should just be getting knocked back. I don't think Krokgar was one of the big offenders of falling over all the time. Look at him just moving around. Getting some decent shots on Zhao Ming. He's got him down to half HP, but Zhao does have that heal in his back pocket. If he takes enough damage, his Vambrace the Sun's going to pop. He's just going to get a big burst of health. And elsewhere, the Lizardmen are running out of gas. We have a Feral Bastiladon I didn't even know was in this game. So, hello, Feral Bastiladon. Welcome to the party. But the Skinks are almost all dead. There's still a lot of halberds and spears left, and we do have some remnants of Iron Hail Gunners coming back into the fray, shooting at the Quaddle right in its big, stupid bird face. But while the Quaddle does have a serpentine body that can protect it from a lot of things, I mean, no one is immune to the attentions of Chaosdwarf blunderbusses. I mean, Iron Hail Gunners. I mean, Thunderers with the shotguns. I mean, all 3 of those copy-pasted units that CA just made 3 of after they designed one. Looks like Grand Cathay is just trying to figure out how to best finish off the Lizardmen. Zhao Ming is going for the Lord Snipe. He's assessed that to be the easiest way to end this game, army losses-wise. More Flock of Dooms from Lizardmen out onto some of the Grand Cathay Spearmen, but don't think it's going to be enough at this point. Grand Cathay has plenty of mobility tools to chase down all the Skinks that have been separated out over the map. Still have Iron Hail Gunners. Deal with the Quaddle. But the Quaddle can also deal with the Iron Hail Gunners, apparently, as these guys try and get a quick shotgun shot off. It's not going to happen as the giant bird snake monster lands on them. Routes them nearly instantly. The other one's just going to turn and fire at that instead of Foot Krokgar. Foot Krokgar is having a bad time dealing with a dragon and a bunch of crows. Look at him just getting harassed by crows while he's trying to fight a giant dragon monster. Good hit in from Zhao Ming. Krokgar is going to rout any second now, and he should take the rest of his army with him as he dies. Huh, that's not army losses? You serious? You being serious right now? That's not army losses? Nah, okay. Player just FFs. See, I had to work hard to move the height slider for the Crud Drakers. Foot Krokgar did fine. Flock of Doomcaster did fine. The Skinks did not get a lot of value out against the Grand Cathay front line. Grand Cathay's melee defense just too high. Quaddles, one did well, one did not. Pterodons had a really rough time. For Segos, Zhao Ming did well. Peasants and Jade Warriors didn't do very much. Iron Hail Gunners more mixed, but overall fine. Peasant Horsemen just ran things down. Onyx Crowman all did pretty darn well, though. GG. Photoshop take Krokkar wherever he is. There he is. Put him over here. And find our next game. It's Queek and Scrag. It's time for my game, where I win and I do victory and I kick tons of ass. We saw Scrag earlier. We have not seen Queek yet. Queek is piloted by me. Do you think Lizardman is a solid high B tier faction? Yeah, they're good. They're not like OP, but they're good. All right, Queek Head Taker, my boy. I brought him with just stand your ground and warp shard armor. I'm trying to buff up my clan rat spears so that they actually win the frontline fight, would be my hope versus the ogres, but other than that, I just tried to keep them as cheap as possible. 2 rattling guns, one of which is the Teeth Breakers. We have a Warlock Engineer with Flensing Ruin and Howling Warp Gale in case of Blood Vultures. Then I have Night Runners and Gutter Runners. So many Night Runners and Gutter Runners to peel those Blood Vultures and Gorgers. I was worried about Gorgers. They have Ikit Zap Zap to just constantly harass Scrag once he's in range, but for now they're shooting at the Ample Peak Greybacks. The other side for the Ogres, I'm going to slow-mo as they move in. We have Gnoblar Trappers, 2 Golgies Man-Eaters, Gnoblar Flingers on the flanks, Ogre Bull front line, backed up by more Gnoblars, and then we have more Gnoblar Flingers, the Ample Peak Greybacks, and then Scrag the Slaughter with Troll Guts and Brain Gobbler. And I messaged Calamity when we got into game. His troop count was alarming to me because I had a ton of Skaven. I had 2,100 and he had 1,900 Ogres, and I was like, what the hell did you bring? So he just brought Gnoblar Kingdoms. Look at all these Flingers. Look at all these Trappers. Anyway. Ample Peak Greybacks taking a ton of damage, and my Rattling Guns are going to open up on Ogre Bulls. I brought them in case of Stonehorns, but not having Stonehorns, they do still do good damage versus Ogre units because they're nice and tall and easy to shoot. Queek hops in the front line, throws down Stand Your Ground, so just quick combination thing here. So with his Warp Shard armor, he brings the melee defense of Ogre Bulls down to pretty pathetic 21. And then I have 60 defense Clan Rat Spears, but their melee attack is still pretty pathetic. So with their bonus versus large and their base 18, his Warp Shard armor makes them actually able to hit Ogre Bulls, so that was the plan. So I'm like, these Clan Rats, never breaking. Anyway, I digress. I just thought it was cool. We also have some Eshin Triads here. I popped their Concealment Bobs so that the Man-Eaters can't see them coming. And the Man-Eaters aren't going to be able to charge me in time, so I won't take a massive amount of damage on the charge because they don't know that they're supposed to be countercharging me. And now they're trying to run away, but the Gutter Runners with their poison and their nets and suppressed, I've lowered their speed down to 30, so now my Eshin Triads can keep up with them. Get fucked, Man-Eaters. All right, Scrag is in range, so now I need to start resetting his cooldowns with the Warp Lightning Cannon, and he did throw out a Troll Guts on the Ample Peak Greyback. On the other side, the other Man-Eaters have tried to hit, but again, Eshin Triads were there to meet them. Again, my Gutter Runners are slowing them down, and the Teeth Breakers are also lighting them up. So the Man-Eaters are having a very bad time. I did have to throw some Gutter Runners into melee against the Gnoblars because they were shooting at me and they have a longer range and all that stuff, so I am trying to punish them in melee. Rattling Guns stand their ground against the Ample Peak Greybacks, not doing a lot of damage, which was annoying. I thought they would do a lot more damage against those Greybacks, so that's not good. That's not good at all. The Warp Lightning Cannon still trying to shoot Scrag. We do have a Flensing Ruin Overcast onto Scrag as well. Really trying to finish sniping him out as the Rattling Guns get pushed back from the Ample Peak Greybacks. Over here, things are starting to go to shit a little bit as my Gutter Runners are getting murdered by the Trappers and Ogre Bulls and Flingers. They're just outnumbered, but I need to keep those Trappers away from my Rattling Guns and my mainline stuff. So we're kiting where we can, we're charging where we have to. We did rout Scrags. It's a pretty big win for us, but we're taking a long time to kill him. And ladies and gentlemen, I might have told you at one point that artillery sucks, and you might be like, my Warp Lightning Cannons shoot stuff and they do good damage, so they're a good unit. I present to you why they're not a good unit. Let's watch the Warp Lightning Cannons turn simulator. Turning, turning. Taking forever to turn. Okay, let's get a shot off. Oh, we gotta turn some more. Oh, it's turning time. It's turning time. Let's turn some more. Okay, let's stop and get a shot off. Oh no, it's almost time to turn again. Will we get a shot off? Maybe one? Maybe two? Nope, it's time to turn again! It's time to turn again! Let's just keep turning! Artillery sucks! Give these guys so much more fucking turn speed! Oh my god! It's so atrocious! It's so fucking bad! So whenever I complain about artillery and people are like, but when they shoot, they do so much damage. When they shoot! When they goddamn shoot! They never shoot! They just turn! They just turn and they're obstructed and then they miss and they're so goddamn expensive, but if anything even touches them one time, they're dead. Is it in melee? It kills them. Is it at range? It kills them. Is it a spell? It kills them. Is it enemy artillery? It kills them. But don't worry guys, if whatever it is straight in front of them at medium range, standing completely in the middle of nowhere on flat terrain, then sure, artillery is good. But all my artillery is secretly good and you're just an idiot people out there. Fuck you! Look at this game! This thing spent most of its fucking game turning! It's just turning! It can't shoot a routing guy because it's so busy fucking turning! So, it's turning. Moving on, I got the rest of the battle to cast, but just know it keeps turning for a while. Golgi's Man-Eaters are back in the fight, but the Eshin Triads are going to try and shut them down. Warp Lightning Cannon's still trying to take out Scrag. Now he's running in a straight line away from it, so it should be able to finish him off. He shouldn't be able to keep getting away with turning BS. It'll get him eventually. Meanwhile, the Ogre's in a pretty bad spot, balance power-wise, as Ogre Bulls are getting over here. Still trying to kill Scrag. Not quite able to do it yet. Now we get him, just the Ogre Bulls hit. So, Ogre Kingdoms, Gnoblar Kingdoms, about to take a bunch of leadership debuffs. Queek is walking around fighting Gnoblar Flingers with his clan rats that I will never let rout. These are Queek's clan rats. They will follow him to the end. As the Ogre Bulls are stuck fighting Ikit Zap Zap, which, say it with me kids, we're turning. We're turning. We're turning. We're turning. We're turning. Two of them aren't turning. We're turning. Two of them aren't, but the other two are. We're turning. We're firing. Yeah. Half of us are. The other half can't turn. So we're trying to do that. Now, I do have some units rallying. Gnoblar Trapper is going to kill my Teethbreakers pretty soon here. We are trying to rout off some Ogre Bulls. We have Golgi's Man-Eaters coming back to the fight with 1,000 HP and a lot of leadership because they don't need no man. So we're doing our best. I have some Clan Rats chasing off Gnoblars and Ogres in the distance. They're pretty much dead, so I figured I'd just chase off the Gnoblars and stop them from coming back. Still a lot of Gnoblars. Still a lot of Gnoblar Flingers and Gnoblar Trappers. Eshin Triads and my Night Runners trying to deal with this, and I hit these guys with a undercast Flensing Ruin because they're getting meat feasted right now, so I needed to get some kind of damage out. And I only have Flensing Ruin and Howling Warp Gale because I was expecting Blood Vultures, which he didn't bring any Blood Vultures. So that's not great. So the Golgi's Man-Eater is getting a nice, big, juicy, scary, potentially game-losing heal. Warp Lightning Cannon's trying to fire, trying to get some damage out. Knocking down some Ogre Bulls. We're rallying our Eshin Triads to Queek. We can give him some leadership as Queek and his clan rats, his unbreakable, unbeatable clan rats, fight with the Gnoblar Kingdoms. Golgi's Man-Eaters closing in. They might break my unbreakable clan rats, and that would make me so sad. My Warp Lightning Cannon refuses to rout because it's perfect in every way. We've lost two of its models. The other two are here, so the Man-Eaters have to come over and say hello and officially shut down my Warp Lightning Cannon once and for all as it breaks a third model, and the final one holds for just a little bit, but then the crew is going to rout. Ikit Zap Zap, you did good this game overall, and you even showed the turning thing, but for most of the game, you got to shoot at stuff that was straight in front of you, so you did great, buddy. You did great. It actually did do great. And Ikit Zap Zap is a good unit, but it's also very nice for showing how most artillery is terrible. Ikit Zap Zap is actually not terrible. It's actually pretty darn good, but most artillery has that turning problem, not just Warp Lightning Cannons, and most artillery is bad. So, Gnoblar Flingers and Gnoblar Trappers trying to peel Eshin Triads away from the Man-Eaters as the Man-Eaters run up to rear charge Queek. Queek has lost his unbreakable Clan Rat defenders, but now he has unbreakable Eshin Triad defenders. Stand your ground is popped. Rear charge in on the Man-Eaters. They rout. Balance of power gets really bad for the Ogre Kingdoms as Queek and the Warlock Engineers stand tall. We have some disparate spears and gutter runners running around, but Army losses hits, and Queek wins the game, baby! Queek's OP. Yeah. Yeah. Somehow Queek just takes damage fighting Chaff. True. Yeah. But no, serious talk, like memes and stuff aside, Ikid Zap Zap is a really good unit, even with the turn debuff. But a lot of artillery out there isn't a good unit, and then it has the turn debuff. Like carronades, cannons could use some serious help with turning. Basic Warp Lightning Cannons, not Ikid Zap Zap. Plague Claw catapults, things like that. So there's a lot of artillery out there that isn't very good and does need buffs, especially with their turn speed. But Ikid Zap Zap just had a funny instance of it, so I could have my crash out. But I love artillery in all of its forms, and most artillery is badge. But yeah, Queek got a win. Good job, Queek. Hanging in there, pushing Scrag to the lower bracket. And Queek only got buffs. Buffs. I'm just making sure you guys weren't seeing spoilers before I flipped over to the bracket, which has a whole pile of spoilers. Okay, so Kairos and Tsarina have not played yet. Orion and Nakai have not played yet. Manfred and Azazel have not played yet. Arbol is waiting for the winner of that to have someone to play. So we're down to Morathi versus Ungrim Iron Fist. Morathi versus Ungrim Iron Fist. Here we go. Olaf the Moose on Morathi versus Ungrim Iron Fist with Jacker skins. Why'd you not use the Death Globadiers? Because I'm not scared of his Noblars. I'm scared of his single entities, which he didn't bring. But Death Globes are useless against Stonehorns. And Stonehorns are pretty good against Skaven. Alright. For the Dwarf build, we have Miners in the front line. 5 Miners with Blasting Charges backing them up. 2 Rangers to do some damage. We have the Dragonback Slayers, Longdrong's Slayer Pirates, then more Slayer Pirates, Slayers, Ungrim, Runesmith, and a Gyrocopter. Can I take a moment? So here's the thing. I constantly bitch and moan on this channel about how OP dwarves are. And dwarves are OP right now, don't get me wrong. But then I always throw in like guys, I don't actually hate dwarves, okay? I used to be a dwarf main in Warhammer 2, and blah, blah, blah. I'm Human Boy. I'm better than everybody else, right? So when I see a dwarf build that is not toxic, I need to just shout it out and not be a little bitch all the time. So here's my moment. Alfredino, in the faction war we cast yesterday, Alfredino brought a cool dwarf build versus my Dark Elves. And here, Ungrim Iron Fist is bringing a cool dwarf build versus the Dark Elves. Dwarves can be cool. I like this dwarf build. I don't see a lot of toxic stuff. There's one Gyrocopter, which my hatred of Gyrocopters is well known, but okay, one is not abusing them, right? We have a cool Lord, which honestly, Thoric might be a cool Lord after his nerfs. We'll have to see, but like he might not be toxic. So we have Ungrim Iron Fist, who's a balanced Lord. He's pretty expensive, but he's a good duelist. If you go and fight him, like this is a pretty honorable dwarf build. It looks reasonable. I see a lot of ways you could counterplay it. Like, so let's just take a moment and not be dwarf toxic for 5 seconds. This is a cool build. Thanks, Jacker Skins. We appreciate you. These are the dwarves I miss. These are the dwarves I love to see. My heavily armored, staunch boys holding back the tides of darkness. Moving on. Cool build. I like it. On the other side, we have Shades with great swords, 2 Cold One Chariots, Cold One Dread Knights, 4 Witch Elves, a Dark Rider, and Morathi with Pit of Shades, and then our Bound Doombolt, the Wand of Crydon. I'm Human Boy, and I'm better than everyone else. Give Miners minus 40 armor, then it's a cool build. All right, I gotta stop reading chat. I gotta focus up. As the Cold One Chariots get a downhill charge through the Miners, trying to disrupt their formation, stop them from using their blasting charges, but also just get the free damage out. And the Witch Elves are being held in reserve by Olaf until he does something about these Miners. He knows he has the rage advantage with his Shades. He knows he has Chariots that the Dwarves don't have the best answers to around. So he is just trying to abuse those in this early game and keep rolling through some stuff. As the Slayer Pirates are trying to use their pistol shots on these guys, and then, oh, Master Rune of Slowness plus the speed debuff. Oh, look at this. Sorry, I just have to pause it. Look at this. 7 speed due to the overlapping speed debuffs of the Dragon Slayers and the Dragonback Slayers and the Runesmith. That is brutal. These chariots are pretty much netted as they can't go anywhere. They're trying to move over so slow as the dwarves are just running them down, tearing them apart. That was a beautiful tech piece. Really good way to stop the Cold One chariots there, but a great response from Olaf. A great Pit of Shades onto 2 expensive Slayer RORs, so both sides trading very well over here. Overall, I think the Dark Elves win out on that because that Pit of Shades just caught 2 huge units, but I really like that tech piece, and taking out one of those Cold One chariots that was causing him so much trouble is very good. Shades opening up onto the Slayers now as the Witch Elves are starting to move in. Witch Elves are the prime target for Miners of Blasting Charges. 5 armor, tightly packed, low HP because they're elves. Elven units in general have lower HP per model than their counterparts, so yeah, you can see Olaf immediately, he sees the blasting charges coming for his Witch Elves. He's like, nope, 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 and starts to run away. Shades getting dangerously close though, and this is a lot of what plagued me versus Alfredino in the faction war, is just any little mistake, and if those miners with blasting charges get their blasting charges off onto your Shades, onto your Witch Elves, onto your Bleak Swords, whatever it is, they're going to instantly delete that unit. So you do have to play very well, and so far Olaf is doing a great job. If I had played as well as Olaf is playing right now versus Alfredino, I probably would have won that game, so huge props to him. There he finally gets hit with his first true blasting charge volley, but otherwise he's been kiting this out very well. The Cold One chariot that got massacred by slows is pushed off into the distance. Long-drawn Slayer Pirates use their pistols to get rid of it for good, and now we have a frontline fight, and you can see again he hit this miner that has full ammunition with his Cold Ones and his chariots so that the Witch Elves could get in here uncontested. Olaf is playing this really, really well. On the other side, Jackerskin's peeling for his Rangers nicely, gonna get rid of these Witch Elves soon. The Gyrocopter's blasting other Witch Elves in the back, so he's trying to secure a flank to be his new front line so his Rangers can get to safety there. Other Rangers chilling in the back as long-drawn Slayers Pirates and the regular Slayer Pirates and Slayers both fighting the Cold One Dread Knights. That's the first real mistake I've seen Olaf make, because his Cold One Dread Knights just ended up in a horrible fight between 2 bad options with no good options, and then he charges into Slayers trying to escape. He ends up in more Slayers. So the Ungrim build of Slayers, and more Slayers is leaving these Cold One Dread Knights with very little to do. No real targets to go fight, because they honestly want to find just these Rangers and maybe some Miners here and there, but everything else is a Slayer, and everything else is doing so much damage to them. Pit of Shades out from Morathi onto the Rangers. Gyrocopter's getting some good blasting in as Morathi starts to fall back. The Cold One Dread Knights get a good fight onto Slayer Pirates. When they're backed up by Witch Elves, you can see they're just murdering the Slayer Pirates. But that's when they're not isolated and having to fight them all on their own. Slayer Pirates do still have decent weapon strength and good melee attack and stuff. They don't have anti-large, but still. They'll put a slappening on some Cold One Knights. That's the main thing, is that the Cold Knights will win, but it's not like it's a 1,300 gold unit versus like a 750 gold unit or something. The 750 gold unit will trade a lot better than it, not than it should. It's just like better than the 1,300 gold unit would want. So it's not like Cold One Dread Knights just want to sit and fight Slayer Pirates over and over and over again. They'll get attritioned out, and it's not worth their cost. Bounce power is still very even as the Gyrocopter is running around harassing the Cold One Dread Knights, and the Shades have not been in position to shoot at them. They're getting peeled back by, it was previously Miners, but now you can see the Shades beat the Miners, beat them back. Yes, be very careful what verb you follow, well, not verb, adjective you follow beat with. Especially if you're British. Dude, a lot of British stuff says, oh, and then they beat off the Nazis. And I'm like, they what? Winston Churchill, you sure beat off those boys. And I'm like, please use a different wording. Please. Because my coworkers look at me and they're like, what are you laughing about? I'm like, I can't explain. I'm listening to a documentary and it's very funny. Anyway. Shades still kiting back. Olaf doing a lot better job than I did about keeping his Shades out of melee combat, though the Slayers are difficult to outrun. You technically have a little more speed, but the Slayer Pirates have their pistols and they can fire while moving, so they are just running after you and shooting you in the face. So it looks like the Shades just turn and decide to take the fight. They're just going to try and kill the Slayers and get back on with their lives as Cold One Chariots charge in. Morathi's kiting back. Dark Elves have a slight advantage on the balance of power, but this game is honestly neck and neck. Looking at just the real state of the battlefield, I have no idea who's in the lead. It's too close to call. If you get down to just a full health Ungrim, then the Shades can kill him with just infinite kiting because they're fast enough to. But, you know, there's a lot of dwarves left over. There's a lot of little dwarves, especially these rangers could provide a lot of annoying poke for Shades to deal with. So the Shades are moving in. I wonder if they take this opportunity to get a nice rear shot on the rangers or what they're going to shoot. It looks like they're firing at these healthy slayers to try and help their Cold One chariots out, but the Cold One chariots do route. Morathi is surrounded by slayers, and this could actually be a bit of a disaster. She's not that tanky on foot. Throws down a Pit of Shades to try and extricate herself. Now that will pull some of these guys back. Not a ton of them, but it pulls some of them back. It's a little bit of damage out, but overall, unfortunately, a bit of a whiffed cast in the end. It looked good, but then a lot of the Slayers got out of it. So good dodge by the Dwarves, maybe a little over-ambitious from the Dark Elves, maybe a little bit of both. But this is going to be a problem. So this is what we're worried about. The Shades are now having to trade with Rangers, but the Rangers will win out on that trade. And we have Gyro Bombers coming over. Do they have bombs? They have bombs. Ooh, this is game losing for the Dark Elves. If those Shades get hit with those bombs, there they go. A third of their HP, half their HP taken off. And just like that, the balance of power shifts heavily against them as it's like, oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Rune of Wrath and Ruin kills them off too. And I said in my mistakes you're making as a dwarf player is not taking the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. It is so worth it. It pays for itself in one cast as it gets rid of those Shades. Elsewhere, these other Shades, they're fighting and they're doing their best. Like these Slayers, there's 3 flags of them, but they're all very low. So honestly, the Shades could win this if Ungrim wasn't here, but this is what we're worried about is more Slayers close in. The last of the Dark Elves' hopes is going to rout away, leaving just Morathi all alone, and she might possibly have another Pit of Shades to throw on herself as one final fuck you, but she's not even going to do it. She just FFs. Churchill was ferocious when he beat off those silly Nazis. Beat them until they were finished. Dude, like, for real though, sometimes I'll listen to some documentaries, and especially British ones, they'll say things like that, and I'm like, no? I think you meant to use a entirely different word. Okay, no. I have a British rant to go on in a second. Gyrocopters doubling their value. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Slayer Pirates did pretty well. Slayer Pirates, honestly, our unit I think are trash, and I stopped giving them any attention, but Jackerskins used them pretty well here, so good job, lad. Good job. For Olaf, he played pretty great. His Cold One Dread Knights didn't have a lot of good targets to go for, unfortunately, but the rest of his build did well, so GG's, good attempt. But I have a Britishism that I, as a filthy American, need to complain about, so I need to move Morathi here. Delete that replay before I get distracted. So, to any of my British viewers out there, here's why you're wrong and I'm right about a language you invented. So I'm watching League of Legends, right? As I do. And if I'm ever watching EU, Medic will come on, and Medic's from the British Isles, and he will say that so someone will be fighting someone and they will die. They will lose, but barely, just barely they lose. And like he'll say, and it is just about enough damage, but he died, so it was enough damage. It's not just about, it's not around the amount of damage you needed, it is the amount of damage you needed. You crossed the threshold. But British people will say that, and maybe it's just Medic, but I hear it all the time and it's pissing me off because he's like, because I don't always have time to watch the game, so sometimes I'm listening to the games, and when he says, oh, and Masu just about lives, and I'm like, oh, he almost lived, but he died. And then later he'll say like, and Masu's gonna recall. I'm like, wait, isn't Masu dead? So then I need to look at my phone, and it's like he's alive, and I'm like, what? Then you meant just about dies. He almost died. He almost reached the point of death. He didn't almost live. He did live. Like, just about means you're approaching something, or you're near something, or you're in the vicinity of something. You are not at that thing. You are not just about, meaning around. Brits. Stupid. Brits are dumb. I'm the best. I know English better than the British. I am the English master. Next up, we have Nakari versus Karl Franz. Your first mistake was watching League of Legends. I think the true problem is LOL. Nah. At least they're not NA. I'm triggered. I know you're trying to get me back into the rage spiral. I will not go. Hold the fort or hold down the fort. Yeah. All right, we got to focus up. I opened a can of worms, and then I refused to deal with the fallout from that can of worms. Slaanesh N'Kari versus Karl Franz, the Empire. For the Empire, we have an Amber Wizard with Flock of Doom, a Warrior Priest with his Flame Banner, Benediction, Shield of Faith, and Hammer of Sigmar. Karl Franz with Reikland Runefang and Stand Your Ground and Hold the Line. So we're going for as many AoE leadership and melee buffs as possible. For that, we have an Empire box. Grundrill's Defenders, Spearmen on the front line, then Spearmen and Halberdiers all around. Crossbowmen, Free Company Militia, the Silver Bullets, Null Ironsides, and Great Swords here for the Empire. So no large units whatsoever, just a very firm box. The other side for Slaanesh, we have two Cultists with... Hold on, sorry. Looks like they both have the Gate of Slaanesh, which is technically a rule break, but neither player raised it. But yeah, you're not supposed to have two of the same thing, as we discussed earlier in this stream. So we have two summons, but whatever. The game's done and neither player raised it, so too late to change it now. Then we have Chaos Warriors with Hell Scourges, the Mirror Guards, some Devoted Marauders with Spears. We have a bunch of Hell Striders. I saw a Fiend, and then we have N'Kari. N'Kari, unfortunately, is crazy tall, though, so we see all these range units, the big red arrows on N'Kari as he is going to run away. Witstealer Sword still currently popped, but he is just forced to run for his life. Karl Franz is down to half HP, though. All of these buffs popped give Foot Franz 107 melee attack, and I saw those great swords for a brief moment, had 76 melee attack, so the men of the Empire eating good as N'Kari is forced away. Bounce power is heavily against Slaanesh this early on because N'Kari is such a huge investment and they're very easily shot, so that's a big problem. And the Cultists are, well, one's gonna rout, the other one's doing fine for now. I wonder if he can get his Demonette summon into the box and they can run around and kill some ranged units. But the Hell Striders just outside the formation, not sure what to do. And this is largely Slaanesh's problem right now. While I know they're oppressive in domination and they're very good in domination, in land battles and conquest, their inability to break a box is really problematic because chariots are just bad. Like, chariots are not very good right now, but Slaanesh's chariots are specifically some of the worst in the game. So chariots are kind of one of your natural box breaking tools. Another box breaking tool is big AoE infantry killing spells, which Slaanesh doesn't really have. They don't have Flock of Doom. They don't have like Heart of Winter or any of that. They just have some rampage spells. They have Slicing Shards, but that's not enough. And then, so their chariots are some of the worst in the game. They don't have big monsters that easily clear a lot of infantry. They have Keeper of Secrets, which are weak to infantry. And they have the Soul Grinder, which isn't that good against infantry either. So, I don't know. Slaanesh were just designed with almost no box breaking tools. And then in land battle, people just box against them and they generally have a bad time, as we can see here. So I hope with the Slaanesh DLC they get some box breaking stuff, or their chariots get buffed, so that this doesn't happen to them. Because in domination you can't hold this little amount of space and win, so then you have to spread out. And when you spread out, Slaanesh is amazing. But if you don't spread out, Slaanesh sucks ass. So in comes one of the summons. The Demonette summon is here. And finally, Slaanesh gets into the cookie jar, and they're starting to get some damage on some of the range units. You can see they finally broke through. And that's cool. That's neat. But you've taken so much damage. Like, N'Kari's pretty much dead. Your Cultists are pretty much dead. Your front line is pretty much dead, except for a Fiend and two of your Chaos Warriors with Hell Scourges. Everybody else has taken so much damage. And this Demonette is a summon, so when it fades away, your bounce power is going to look even worse. It's just tough. So this isn't like a Slaanesh's terrible rant. It was just a perfect example to be like, oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this. Slaanesh is one of those weird factions that's like crazy good in domination and then like pretty whatever in land battles and conquest. If you're a faction that can box and shoot, then you're going to beat the shit out of them. If you can't, then it's more of an even fight. But Franz's foot box is going to win here, it looks like. It's just danger low army losses values here for Slaanesh. As they lose their Fiends, that should seal the deal. GG's. If you say just about enough, it means it was close to, but it was close to not being enough. See, that's the British interpretation. And the American interpretation, which I, as an American, use, and then I believe is correct, is just about is you are in the vicinity of something. Like if you're in a cabin and your dad went outside to smoke and you can't find him and your mom asks you, "Hey, where's dad?" You're like, he's just about. Like just about, you know, he's around. You know what else is a box breaking tool? What, Hammy? Thanks, Humboy, for your kind words and understanding this really hard with Kugath. Kukinko, you're a Chad. We love you. Electric Cabbage, you grew up in England. I've never heard someone use just about enough to mean not enough. Just about enough to mean not enough, though. But I'm saying that's my interpretation of it, where just about something means you were almost there, but you didn't reach it. And they're saying just about means you had enough to reach it. And jokes and memes aside, I think it's just a colloquial difference, but I like to just meme on it and say that they're incorrect and that I am correct. I love what I've started in the chat. This is good. I enjoy the chaos. All right. Nakari, over into the one life category. We will today have some lords move into the dead category. I am just casting all of the upper bracket first. Do not worry. You might be like, wow, no one's going to die today. There will be death. Next up is Heinrich Kemmler versus Imrik. We did have one Imrik game, but Kemmler got a bye round, so he is going to fight about now. Just about now. I need to go find Kemmler. There he is. My beautiful baby boy! Oh my god, he brought double black coach. Oh, double black coach. I mean, I think this unit is trash, but double black coach. Tank and Black Knight. We have not seen Kemmler yet today. Like I said, he had a bye round, but he is here. We have Heinrich Kemmler with his Krell summon, Invocation to Heck, and a zombie summon. And then we have a Death Vampire in the sky with Fate of Buna and their self-heal. Double Black Coach, triple Blood Knight, Sword and Shield. Then we have Skeleton Warriors, the Stearnsmen, and some zombies. On the other side, we have an Arcane Phoenix, Imrik, on his Star Dragon, frontline of Spearmen backed up by 3 archers, a foot mage of life with Earthblood, Illyrian Reavers, and 2 Dragon Princes, including the Fireborn. Arcane Phoenix maybe trying to harass the Deathcaster, but needs to be careful not to land as she tries to bait him onto the ground. He will not take that bait because he is a master of deception. You thought I was going to make a phallus joke. I will not. I will not say masturbate on stream. You can't make me. So, the archers firing in to the Stearnsmen, and a beautiful vortex to start off the game for the High Elves, which, can I note, once again, the High Elves took a bullshit build with no melee infantry. What degenerate cowards. Oh, hey, they have a Spearman front line. That's nice. Oh, that is nice. I like builds that look like armies I believe could exist. It's my preference. I have a preference, and I am not afraid to say it because I am a fucking hero. Wow, Human Boy, you're so brave and courageous. I know, I'm just the best. Okay, archers poking away at the Stearnsmen, who already lost half their HP to that vortex from the Arcane Phoenix. And Kemmler is trying to overload one flank. Looks like he doesn't want to spread out too much, but Black Knight's build is small enough that he's able to rotate pretty easily. Ooh, this is interesting. He takes one Spearman. Instead of moving all the Spearmen to the left and getting out of position, he just parks 3 of them where they are, and he walks one Spearman from the right flank to the left flank. It'll take a long time to get there, but it does make sure his other 3 Spearmen are still braced so that they don't get run down by the Black Coach, which is trying to get kills on them right now. having a bit of a hard time of it, but it is charging up its various passives. Imric lurking up above, wants to get a good fight on the Blood Knights, who do get a almost free charge on the Illyrian Reavers. Ooh, nasty breath attack. It's hard to get good breath attacks on things that are moving, so I'm kind of impressed that he got that much damage out on it. But the Arcane Phoenix is keeping the Vampire at bay, though I think the Arcane Phoenix costs more. And by the way, this is working perfectly. I see no issues with this at all. This is just exactly how the game is supposed to go. But honestly, the Vampire is more useless than the Arcane Phoenix. The Arcane Phoenix needs to be getting stuff done rather than stopping the Vampire from doing very much. But by the way, did I mention that that was working perfectly? Everything up there was totally normal and fine. Yeah, it was. First heal out, but I saw one of the Blood Knights fade away, so already Kemmler is down to 1.5 Blood Knights from 3. Not enjoying that very much. No, sir. No, he is not. The frontline fight has started as the Black Coaches still try and charge up. And by the way, have I just mentioned that this is working perfectly? Like, this is going exactly how this normally should go. Can I just mention, can somebody acknowledge that this is just great unit interaction and flying units have no issues at all as a Fate of Buna hits the Fireborn, taking them out of the fight right away, and Blood Knights are going to go chase them down, it looks like, but those High Elves are maybe faster. Yeah, they are significantly faster, so they might be able to get to safety. As the Arcane Phoenix gives up its completely amazing chase of the Vampire to instead dive on those Blood Knights, but the Fireborn being knocked out is pretty brutal for the High Elves. Black Coaches, both of them charging up. Charging up as they disrupt some of the archers. And the undead are spilling over the front lines, though a couple of them have been briefly forgotten. They do need to keep moving. But the Vampires seem to be focusing their micro on making sure the Fireborn keep routing. Other Dragon Princes and the Arcane Phoenix going to rear charge the Blood Knights. And honestly, I think this might end up being good for the High Elves. Because the Dragon Princes are about to hit, and then you're going to get a free rear charge on the Blood Knights, and the Arcane Phoenix will be able to help out. And this is all to chase down the Fireborn, who like are kind of outrunning them anyway. So that's not ideal. Kemmler and the boys trying to fight Imric. Kemmler doesn't have that good of melee stats, and he could always summon Krell, and Krell has amazing melee stats, but Krell also can't find Imric. Like, if Imric wants to, he can just walk away from Krell, and then you wasted your summon. Ooh, this could be a disaster, though. The Foot Mage is stuck. Blood Knights with their anti-infantry should be able to get good hits on her, which the previous Blood Knights wouldn't be able to do, so she is actually in a significant amount of danger. Spearmen and archers trying to peel for her, and Imric might even be coming back because he might really want to save her. She throws an Earthblood on herself and the Spearmen. That's smart. She needs to stay alive. Black Coaches still trying to ramp their vigor regen and damage resistance. Both of them are pretty well charged up now. The Black Coach runs into the Spearman, almost gets rid of him. Nice juicy breath attack onto the Blood Knights, gets decent damage, aimed unfortunately not by the player, just by the AI. Aimed for not the big clump, but still got a good hit in as Imric dives onto the Black Coaches and the Blood Knights and Kemmler and the Vampire, swinging in all directions, and in comes Krell. So Krell is out. The obvious solution, oh, by the way, that thing on the far side did end up going great for the High Elves. They got the Fireborn back and they killed that other Black Knight, but sorry, Blood Knight. But Imric needs to opt out. So just let Krell exhaust himself. Imric needs to get back up into the sky. But Imric is either stuck or opting into this fight, and that is a big mistake. He's taking a lot of damage from Krell. Yeah, he's not opting out. This is just, he's staying in the fight. Because let's check Krell's value right now. Oh, only 100. Okay, so he is taking a lot of damage from other stuff. I guess it's the Black Coaches and the Vampire and Kemmler. That is a lot of stuff, to be fair. Krell's still trying to chase him down. Does need to opt out while Krell's still here. The Black Coaches and Kemmler making sure he can't get to safety. Go, Coach, go. Go, Coach, go. It's gotten good value. Go, Coach, go. His Dragon Princes need to peel off and come help Imric. Now, Imric does have a lot of healing left to him if that mage can ever be rallied. She is on foot. The Black Coach might be able to get a lot of damage onto her. In come the Dragon Princes. How did you just get to flying in the middle of all those Dragon Princes? But okay, sure, why not? Dragon Princes peel Kemmler, doing a lot of damage to him, doing a lot of damage to the Black Coach, and this could be a good turning point for the High Elves to get back into this game. Their mage is still getting chased around by a Black Coach, but foot characters before the patch are certainly a vibe. Vampire in a bit of trouble. Immortal Will is popped, but she's getting attacked by the Arcane Phoenix and Imric at the same time. Balance Power is going back towards the middle, slowly but surely. Krell's summon is about a minute away from fading out as the last of the Blood Knights fight with the last of the Dragon Princes. Not quite the last. We still have the Fireborn barely alive on the top side. Mage is dead. There is no more healing for the High Elves. It's a pretty big loss for them. The Vampire continues to poke at Imrik. The Arcane Phoenix and Imrik together will overall win, but her poke on Imrik is nice considering he has no healing. Now she, you know, if she doesn't die, then she'll be fine because she can just slowly heal up with Kemler. Krell summon, 40 seconds left. Still have archers firing in on the Black Coach, which does have a considerable amount of ward save at this point. 30% ward save. And the last of the Blood Knights charge with Kemler towards the Fireborn. The Fireborn going to take a downhill charge on them. And Imrik lands over in the infantry fight to fight against the Black Coach for a little bit. He is still pretty good against them, but now every hit they land on him is going to stick since he doesn't have that healing. So losing that healing caster was pretty brutal, as the Black Coaches are just a constant thorn in his side now. And yeah, you can see it's just keeping him on the ground, getting occasional hits in, but just not letting him back into the sky is a big enough problem. Archer's trying to peel, bounce power shifting heavily against the High Elves at this point. Blood Knights almost dead, just around 500 HP, but they're hanging on. And the two Black Coaches left mean these archers are pretty much doomed. It is down to the regular Arcane Phoenix to carry the rest of this game, as Imrik is routing and the Black Coach is more than fast enough on the ground to keep him there. So Imrik's not getting into the sky, he is just going to die. The Arcane Phoenix dives onto the Black Coach, gets a little bit of damage on it, trying to free up Imrik, but now, like, the Vampire caster can just chase him. And she does. Stabs him in the side. Arcane Phoenix doing good damage against the Black Coach. Lyran Reavers try and peel Kemler, but it's not enough. Krell is gone. Where is Krell? Krell's in hell. But for the rest, I mean, Kemler still has a good amount of summons on his person, I believe. Yeah, he's 4 zombie summons, so they're just going to rout the archers. And the Blood Knights, who are now heal capped but have a good amount of HP left to them, and the Black Coaches should be able to just cycle rout the archers over and over again. And then it's down to just an Arcane Phoenix, which I don't know if it can kill 2 fully charged Black Coaches, Kemler, and the remnants of Blood Knights and infantry. Oh yeah, this isn't Conquest. This is supposed to be Conquest, but mistakes happen. The players definitely were supposed to be on the Conquest version of this map, but again, the issue was not raised to me before this game was completed, so the result stands. I love how the Stormsmen have just been kind of AFK back there, and it doesn't matter. All of the Vampire Count's micro is just on the Black Coaches. Just a boot now. Yeah. Sorry, I'm checking chat. Krell solos Imrekt confirmed. Do you like this patch, Human Boy? I haven't gotten to play on it yet. This is from before the patch. I'm just casting these games so they don't get broken before I update. Remember when Imrik could hit things? Pepper Charm remembers. Hey, the Arcane Phoenix was the one T-posed that time. That was pretty messed up. Vampire of Death got a lot of value, but don't let that just confuse you. It was mostly the Fate of Buna onto the Fireborn. Without that Fate of Buna on the Fireborn, it'd be like an 800 gold game. Now, it did its job. He wanted to take Fate of Buna, but he had Kemler as his bound lord, but yeah. Black Coaches did very well. Blood Knight, Sword, and Shield did fine. For Black Knight, Imrik did great. The Arcane Phoenix ended up doing very well, even though it had a silly start. Both Dragon Princes got a lot of value. Archers did okay. Spearmen did all right, but you are going to have inflated values versus the amount of healing the Vampire Counts can bring, so, you know, some of that, grain of salt. Back to desktop. Back to Photoshop. Back to One Life you go, Imrik. Imrik. Okie dokie. What am I doing now? Oh, let me find my place here. There we go. So where was I? Imrik, Heinrich Kemmler, and now we have Rakarth versus Drazoeth. Another two lords. We haven't seen it all yet today, but they had like that. They didn't have a first round bye. They just started in the second round, but this is their first game versus each other. For Sipa and Sen Fishy. Can we go back to the Dark Elf section? We're in the Dark Elf section. Funny timed comment there. So Sipa on Rakarth versus Drazoeth. We have a Khainite Assassin with just Web of Shadows. Then we have Rakarth on his Scourge Runner Chariot with Beast Lord's Gaze as his only ability, so trying to keep him nice and cheap. Dread Spears and Bleak Swords across the front line, Sorceress of Shadows with Pit of Shades, and then we have Dark Riders, Shades, Dark Rider... Never mind, just regular Dark Shards, including the Bolt Fiends, and then more Shades, more Dark Riders. So no Cold One Cavalry. Versus the Chaos Dwarves, we have Orc and Goblin Laborers in the front line, a couple Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, two Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons, two Infernal Guard with Fire Glaives, the Blazing Beards of Bosrock, and an Infernal Ironsworn, and then Drazoeth the Ashen, who's currently getting Web of Shadows and Shot. And he brought Hellhammer as his only spell. Generally not considered a very good spell, as we're going to watch it hit some Dark Shards. Bam! Almost instantly deletes them. Nice job. Though it did not kill very many models, still a lot of damage. Rakarth might find himself in a little bit of danger here. He is now getting charged by the Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons, and they wrap him up actually quite nicely. He is going to take a good amount of damage here. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves also took him down to about half HP, is in tandem with the Bull Centaur Renders, but maybe it was all just a bait, as the Dark Shards, with all of their armor-piercing missiles, easily peel for Rakarth and push those Bull Centaur Renders back. So kind of a tough start for the Chaos Dwarves here so far, as the Blazing Beards of Bosrock are getting massacred right now. I don't know if they got hit with a Pit of Shades or just a lot of Shades and Dark Shards, but it is going well. But then the Infernal Guards light up the Sorceress of Shadows, routing her, maybe shattering her if they get another good volley onto her. But Drazoeth is getting very low. All of these armor-piercing shots from the Dark Shards are getting to be a nuisance for the Chaos Dwarves. And the Chaos Dwarves got to find a way to get these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders onto the backline and stop some of this shooting, because the front to back isn't going to work too great for them. We can see the Bull Centaur Renders are getting pin cushioned. Infernal Guard Fire Glaives are not meant for shooting other ranged units, so we got to find some way to get in the backline. But the Dark Elf caster is dead, so no Pit of Shades left for you in this game. Infernal Guard still firing sideways. Bull Centaur Renders dealing with Dark Riders. And here the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders do get back into the Shades. They're getting really good damage out. Shades are trading back because Shades have hybrid stats, and Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are very squishy. But still, good job shutting down the Shades. Like it overall. Infernal Ironsworn getting pin cushioned. The Chaos Dwarves are just starting to fall behind slowly on the balance of power as they're getting whittled down by all of these armor-piercing missiles. Definitely agree. Like, it is looking like a Dark Elf favored game so far, as we can still see a lot of Dark Shards and Shades left alive and firing. Somehow these Bull Centaur Renders ended up stuck in Dread Spears and just getting shot for a lot of the game. I have seen them here for quite a while, so they do need to find a way out of this situation and onto the back line. They just need to start harassing any ranged unit they can find. Drazoeth is starting to do that himself, though I wonder if anybody's going to go shoot him. Looks like Rakarth and Khainite Assassin are both heading back his way. Drazoeth is getting pretty low on HP. Bull Centaur Renders as well. And the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, one of them got deleted off screen by the Dark Shards. I imagine we'll get to see it happen this time, as a lot of Shades and Dark Shards are in range, but they're actually going to focus on the Bull Centaur Renders first. The Archers are not scared of the Fireglaves at all. They're scared of the Bull Centaur Renders, so they're going to pincushion those guys first. Another Hellhammer is out, but Drazoeth shatters, leading to army losses, just as another Hellhammer comes down. Khainite Assassin did well. Rakarth did not die, so I guess that's the most he could do. You can see the Dark Shards all paid for themselves with a little bit of extra change. Shades did pretty darn well as well, so this was just the armor-piercing missile show, while Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, and Dark Riders ate shit for as long as possible. I need you to die, but I need you to die as slowly as possible while the Dark Shards carry this game. For Prime, send Fishy. Drazoeth got around 1,000 value. Infernal Guard, Fireglaves did fine. Infernal Ironsworn, the front line struggled. Hogwell Wolf Raider struggled. Bull Centaur Renders did okay for a bit, but then they got ground down. Drazoeth. Down to the 1 life category. And I have run it in the 90s. Making sure you're on the right screen so you don't see a bunch of spoilers. So we did not get to see Settra the Imperishable versus Malekith. Malekith's player had to surrender because they didn't have the time to play, which is fine. So this is your first time seeing Settra today, but this is his second technical matchup versus Crone Hellebron. Oops. Didn't want to do that. I need to go find the Hellebron thing first. Hellebron. 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 Captain Telis versus number 623 in line for Bonnie Blue, PA. What the hell does that mean? Waiter, more Dark Elf replays. All right, for Captain Telis and his skirmishers, apparently. 4 skeleton horse archers, Settra the Imperishable on the Chariot of the Gods. You love to see it, even though it is objectively worse than his Kemrian War Sphinx. And remember, this is before the patch, so the Kemrian War Sphinx has not been nerfed yet. Captain Telis is just being a bro. Front line of skeleton spears and warriors, 2 Nahakara warriors, an Ushabti Greatbow, 2 Sparkle Stalkers, a Bone Giant, and more skeletons in the back. Settra, not fully memeing it up. He did bring Lucierion's Incantation of Vengeance, the best spell in the game before the patch. For the Dark Elves, we have Cold One Knights, Dark Riders, a Charybdis before the buffs, Bleak Swords, Witch Elves, more Cold One Knights before the nerfs, Crone Hellebron, and then a Firecaster with Burning Head and Cascading Firecloak, and we have Doomfire Warlocks on the high ground. The Skirmishers, helping to shoot at the Cold One Knights, who are also getting hit with the Lucierion's Incantation of Vengeance and Ushabti Greatbow shots. Bone Giant trying to poke down the Charybdis. And the Charybdis looks like a Hydra, but it's not a Hydra. It has no healing. So, the health it gets is what it gets. Hellebron and her Firecaster end up in some Skeleton Spearmen. I imagine we're going to see a nasty Burning Head coming through soon, but the Tomb Kings have spaced themselves in a way where there's no obvious 2-for-1 target where you can get a Burning Head through 2 things at once. Like, maybe right here is the best you're going to get. Everything else is staggered in a weird way as Settra runs around. Dark Riders Suicide Dive to stop the Ushabtis for a little bit, but they do get peeled eventually as we now get a Soul Blight in, minus armor for the Sparkle Stalkers, who do normally have 80 armor, so this is not terrible, honestly. And then a Burning Head comes through, not the angle we would have wanted, so just a little poke on the Nahakara Warriors, and it might go into the Witch Elves as well, so that's going to be very unfortunate for the Dark Elves. The Witch Elves are trying to run away, but the thing chases them down. 1 second. Hello? All right, fuck off. I'm expecting a call about Grace's car, but the number didn't look familiar, so I was pretty sure it was spam. It's spam. All right, so that Burning Head was a bit of a tragedy for the Dark Elves. It didn't go the right angle, and it ended up hitting their own Witch Elves. But elsewhere, they have gotten in the back line. They are shutting down the Sparkle Stalkers. They are hitting the Ushabti Greatbows, and the Charybdis is here. And now the Charybdis gets to duel the Bone Giant, which is usually terrible for the Bone Giant. So your big artillery monster is not going to be able to fight the rest of the game. The Charybdis is going to take a long time to kill him. Oh my goodness. 11,000 HP left and has a weapon strength of 500. It has to hit him 22 times in a row to kill him. Oh, Charybdis, you might need a weapon strength buff if you're going to duel big monsters, my friend, because you're going to take a while. Hellebron's in the middle of nonsense. Her Dark Riders have all routed. Her leadership is not, her HP, sorry, is not doing very well, but in come the Cold Knights onto the Sparkle Stalkers. That should be a good trade for the Dark Elves, and there's a better Burning Head. Goes through the spears just as the Cold Knights needed that help. And Bleak Swords are trying to get through the front line. Charybdis and the Sorceress trying to fight the Bone Giant. They're working on it as the Charybdis T-poses for a bit because the Sorceress got between them and it didn't know how to get past that little lady. And the Dark Elves are slowly getting it done. They're getting it done. There's an Ushabti summon out that's artificially inflating the balance of power. The Bone Giant is on the run from the Charybdis, so that's pretty much shut down. They've shut down a Sparkle Stalker. They've shut down several Skirmish Cav. Cold Knights are back onto the Ushabti Greatbows. So Dark Elves are in it. They're in it to win it. Hellebron's getting pretty low. And Cascading Fire Cloak is down for the Cold Knights, giving them a little bit more damage, a little bit more melee defense against these Skeleton Spears. We still have 3 Skeleton Horse Archers running around being a nuisance, but if we can shut down the Ushopti Great Bows, if we can shut down the Sepulchral Stalkers, I think the Dark Elves will be all right. Charybdis still trying to kill that Bone Giant. He is working on it. And he's killing them. It's just taking a minute. Taking a hot minute. Ushopti going to fade away of their own volition soon. Colden Knights are also about to rout in a second. They've lost Murderous Prowess, so they lost a lot of that extra leadership they get. Nice little Burning Head through here. And another Soul Blight is down. Those are bound spells from the Doomfire Warlock, so it's not like they're wasting Winds of Magic on it or anything. Ushopti Great Bows got away from the fight. Looks like they're turning to fire at the Dark Riders, who are currently harassing the Skeleton Horse Archers. Charybdis is still working on that Bone Giant, and don't you worry, someday he is gonna kill him. Don't you fear. Now a bunch of shooters are turning on Hellebron. 15 armor, no shield, no missile resistance. Hellebron is going to have a pretty bad time against those light skirmish cav. Cetra's taking a bit of damage, but he's still quite healthy. So can the skirmishers carry? Gaze of Cain out from Hellebron to make the Bleak Swords and Witch Elves jacked as they fight the Sepulchral Stalkers and Skeleton Warriors. Charybdis almost done with the Bone Giant. Don't you worry, gang. He's gonna finish him. He's gonna get him. He's gonna put him in the dirt. Don't you worry. He's got him. He's gonna get there. There we go. Bone Giant's finally dead. Charybdis got her done. Mysterious Incantation of Vengeance on the Doomfire Warlocks. That honestly will kill them entirely. They are going to shatter. So that unit is out of the game. For the Tomb Kings, we have very low ammo and pretty damaged skirmish cavalry. We have Cetra, who's quite healthy, and that is about it. On the other side for the Dark Elves, Hellebron is pretty much dead. The Charybdis is not feeling too good either. The Caster is very healthy, and we have some super wounded Coldwood Knights trying to rejoin the fight. This is a very close scrap, but Cetra's looking to put an end to it as he jumps in onto Hellebron. If he can kill her, that will get rid of a lot of these bare remnants of the Dark Elf army and simplify the battlefield a lot. But Hellebron and the Charybdis going to team up on Cetra, and Cetra on his chariot is not a tanky force, as the Charybdis has gotten several good hits on him, forces him away, and successfully protects Hellebron, who does not accept your protection, does not cave into fear, and instead charges Cetra. Terror routes. The Witch Queen of Cain doesn't have immune to psychology. This lady is literally insane. She terror routes away from Cetra. She's rear charging his ass. Are you kidding me? That's insane. That was not okay. I call bullshit. Redo this game. Give this lady ITP. That is nonsense. Sepulchral Stalker's getting a couple shots off. Sorceress tried to fight them briefly, but now she's regretting it. She is backing off. She's so close to routing. This is not army losses. Army losses is not even close. It's just the leadership of the Dark Elves is faltering. Without their murderous prowess and without their lord, their leadership isn't actually that good. And now we have a bad situation. The Charybdis does not want to get rear charged by Cetra, but it also doesn't want to get shot in the back. The Sorceress again has to rejoin the melee with the Sepulchral Stalkers. No matter how much she may feel about it, she needs to stop those things from getting shots on the Charybdis, who does turn, who gets another charge onto Cetra, and that one actually hits as the Sepulchral Stalkers now under attack by the last of the Witch Elves and the Sorceress, whose leadership has rebounded a bit. The Charybdis is continuing to be a nuisance for Cetra, just following him around ominously, spookily, scarily. But the Sepulchral Stalkers are free and clear. Cetra's going to take a fight with the Sorceress, and he will win that fight. But the Sepulchral Stalkers also have to deal with the Charybdis, which is now in range to fight back against them, stop them from shooting him, and get good hits on Cetra. Cetra terror outs the Sorceress as well. The Charybdis turns on the Sepulchral Stalkers and starts to get them crumbling. Dark Elves have some Bleak Swords coming back. Bleak Swords coming back. Sorceress is terror routing, not real routing. She will be back, but the Charybdis's leadership is too low. It's down to 3. It's down to -5. Don't you rout, you big stupid monster. You're gonna win. You're gonna be fine. No, it routs all of a sudden, and it is over. The Dark Elves cannot hope to win with the Charybdis routing, even though it was chilling. It was completely fine in that situation, but its leadership is just too bad. Do Sisters of Slaughter have ITP? I think they do. We can check. Dark Elves. Sisters of Slaughter do not have ITP. Neither do Witch Elves. Argonath Executioners do. Total War. I have been lurking, but now I must dash. Excellent casting so far. Best of luck with our stream. Is that Total War official? What the hell? Guys, Total War official was lurking. I feel awkward because I'm not always positive. Well, shit. Holy shit. I actually feel so awkward. Like, bruh, the official Total War channel was just lurking here, and I am not always the most positive person, and now my face is turning red. The Total War official channel is just like, all right, I gotta go, and I'm like, oh, oh shit. They were looking into City stream yesterday. Oh, dude, I feel so awkward. Oh my god. I know you on the other side of the screen are like, man, he's being really weird, but like, do try and remember that, like, this is like public speaking, like, you know. So I am nervous, even if I don't look like it sometimes, you know. And then just having, like, just getting thrown a curveball, like, Total War was watching. I'm like, oh, oh shit. What did I say? Did I say anything too mean? Oh no. That's funny. That's funny. Well, hopefully they enjoyed it. I don't know. Have a sip of my root beer. Get back into it. We got to rally. I have roughly an hour and a half left to stream, and we got to get through these replays so I can update to the patch and stop doing stuff on the old patch. So Hellebron Cetra, got it. Oh crap, there's still a lot of games. Okay. Tretch Craventail versus Malagor Dark Omen. I'll find it. Malagor versus Tretch. We have Twist versus Curio. There's nothing to feel awkward about. It's been a fun watch. Oh, they're still here. They said they left. Get out of here. That's just creeping. All right. Let's do this. We have Tretch Craventail versus Malagor Dark Omen. For Tretch and the boys, we got a spear box. Halberds and Clanrat spears all over the place. Tretch brought... What did you bring, Tretch? Stay here, I'll get help. Standard die. And Lucky Skullhelm. No Tretch's Raiders, so he doesn't believe in the boys. 3 Night Runner Slings, double Hell Pit Abomination, and a Warlock Engineer with only Flensing Ruin. On the other side, we have Beastmen, Ungor Spearman Herds, and Gore Herds. We have a bunch of Centaurs, Butchers of Kalkengard, Feral Manticores, and then some Ungor Raiders. Just a couple. The Ungor Raiders will be very important for taking out the Hell Pits. Hell Pits have decent armor and a little bit of missile resistance, but they still hate getting pincushioned by mass arrows. Malagor is going to have a field day with his Flock of Dooms in this tight Skaven formation. I love how Boris's portrait looks like a Zoom meeting. Yeah, I stole all the other ones from screenshotting the campaign screen where you select what faction you're going to play, and since I can't select the Red Duke or Boris, I had to steal them from the normal battle lobby. But enough about that, as the Stormvermin Halberds are getting into fights with the Gore Herds. They should win those fights, but the main problem is going to be the Throwing Axes, the Archers, and the Flock of Dooms. Not really the Gore Herds. Stormvermin Halberds, especially with Hell Pit and Tretch support, will just body Gore Herds. It's not really going to be close. Double Manticores moving in to provide terror. Butchers of Kalkengard also looking for their way in, but they don't want to carelessly end up in a bad fight, because Stormvermin Halberds got buffed a few patches ago, and they're pretty scary now. Like, you don't want to mess with them in melee. You just want to shoot them or use spells. First Flensing Runes out onto Malagor. Very good spell versus him. He has a crazy low HP pool, but he's very hard to shoot or hit in melee, so really hitting him with spells is the best way to get rid of him. The Hell Pit Abominations are having a pretty bad time. As you can see, the archers have just been hitting those guys. I imagine their value is actually pretty good already. Yeah, 630 from shooting the Hell Pits. It's quite brutal. But the Hell Pits may finally get the fight they want. As the Manticores have landed, the Hell Pits spring into action, slamming those guys. They do get good damage in the 1v1, as long as they don't turn their butts around. When they turn their butts around and do that animation where they hit you with their tail, then they open themselves up to rear attacks, and that's not good. Don't do that. Butchers of Kalkengard getting through the front line, terror routing off some clan rats, but the Stormvermin Halberds will hold for much longer. And overall, the Skaven front line's doing pretty good. We have one Gore Herd that snuck through and is onto the Night Runner Slings, but the Night Runner Slings aren't actually the carry potential of the Skaven here. It is the double Hell Pit Abomination that's meant to kill everything, which is why the box is interesting. If you had the Avalanche Mortars, this box makes more sense, but now is the time where you need to bust out and you need to go get those archers so the Hell Pits can heal up into the late game, because look at the good damage they're doing onto the Butchers, the good damage they did on the Manticores. That's what you need, but you needed to kind of treat the Night Runner Slingers as bait, get exactly the fight you got, but now the baiting part is done, and turn your build into an aggressive build. You have better infantry, you have better monsters, and you have better melee characters. Get out there and fight, but they are just staying in the pit and they're getting shot for it, so that's turning into a pretty bad situation. Now, it is not over. If the Hell Pits get healing, you can push off the Butchers of Kalkengard, and then you can force path through, get onto those Raiders, and then they can definitely win the long game for sure. Both Hell Pits can slowly heal up. Malagor has no good anti-Hell Pit spells. Tretch is safe, so it's not like you're worried about your leadership. There's no problems there. It's just if we're going to get the heal proc, because if this Hell Pit instantly deletes itself, if it unalives in front of our very eyes, it's going to be a big problem. So we need to see if it gets good RNG or not. Manticore's coming back, but they really don't stand much of a chance. They're going to land, get one hit, and then get hit and return and immediately route off. They'll be fine. Hell Pits, you need to heal to save Tretch and the boys as the Halberds continue to grind through the Centaurs. Butchers of Kalkengard, nearly a spent force. We have more Halberds and Spears over here, pushing these guys back. They're doing great. What is that? Is that a Flensing Rune? I don't know what that was. I think it got canceled, so it was probably a Flensing Rune for the Warlock Engineer. He really wants to give it to that Manticore and not Malagor. I'm guessing he's prioritizing getting rid of more sources of terror, and since the Manticore's HP was so low, he's thinking he can just get rid of it with a Flensing Ruin, and that is true. I would personally think Malagor is your only way to win this. Hell Pit got its first burst of healing. That's the first 50-50 check passed, as the other Hell Pit's still fighting the Butchers of Kalkengard, who do not care at all. They have been so low on HP. Another heal cast. They've been so low on HP for so long, but they're just not retreating, as the Hell Pit has stay here, I'll get help, extra leadership, and it's still routing. But those Centaurs aren't close enough to get to it, so it should rally. There go the Butchers of Kalkengard. Can we keep healing? The Ungor Raiders are running out of ammunition. They have to have insane value. 2,000 value for that basic Beastman Archer just shooting my poor Hell Pits. And the other one had attack orders onto the other Hell Pit that ran away, so they did walk into melee. A little bit of a whoopsie daisy there as the Manticore does land in. It's gonna get good damage down. Hell Pit charges into the Centaur. Centaur's getting really good damage onto him. He only has 40 armor because he's exhausted. I forgot that being exhausted reduces your armor. He gets another heal proc. This is the luckiest Hell Pit Abomination in the entire world. Gets another heal proc. That's the boy. I mean, he still routes, but you know, he's trying. he's doing his best. Leave him alone as the archers get back to safety. Shoot the Hell Pit Abomination again. The Manticore finally manages to land on the Warlock Engineer. The Hell Pit and Tretch still doing it as the Stormvermin Halberds finally rout. Tretch is full HP, so I mean, can the Beastmen even win? They have to kill a full HP Tretch after this. I don't think. That one. So that one got all of the luck. This one over here finally does break apart into the Skaven Slave Spear blob, and now that's going to be a problem because they'll fade away. The other Skaven Slave Spears are out as well, so both Hell Pits are gone. No more healing for the Skaven. The Beastmen have the point, and they're already 300 tickets up. And that's probably GG. If there's only one viewer and he writes in chat, you can definitely say who is watching. Yeah, if you cannot see who the viewer is on YouTube. I mean, there's probably a list somewhere. I'm just not looking at it because I'm busy watching the game and talking to you people. All right. Took a drink of my beverage while we watch the Skaven Slaves disperse. Another Howling Warp Gale onto the Feral Manticore. I don't hate that. at this point, since you didn't use all of your Cleansing Ruins on Malagor, now it's kind of a foregone conclusion you're not going to kill him with Cleansing Ruins in time. And they're not worried about him. His Flock of Dooms are next to useless versus Tretch and the Warlock Engineer, so they're just trying to kill the Manticore who could actually be useful. I don't hate it. It's fine. I do think the second Cleansing Rune should have gone onto Malagor, and then the third one going onto him would have killed him. But since that didn't happen in the game state you're currently in, I think that Cleansing Rune on the Manticore was fine to finish it off. But Army losses hits, and Tretch gets knocked down to the lower bracket in a pretty interesting game with the double hell pits. Though we did unfortunately see the reason I am generally not one who advocates for double hell pits into any faction is because basic archers rub their little fingers together and just go, yes, yes. Free value for me. I don't want to look at the value on the archers. I'm going to skip it. 1700 for Malagor. Gore Herds did okay, but not great. Centaurs did fine chasing stuff down. Centaurs with throwing axes did excellently. Manticores did not get a lot of value. Butchers only got 800. All right, let's look. 1,300 for one archer, 2,000 for the other, and those archers each cost 425 gold. No, I'm not saying they're OP. Not at all. It's that hell pits are perfect targets for archers to just shoot and shoot and shoot as long as you can keep them safe. All right, GG. Checking up on chat. Chat popped off because of Total War popping in and saying hi. Tretch moves down to lower bracket. Bim, bam, boom. There he goes. There's the boy. Throt and Tretch down in the 1 life category. OP Queek. Still alive with 2. It's the lad. Okay, where was Tretch? Malagor Tretch. Delete that so I don't cast it again. Pull up the bracket so I know what I'm looking for. Alarielle and King Lewin. So we have not seen Alarielle yet today. We did see Lewin earlier. So this was Alarielle got a bye round. And Lewin fought his way to her. To the leader. Welcome back to the Infinite Void, and welcome back to the game. Triple Grail Knight and a Hippogriff Knight with just some basic peasants. That is an elite build if I've ever seen one.
It's dire, so be on your guard.
I had a cave Total War had anything to do with it, but YouTube Autoplay brought me here. Happy to see you, Mefsum. Hopefully you're having a good time. For the Bretonnia build, it is very small. We have 2 field trebuchets, which are buffed on the current patch, but we are on the old patch, casting some replays quick before transitioning to the live patch for the rest of the tournament. Triple Grail Knights, Royal Hippogriff Knight, a bunch of peasant mobs, Lewin Leoncar, and then Damsel of Life with Earthblood. On the other side, we have 4 Spearmen, 5 Archers, the Fireborn, another Dragon Prince, a Metalcaster with Plague of Rust, for triple Dragon Princes, one of which is the Fireborn, Frostheart Phoenix, and Alarielle the Radiant with Earthblood and Tempest and Heart of Avalorn. Interesting. So this is a full buff the Dragon Princes build where you'll reduce the armor of the Grail Knights if the Dragon Prince's non-armor piercing doesn't matter, and then you debuff them with the Frostheart Phoenix, the slow and the melee attack debuff, and then you buff them up with this lady too with just heals. I'm a little worried how far the fight is getting away from the Plague of Rust caster though. Because they're kind of getting dragged away, where now if you get the fight, I don't know if you're even in range to Plague of Rust. And as they got drawn out, the Grail Knights just plow into the archers, while trebuchets try and support the Grail Knights a little bit. Dragon Princes get a counter charge in, but the Grail Knights are going to way outclass them. Grail Knights with their armor piercing versus non-armor piercing Dragon Princes, it's just not a fair fight. You can see some of the Grail Knights are distracted by High Elf archers, and they're still doing that much damage to the Dragon Princes. It's not a fight that the High Elves want without Plague of Rust. So here's the real attempt from the High Elves, but already things are going bad. Earthblood Overcast trying to save the Fireborn, but they're so damaged. They need a Heart of Avalorn, and they need it immediately, but it's not in range just yet. Alarielle is here, but the Tear Out has already come in, so the heal is going to be too late, and the Grail Knights ran... Oh, they just ran over the poor Fireborn. Fireborn are dead. Dragon Princes are dead. Over here, other Dragon Princes also doing poorly, and Bretonnia is schooling these elves at how cavalry works. Frostart Phoenix and Alarielle tried to support that fight as best they could, but they really couldn't. Archers ended up just kind of wandering over here. They wanted to get in the fight, but then one Grail Knight peeled away and caused a bunch of disruptions. They couldn't get true shots off. The Trebuchets are continuing to support, and the Spearmen easily beat up the peasant mobs, but Bretonnia didn't care about that. They didn't invest in the peasant mobs at all. They just didn't want the spears to participate in the cav fights. So Bretonnia got what they wanted. They got honest, true 1v1 cav duels, which they won. And now it's on them to just clean up the rest of the game. Hippogriff Knights getting hit with a Tempest while fighting the Frostart Phoenix. Grail Knights are coming back to say hello to the Frostart Phoenix as well. Bretonnian Caster is dead. No healing for them. If the Dragon Princes, if any of them can rally back to the fight, if the game goes crazy long, Bretonnia could lose it after not having a caster. And there is the Heart of Avalorn down. Start of Avalorn, sorry. Heart's Tyrion's one. Just trying to heal up the Frostart Phoenix, keep it in the fight while two archers fire in for free. And like we just said, Bretonnia has no caster anymore, so all this damage is going to stick as the High Elves try and get back into this game. Really clutch heal in the Frostart Phoenix. It's been just hovering around no leadership forever, but it barely stays in it. And the Hippogriff Knights are actually taking a ton of damage. However, disaster strikes for the High Elves as the Grail Knights did get onto the back line of the main archer force. All of them are routing or super close to routing, so we just have these two archers over here. It looks like the Bretonnians have assessed the archers need to go. Hippogriff's going to land on the archers, knocking those guys around, doing tons of damage. And still one of the Trebs is firing. The other one got shut down by Spearmen. Hey, Crown Metal. Thanks, Myth. I love being second monitor entertainment. Anyway, Alarielle now surrounded by Grail Knights, and Lewin is here, offering a little bit more buffs. So that is probably going to be GG if she gets truly soloed out. Losing your Lord and Caster while your leadership is already blinking in several areas just means if Larry dies, those archers are all going to rout of their own volition. And then with no archers, you just have a couple spears versus the might of Bretonnia, which doesn't seem like a fair fight. Hey, Bretonnia even got their damsel back, and she's now spamming Earthbloods while running away. Huh. Would you look at that? So Larry's dead, Bretonnia got their caster back, and that is GG. I have to throw in the towel. For Odium Otis, Grail Knights got crazy good value. Hippogriffs did fine. Trebuchets did okay. Lewin did well. Phoenix King, Larry got more value than I would have expected out of her. I think it was from that Tempest and then fighting for a bit. Archers did fine. Dragon Princes suffered a bit. Frostart Phoenix did okay. Almost clicked into spoiler territory. Can't do that. As Larry falls down to the lower bracket. And that's I'm gonna separate out this cluster in the bottom corner a little bit. There's too many people here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go on. Go on. So I need to find Larry and Lewin. There we go. Delete that. Alethanar versus Astragoth is next. We have not seen either of these lords yet. They were another one that, like, they didn't have a bye round. They just had their first matchup in the second round. Oh, there you are. I was having trouble finding it. Taurusson on Alethanar versus Archangels, Chaos Dwarves, Astragoth. Bye, Mephism. Double Star Dragon, Alethanar with his Moonbow. This is before his buffs. He is not buffed yet. Then we have Mage of Life with Regrowth, Lion Chariots of Krace, a front line of Rangers backed up by Fireborn and Illyrian Reavers. Pretty small build for the High Elves. The other side for the Chaos Dwarves, triple Hobgoblin Bolt Thrower, the new unit added for free. 4 Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with Spears. 4 Hobgoblin Stinky Gits, a front line of Chaos Dwarf Warriors, Orc Laborers, and the Blazing Grids of Bozrok with Astragoth Iron Hand on the front line, Cascading Fire Cloak, and Flamestorm for him. Who's the High Elf caster? Life caster. Regrowth. Got it. I remember that now. Pancreas No Work finally did his Bretonnia vid, and it's fantastic. Also, Hummus, go do a vid with him and Lore Crimes already, you schmuck. I don't know who these people are. Leith just shooting at the Bull Centaur renders while the bolt throwers fire at the Star Dragons. Getting slow poke damage done, I guess. Ooh, nasty breath attack incoming. Ah! Oh, not that bad. A little worse than those Chaos Dwarfs. I suppose they do have fire resistance, don't they? Yeah, they do. Chaos Dwarfs getting saved by their fire resist. 35%. Star Dragon's trying to land. This will make it a little less able to dodge those bolt thrower shots. Not that it was trying too hard to. And this one is going to land on Astragoth. He pops Cascading Fire Cloak, and he is very happy to take this fight with its back turned to his bolt throwers, so he's not getting in the way of any of those shots. He does get a couple good hits in on the Star Dragon. So Star Dragon's not having a good time so far as the Lethanar continues to skirmish out with everything. I don't know. He's still shooting at the Bull Centaur renders, I guess, as the triple bolt. The Hobgoblin bolt throwers are all firing back while Lethanar is firing at the Bull Centaur renders. Look at him. Look at him go. I remember they had a placeholder model that was literally just the greenskin one reskinned. It wasn't even recolored. It was literally the greenskin one in a placeholder early build. And I was like, oh, that's a little odd. And then on release, it was how it was supposed to be. Doesn't know Germa, doesn't know Pancreas, what the hell? I guess I'm just uncultured and a heathen. I watched a lot of Turin before I started making content. And then when I started making content, I didn't watch very much content anymore because the last thing I want to do after making content is watch more content. All right, Star Dragon's just trying to use all their breath attacks on the enemy infantry as the bolt throwers are getting free shots out, but you think these things would be getting buku value. Hey, not Orc Laborers, who cares about them? Only 270 value on that bolt thrower so far. 350 on this one. So Halves are just trying to take this out, and because it's a replay, I can do this. Fast forward. Dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun. Chariots are charging in, and then they're running away. Oh no, we've been caught. Lion Chariots taking a little bit of damage from the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders that are surrounding them as the Star Dragons go in for another fight with the Blazing Beards of Bosrock. Meanwhile, bolt throwers continue to shoot at them and get somehow not amazing value. You think they'd be getting crazy value. Fireborn charge into the Hobgoblin Cutthroats, Sneaky Gits, Murderous Gits, whatever you want to call them. We have some Illyrian Reavers that may have been forgotten in the distance. Lethanar's used a lot of his ammo on the Bull Centaur Renders, who are already at half HP before the fights even started. And the Star Dragon's heal cap has appeared as Astragoth beats the crap out of it in melee, and various bolt throwers poke it. Just poke it. Moonbow is out, hits some Bull Centaurs. Looks like it killed a model. Just one. Lion Chariots of Krace did take a lot of damage from those Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. So they are out of here. It's looking a little rough for the High Elves, honestly. Star Dragon's not feeling too good. High Elf Ranger's not feeling too good. Lion Chariot got instantly deleted without getting to do anything. Yeah, 300 value and that thing is dead. Another regrowth for a Star Dragon, probably going to heal cap that one. Now this might be the turning point. Astragoth probably can't fight 2 Star Dragons. That's probably too much to expect out of him, but he pops Cascading Fire Cloak and he says, I'm going to try. You want to bet? I'll kill them both. He's getting some decent damage, and the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders charge in. They're almost getting the Star Dragon to rout on leadership, and is on fire, so the regrowth isn't getting as much value as it otherwise would. Rangers have reached the Hobgoblin Bolt Throwers to shut it down. Fireborn reached another one, taking that offline, but still there is another firing away at these Star Dragons. And if there was ever a game Hobgoblin Bolt Throwers would get good value, it is this game. They have had such good targets and so long to shoot at them. They're all doing all right. They've all paid for themselves and a little bit of change on the side. Just don't bring up Marathi around Pancreas, he gets jealous. Okay, all right, sure. All right. One of the Star Dragons is officially dead, the one that was nearly heal capped. The other one looks like it hasn't gotten any healing yet as the Bull Centaur Renders are trying to keep it on the ground. Chaos Dwarfs still control the point, so if this game continues to go on for a while, they will just win by default. Lethanar is firing away as best he can, but the Bull Centaur Renders do catch up to the Star Dragon, which is getting yet another regrowth. Is it overcast or undercast? It is overcast, so that'll be a huge heal for the Star Dragon. There is no fire damage on it just yet, so it is getting the full value of that heal currently. High Elves, The Rangers are about a spent force. The Fireborn are pretty much dead. We still have a full health tactical reserve Illyrian Reaver that has been forgotten at this point. And Aleth is in some trouble. I don't know how the High Elves kill all this stuff. This looks like too much stuff. Aleth is dealing with Astrogoth, and Aleth has pretty good melee stats, even though he's an archer character. 47, 51, 400 weapon strength. He'll do okay. Astrogoth is better, but he's also significantly injured. I just think the game's going to army loss before Aleth or Astrogoth die. It's the last the High Elf Infantry does rout away. Oh, that was a big chunk of HP. Holy crap. I suppose he does have 700 weapon strength. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Army loss is closing in as the second Star Dragon routes. It's not going to be able to get off the ground, so it will eventually get dragged down by the hunters behind it. Army losses hits. The Chaos Dwarves stay alive. For Torreson, Alethanar, despite shooting all that time, only got 930 value. Dragons did okay, but not amazing. For Archangel, Astrogoth got great value. Both Centaur Rangers did pretty well. Hobgoblin and Sneaky Gits did fine. Chaos Dwarf Warriors got mostly killed by Star Dragons. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders did well, and the Bolt Throwers did well. GG. Welcome to the Infinite Void. Whee! Boop. So who did we just lose? Alethanar. There you are. Welcome to the One Life category, gang. How many replays left on the day? A lot. A lot. Boris Todbringer versus Tyrion. And then Grease's Goldtooth versus Wulfric. We can do this. Boris versus Tyrion. Tyrion. Ooh. Ride of Rohan versus Krell Metal. Let's go. Let's go. So we've seen Tyrion today versus Archaon. Boris got a bye round. This is the first time seeing Boris and the boys. Ride of Rohan. Bring in Sword Masters of Hoeth. You'll love to see it. Pre-buff. Then they're going to get some buffs. For the High Elves, front line of Rangers, backed up with Swordmasters of Hoeth, a Firecaster with Piercing Bolts of Burning and Burning Head, Tyrion with Sunfang and Fate and Riposte, 2 Bolt Throwers, then Silver Helms, and the Heralds of the Wind. Illyrian Reaver ROR. On the other side for Krell Metal and the Empire, we have 1 Hawkland Long Rifle, then a bunch of state troops, 2 Halberdiers, a metric crap ton of Spearmen, some shielded, some not, and then triple Demigryph Knights with Halberds. We have Beastcaster with Flock of Doom, a Lifecaster with Earthblood, and Boris Todbringer. Normally in tournaments, we limit you to 5 Spearmen, but again, this was not brought up to me before the game happened, and no one talked about it afterwards, so whatever the result is, stands. Anticity said 10 is legal. I think those are his tournaments and domination and stuff. Yeah. Domination, I don't think they have the same unit caps. It depends. Each tournament hosts those things differently. The Bolt Throwers trying to take out the Hawkland Long Rifles and secure the ranged advantage while the Demigryph Knights get set up on the sides. Demigryph Knights should do well into the Silver Helms. Anticity is a traitor. Traitor! And here we go. Silver Helms charging forward. Demigryph Knight's going to start to fall back. And the Swordmasters have a lot of people to go kill. Because there's a crap ton of Empire State troops as Swordmasters get tucked into these Spearmen. I feel bad for those Spearmen. Tyrion runs up to help the Silver Helms in a big old fight against the Demigryph Knights, and they're on top of Empire Spears. This should be a bad time for the Silver Helms overall, as long as they don't get too focused fighting Tyrion, because they can't really hit him too well, but kill the Silver Helms first. First heal in for the Demigryph Knights as well, and Boris is going to dive over here. Bolt Throwers were trying to help with the blob fight, but they're not so much anymore. Oh, is that a Piercing Bolts of Burning? That's an overcasted Piercing Bolts of Burning on all 3 Demigryph Knights. Oh! Oh! It's happening! It's happening! So much damage! How much was that one cast? 1,300 value on one cast of Piercing Bolts of Burning. That is brutal. And very satisfying to see just like a blob get hit with a big old spill. Swordmasters and Rangers are ripping through the Empire front line because basic Empire State troops cannot stand up to High Elf infantry blending units. That's a little bit too much to ask of them, as a Burning Head from the High Elves does do a little bit of friendly fire, so Marathi definitely taught that mage how to do things. Teclis is like, I don't recognize that one. I have no idea why Teclis is from the Southwest United States, and I refuse to answer any questions on this. That right there don't look like no elf I ever did see. I tell you what. I'm really stupid and it hurts. Demigryph Knight's still trying to fight after losing all those models to the Piercing Bolts of Burning. Boris is going to dive in onto Tyrion, get a little bit of damage on him. Now, it is very possible to terror out Tyrion. He does not have immune to psychology, and Boris makes it even easier with his leadership debuff, so Tyrion actually has to back off or he'll rout, and the Demigryph Knights don't want to let that happen. Trying to snipe out the High Elf Lord when you're a little bit behind is smart. It's generally the only thing you can do when you're this far behind is just go for a Hail Mary Lord snipe and hope to leadership bomb everybody else to death. We lost our Amber Wizard. Life Wizard's still around, so the Empire brought duplicates. That's my wins magic. I don't know you. Anyway. Beastcaster is routing. We'll see if the High Elves even have the resources to chase him off for now as the Demigryph Knights continue to bump and grind, but now they're bumping grinding on top of Swordmasters, which, though they're anti-infantry, they still have really good stats and strong armor piercing, high weapon strength, so if the Demigryph Knights stay on them for too long, the Swordmasters are going to kill them all. Hochland Long Rifle's still firing, but the Heralds of the Wind quickly going to run them down. Let's watch little Hochland Long Rifles get punted, shall we? Whee! And they will rout quickly after that. Tyrion hunts down some Demigryphs. Wow, Tyrion is hunting Demigryphs. That's crazy. Normally you wouldn't want anything to do with them, but he mostly wants to get his heal. He wants to get his heal, so he wants to take damage, but he doesn't want to do it while Boris is around, otherwise he'll rout. So this is actually smart. I don't know if Ryder was doing this intentionally or if he was just like Tyrion chased that wounded Demigryph, but I honestly think he is trying to take damage. Because the heal is super worth it. Jacks him way up, and then he can deal with Boris again. Because at his current HP, if Boris dives him, he's just going to terror out on contact and then route off the map. There we go. Yeah, got his huge heal, and now he just doesn't care. Well, he will care if the Demigryphs keeps doing this much damage to him. Yee! Some Silver Helms are coming to help him out. There we go. Other Silver Helms are going to rear charge, and they'll be fine. So net gain for Tyrion on the HP front. As the bolt throwers have long since abandoned their artillery pieces, now they're just running around in circles. Boris lands in, gets a really juicy hit onto Tyrion, and terror routs him anyway, despite the heals. Still did enough damage to just knock Tyrion out, but it is just a terror rout. He won't naturally rout, so he is going to come back, which is actually a pretty big win for Tyrion. Flock of Doomcaster is back and casting some spells while the Jade Wizard now runs away because the Swordmasters got onto him for a bit. The Demigryph Knights refuse to give up the fight. A lot of them are fighting to the very end. Probably got decent value this game, but the Heralds of the Wind run down the Beastcaster, and Boris again goes for Tyrion. Tyrion, if you have Feint and Riposte up, you have more than enough stats to deal with Boris. Boris only has 35-40 for stats. He heavily relies on his charge bonus and terror routes. Tyrion in the prolonged fight will whoop on the boy. 45 seconds till his next heal is up, so we are really hoping for a Feint and Riposte if he is just going to stand and fight Boris. Elsewhere, the Empire is in total shambles. It is down to Boris's HP is the only thing keeping them in this game. Order comes. But that's looking like GG. Tyrion's probably got it. One hit. Come on, buddy. Hit him. Bap. That was a good hit. I honestly thought it would trigger army losses. I guess it needs another one. Give him another bop. Give him another bop. He's right in the chopper. Bop. There it is. That's the bop we needed. GG's. 2,000 damage value for Tyrion. 1,500 for the Piercing Bolts of Burning caster. After that one cast, they got like 200 value for the rest of the game. Rangers did fine. Swordmasters did fine. This Ranger killed 200 Imperials. Ugh. For Krell, Boris got 800 value, mostly just around for his debuffs, as we said before. Spearmen got churned through by the High Elves eventually. Hawk and Long Rifles did not get a lot of damage out, which is weird. I thought they were up for quite a while, but maybe they just weren't being able to hit very much. Demigryph Knights did okay after getting slammed in a blob. After the blob, they performed quite well. GG. Desktop, pull this up. Where is Boris? Oh yeah, shiny Boris. Shiny. Where's the Red Duke? There he is. Notice how the Red Duke also looks a little different? It's their non-campaign pictures. Okay, you were on the right screen, so I need to delete that, replay, and then we need Greasus and Wulfric. I don't know if that exists. Did he surrender? No, he did. It's right here. War God versus Pinkbeard. Gracious Goldtooth. This is before his monstrous impact buffs, and this is before the ogre's nerfs. For the Ogre Kingdoms, we have a couple Blood Vultures, Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, Gnoblar front line, some Gnoblar Trappers in here as well, 2 Lead Belchers, the Amplepeak Greybacks, and Greasus Goldtooth with a Butcher of Beasts. Block of Doom for that, Greasus Goldtooth himself, actually pretty kitted out. Scepter of the Titans, Cash Cascade, everyone has their prize, Horde Master, and Over Tyrant's Crown. On the other side, for Norsca, we did have a boat go through some Gnoblars, I heard it. Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots, Marauder Ice Wolves, Skin Wolves, a front line of Spears and Marauders, 4 of those Jav Throwers, which are very strong, a Firecaster with just Burning Head, Wulfric with Sword of Torgald, Hunter of Champions, and Seafang, and then more dogs in the back with Skin Wolves, but those Skin Wolves look like they're getting forgotten, so they do need to move up. Come on, buddy. All right, Marauder Hunter Javelins trying to get in range, trying to fire at the Lead Belchers. The Norscan Ice Wolf Chariots did overextend a bit, and they got heavily punished by the Amplepeak Greybacks and the Ogre Bulls. Chariots versus Ogre Kingdoms is generally pretty hard to pull off because they have so much mass that the Chariots can't often go where they want to. Skin Wolves and Dogs set up on the flanks, but they do need to get moving a little quicker. Other ones that were maybe potentially forgotten have not been. They are charging into the fight. Speaking of charging into the fight, the Wonder Wagon of Greasus Goldtooth. Quickly routing off Marauder Spearmen as dogs plow in. Norsca's onto the backline with Burning Head to get rid of the Gnoblars and a dog charge in to distract Lead Belchers. Norscan Ice Wolves and the Skin Wolves are starting to get involved now. The other ones are also closing in, so Norsca is going for a bit of a threat overload. But Pigman / War God, I used to know him as Pigman, he's War God now. Got rid of a lot of those Jav Throwers, honestly. Only 1 is up and shooting. 3 are routing away right now, so really good target priority there. Wulfric is dueling with Greasus, who is fully surrounded by Skin Wolves, and Hunter of Champions is down. Greasus could be in a lot of trouble here, but Wulfric's also taking a lot of damage from Greasus. He's going to back off, leave the Skin Wolves to that fight. The backline fight is not going great for Norsca. Wulfric hops in to help out a little bit, but a lot of Ogre Bulls are dying. A beautiful Seafang to help out the Norscan Ice Wolves get through that backline. The Amplepeak Greybacks are doing really good work versus the Skin Wolves wherever they are, and Gnoblar Trappers are doing well. I suppose some of these are Lead Belchers, though, so they're not helping the melee that much. Maybe this melee is going fine for Norsca. Maybe. Possibly. Potentially. Greasus is getting very low. He's going to need a tier 3 armor ability Meat Feast sooner rather than later. He does not have any healing from spells he can rely on, so he does need that army ability to get any healing in here. The Ogres, we have some Blood Vultures in the background trying to harass any of those Jav Throwers. They got rid of the last one that was still up and shooting. I think that maybe is where Greasus' health went, is that Jav Hunter got a lot of damage onto him. Ogres routing, so the Norskins have broken through this right flank, and do they go after Greasus or do they go back after the Lead Belchers, who are getting a little bit more damage out, though there are some Spearmen poking them in the buns. Norscan Ice Wolves also making it hard for them, and are the Ogres actually in trouble? That bounce power is coming right back towards the middle, as we have some Gnoblar Trappers firing in onto Norsca, but Greasus is getting low. Scepter of the Titans is out. Big damage increase for him as he tries to swing at the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire, but he's not able to turn around and really get good hits on him. There we go. He got one. Can he get another? Not right now, as Wulfric is trying to snipe out the caster. So both melee lords are trying to fight both non-melee heroes. As Greasus comes over, says hello to Wulfric. Will do a lot of damage to him, but Wulfric also does a lot of damage back. So both are kind of glass cannons at the moment because Greasus is so damaged. Wulfric's not able to get a good shot on him. As he's trying to run away, he does take a hit, and Skinwolves are back into the fight. Skinwolves are regenerating wherever they are, and the jab throwers are doing good damage whenever they come back. Lead Belcher's getting very low, but the Beast Caster is under attack by Norscan Ice Wolves yet again. Ample-Peak Greyback's getting ground down by a bunch of spears and Skinwolves. Greasus is taking money. Meat Feast to heal up the boy right when he needs it. Nice big heal. This is not the nerfed version yet. We are on the previous patch. And Cash Cascade helping out, giving some leadership to his Ample-Peak Greybacks as he tries to push through. Terror routes coming in against the Skinwolves. The Ample-Peak Greybacks cause terror, not Greasus. And another Seafang out from Wulfric onto Gnoblars. It kind of missed some of them, but it doesn't matter at this point. Most of the Gnoblars are already dead. We have Blood Vultures in the distance chasing off Norscan Warhounds. They'll eventually be back as Wulfric gets surrounded by random Ogre Bulls. They should get decent damage onto him. Solid melee attack. Yeah, they fully surrounded Wulfric now. He is in some trouble. Greasus, even after getting a Meat Feast, he's still down to 2,000 HP. He has taken so much damage throughout this game as a Burning Head goes through the Ogre Bulls. Not going to do a lot of damage at all, mostly just trying to lower their leadership and discourage them from fighting Wulfric. Bounce power shifts into the Ogre's favor after Greasus got that huge heal. And Skinwolves now thinking about breaking. Ample-Peak Greyback. Yetis still running around, still being a nuisance. They're going to rout off the Skinwolves. Norsca does not look like they have any jab throwers left. Just as I say that, I find one coming back into the fight. It looks like they're going to throw at the Butcher. Any targets are good targets for these jab throwers at this point in the game. Wulfric charges over to stop the Lead Belchers from shooting at his last guys, but everyone has their price from Greasus. Rampages Wulfric into the Yetis, into Greasus himself. This could be the end of the Wanderer. As Greasus pops his Scepter of the Titans, he's going to two-shot Wulfric. If he can swing. If he can swing, he gets a shot in with his little scooter. One more. Ah! Oh, how did you miss? You have like a billion bonus versus large. And Wulfric is going to get away. Greasus is too slow to keep up with him, even with the slows from the Ample-Peak Greybacks. Greasus. How dare you? How dare you fail me? You needed one more bap. One more true little bippity bap to end Wulfric. But this is not going to change the outcome of the game. This is looking pretty done at this point. Norsca just can't quite hold on. And they throw in the towel. Greasus and his caster both did pretty well in the end. Gnoblar Trappers did great. Lead Belchers did well overall. Ample-Peak Greybacks were the true heroes. Do you have a Skaven killing weapon surgically grafted onto your body at the hospital? No. They just gave me Warp Stone and sent me home. They said this is just a rat. Nice job shutting down those jab throwers once again. Most of them not getting a lot of value at all. Good attempt from Pinkbeard. It was good. It was good. It was a good fight. It was a good little scrap. Good little scrap arena. So who was that fell? Wulfric. No, don't select everybody. Wolfie the Wanderer. Okay. So looking at the bracket, we have 4 more games in the upper bracket, and then we have 6 elimination games to cast. So we'll stay in the upper bracket for now. Red Duke versus Zhao Ming. Undefeated lords versus each other. Let's do it. Red Duke, Zhao Ming. There we are. Maximillionaire versus Segos. Zhao Ming and Grand Cathay versus Red Duke, Vampire Counts. We have Zaytang the Watcher. Wait. Let's do it. Bum, 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 bum. Vampire Counts, we have double White King. one of which has Scabscrath, a front line of zombies, secondary line of skeleton spears, 4 Cryptors, 2 corpse carts, neither of which is an unholy lodestone. Then we do have 2 Vargeist up in the sky with the Red Duke, who has Elsif, Gaze of Nagash, Raised Dead, and Invocation of Heck. On the other side, the Grand Cathay box, Zaytang the Watcher, a Grand Cannon, a Zhengdu War Drum, 5 Iron Hail Gunners, and then a bunch of Peasant Long Spears and Jade Warrior Halberds. Jumping the Iron Dragon with just his breath attack out in front. As Zaytang, what are you going to shoot at, buddy? I don't hate when he just fires at corpse carts and kills them off, but the vampire counts did bring a lot of good targets for Zaytang, but that can also be kind of a defense mechanism if there's so many good targets that he can't possibly kill them all in time. So kind of a weird, it's a weird positive, but he does have a lot to shoot at, like depoke the Red Duke, depoke the Vargeist, depoke the corpse carts, depoke the White Kings. White King's getting poked, and since the Grand Cathay box is very far from the conquest point, they are trying to capture it quick before advancing too far. They do want to start that timer and make Grand Cathay potentially have to shuffle forward, but they also don't just want to sit here and take damage for free. They are going to advance into the melee. It's just taking a second, making sure to capture that point is nice. Cannons focusing on Cryptors. Cryptors are weak to fire damage, which Grand Cathay cannons do fire damage. And taking out those models makes the regeneration a little less powerful. Makes you use Invocation Hex on them to get those models back. Xiaoming is transformed, and Zaytang has moved on to shooting at the Red Duke, taxing his HP instead of the White Kings, deciding that it was taking too long to do too little damage to the White Kings. Oh, he brought that thing. Interesting. It's not a bad ability. It used to be overpowered, and then it got nerfed, and I haven't seen it since then. Just did a little bit of poke onto the Vargeist. It seems fine. Xiaoming harassing, and man, the vampire counts are taking a lot of damage on this advance, but they'll get here eventually. Red Duke's down to about half HP. The cannons are still lighting up Cryptors, as the vampire counts are kind of reforming line / backing off after taking all this damage. The White Kings are trying to wander in alone and like disrupt and cause a nuisance, but the Iron Hail Gunners still get a good shot on him, and now Xiaoming dives in to provide a little bit of extra damage. Zaytang still poking the Red Duke, so time does seem to be favoring Grand Cathay as they're just shooting and murdering. In go the White Kings. One takes about half HP from the Iron Hail Gunners. The other one's full HP. I like the patience overall from the vampire counts, not overextending, not getting too messed up, so I think it's a good overall strategy. I wonder if we should be getting some Gaze of Nagashes in, though, from a distance, because we saw what Kroq-Gar's Hand of the Gods did to Iron Hail Gunners. A Gaze of Nagash Overcast can do the same sort of thing, so I wonder if we maybe should have taken out a couple of them. As Xiaoming is just hitting shot after shot on the White King. Breath attack, that'll be a good one. Very nice breath attack onto those Iron Hail Gunners. Zaytang rips more shots, does manage to miss a couple, and Xiaoming pushes the White King back out of the box. Iron Hails now move to their real purpose, anti-air, taking out the Vargeist on the advance, pretty much killing them before they hit the ground. Those guys try and land on Zaytang, try and land on the cannons, and they get a little confused, don't know what to do. Sagos needs to reprioritize onto the new Vargeist coming in, but he's going to finish off the other ones first. This is a brutal game so far for the vampire counts. They have troubles, like Slaanesh, they also have some troubles breaking boxes from time to time, especially Grand Cathay boxes, as those are high leadership, high melee defense, high armor boxes with high damage. Low mobility. Grand Cathay's mobility is generally pretty bad, but their static troops are all quite strong, which is why boxing is their most efficient and sought-out strategy. Vampires have finally got into the melee. Maybe they can start to turn it around here as we have another breath attack coming in onto the cannon. I don't know exactly what that was shooting at, because whatever it was, the Red Duke ended up targeting this spot with nothing in it, which is unfortunate for the player. Not really his fault if sometimes his character picks the wrong thing. Nice Gaze in the Gash down the side of those Jade Warrior Halberds, trying to break the front line so that the zombies can get through and hit those ranged units and really drag them down to the end of the game. But like the Grand Cathay front line's just going nowhere. Jade Warrior Halberds with 45 melee defense, 80 armor. They're chilling. They have immune to psychology due to the War Drum running around, so they have more melee defense, more melee attack and immune to psychology, so they're not going to tear out. They're not even going to take a little minus from fear. And Zaytang has just been constantly harassing the Red Duke, so Vampire Counts without their Lord aren't really a faction, and Zaytang is making sure that he doesn't really get to play the game. Grand Cathay box is still mostly intact, and that is going to be GG. Segos, that was pretty clinical. Really good build, really good deployment, really good target selection. I mean, boxes aren't the most exciting thing, but if you're trying to win in this matchup, then he played it great. So I'm not gonna besmirch the man. Vampire Counts just didn't really get any value. They have a really hard time against Grand Cathay boxes. So sometimes brackets be a little unfortunate. Red Duke moves his Skype picture down over there. You guys are on that screen. Yes, you are. So no spoilers for you. There we are. Found it. Next up is Heinrich Kemmler versus Rakath. Okay. Sipa versus Tank. Tank back at it again with the double black coach. Will it work versus Dark Elves like it worked versus High Elves? My poor Vamps. Hey, you got another Vamps game here. And Tank's double black coach won versus the High Elves, so maybe you can do it again versus the other evil elves. Triple Blood Knight, Sword and Shield, double black coach, Heinrich Kemmler with Invocation to Heck, Van Hels's Dan's Macabre, and Raised Dead. Then we have a corpse card on Holy Lodestone, triple Cairn Wraith, and zombies. On the other side, for the Dark Elves, we have Rakarth on his Scourge Runner Chariot, a Bloodrack Medusa, then some Black Rock Corsair Hambos, Dread Spears, Cold One Knights, a Sorceress of Beasts with Flock of Doom, and one Doomfire Warlock. As the Cold One Knights get fights with Blood Knights, this should be Cold One Knight favored, but Blood Knights have way better just base stats, so the Cold One Knights kind of want to wait for this fight until Murderous Prowess gets popped, because then they have high enough stats to actually really churn through these guys. Good surround coming in. Ooh, and a Soul Blight. That's going to be huge. Good engagement for the Dark Elves overall. Dark Riders, sorry, other Blood Knights sneak in behind the Cold Knights. The Cold Knights are taking a lot of damage, but still, they are significantly cheaper than the Blood Knights. This is a great trade overall for the forces of the Dark Elves. And again, they really want Murderous Prowess to pop quick while we still have these guys. Ooh, Black Coach caught out. Cold Knights surround and murder the Black Coach before it gets all charged up and juicy. Oh no! Disaster strikes the vampires at the start of this game. Krell already summoned for Heinrich Kemmler to fight Cold Knights, who do have Beast Lord's Gaze, giving them damage resistance and leadership. Other Cold Knights are starting to terror out before they get that Murderous Prowess. And Blood Knights are taking a lot of damage, but Kemmler's coming over, and he has impressive healing auras. He has 2 with his Chaos Tomb Blade. And then the Blood Knight's Hunger, Chaos Tomb Blade, and he can throw down Invocations and Hack. He could definitely rally these Blood Knights, and he is even going to throw down an Overcast Invocation Hack. So he is trying to rally this situation as the Dark Elves try and put him in the dirt. Once and for all with Flock of Doom, they're like, no, 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 hurry up, go away, don't heal, don't heal, don't heal. Terror Routes from the Cairn Wraiths also hit the Doomfire Warlocks, leaving these Cold One Knights all alone. They still haven't gotten Murderous Prowess yet, so they don't get that extra leadership, and they're now starting to try and run, but they're frostbitten by the Cairn Wraiths, so they're slowed down. The Blood Knights continue to chase after the Dark Elf Riders and get them off this map. That is a pretty big win for the Vampire Counts after losing one of their Black Coaches on the high ground. Corpse Cart is running away from Rakarth, and the Dark Elf Infantry is trying to kite out away from all of the Vampire Counts infantry waddling after them. Blood Knights busy taking out some of these extra guys, but Cold Knights are coming in, and Murderous Prowess is now popped. Right, so you have a lot more melee attack, leadership, vigor per second coming back, so this is right when the Cold Knights want to take fights with Blood Knights, and we can see these Cold Knights did turn around, got their extra leadership. Now they're nearly unbreakable for the duration of that buff, and the Blood Knights just get shredded while that is true. Cairn Wraith's Blood Knight's going to fade away. We have other Cairn Wraiths and we have other Blood Knights in this area, though. They could come over and help out Kemmler a little bit. Meanwhile, the Corpse Card is still running away from Rakarth. And where did the second Black Coach end up? Did it also die? I saw one die, but I haven't seen the other, period. Nobody's captured the point yet. The Vampire Counts have some infantry over there, but so do the Dark Elves. Neither side's actually on the point right now. And the Bloodrock Medusa is just kiting, trying to get good shots onto either clumps of zombies, it looks like, or Cairn Wraiths, since the Cairn Wraiths really don't like that extra magic damage. As Rakarth clumps up the zombies, I imagine this could be a good Bloodrock shot, but she's obstructed by the concept of Rakarth being there. As Krell charges in, only 30 seconds left for him. On the far side, Kemmler and his Blood Knights fighting against the Cold One Knights. Almost routing them, but you can see they have 400 HP and they still have 14 leadership. Like, Murderous Prowess, giving them vigor back, giving them 15 base leadership. Cold Knights are nearly unbreakable as long as that's active. Then when it wears off, they can get tired again and they can get all sleepy. Blood Knights fading away as the Cold Knights grind them down. Krell is about to desummon himself, so the bounce power gets tragically bad for the Vampire Counts as some of their zombies are also crumbling and fading. Kemmler is trying to rally the last of his Blood Knights and Cairn Wraiths in the far side. But honestly, he might not even get to rejoin the fight before Army Losses takes him out, as I have a cat aggressively headbutting my foot. So I'm trying to give it love while also paying attention to you fine people. And yeah, Kemmler doesn't even get back into the fight before Army Losses takes him. All right, hi, kitty. You're a good kitty cat, and we love you. Black Coaches, 190 value and 300 value. So I don't know where they died. The Blood Knights did pretty well. Cairn Wraith struggled a bit. Kemmler was all right. Show Mukau. I don't have my camera plugged in, and we are a little strapped for time, as I have 50 minutes left to do 8 more replays. So no distractions, only games. Only bloodshed. Good value for the Cold One Knights. They did great. Desktop, Infinite Void. Welcome back to 1 life. Kemmler goes down to 1 life. I'm sure he cackles at that concept, but here we are. What's next? What's next? What's next? Settra versus Malagor. I'll allow it. There we go. Settra the Imperishable versus Malagor, Dark Omen, Curio, and Captain Telis. Hi, Mukau. I love you, but you're being all head buddy, and I need to focus. I need to focus. We love you so much. You're such a good kitty. All right, Mass Vanguard, so I need to slow this down a little bit. We have Ungor Spearman frontline, backed up by Centaurs with throwing axes, 4 of those, 3 Minotaurs, all with great weapons, a Gorbel and Malagor Dark Omen with Mantle of Gorok, and Flock of Doom. For the Tomb Kings, Kepler Guard and a frontline of Nehekara warriors, some skeleton warriors, a lot of Nehekara horsemen, spears in the back line, interestingly enough, 2 archers, and Settra the Imperishable, again on his Chariot of the Gods. No kitty cat here, even before the nerfs to the kitty cat. Ed butt. Wah. Yeah, Mukau is just a big wah caster. Nehekara warriors take a third of their HP on a Centaur charge, and then Centaur is going to fall back under harassment from archers. Other Centaurs with great weapons need to fall away from the skeleton chariots and Nehekara horsemen as well. So just trying to draw these guys out as the Minotaurs move in to get some extra damage. They would love to fight any of these large targets. Siren's Incantation of Vengeance is hitting someone. It looks like one of the Centaurs as Settra tries to avoid the Gorbel, but he gets caught up a little bit into melee and then rear attacked by that Gorbel. Gorbel's gonna have a great time fighting Settra, especially from behind. Settra needs to find a way out of here as he's just getting cleaved down. Pretty rough start for the Tomb Kings as an Overcast also does extra damage to Settra, and he's down to half HP already. And on his kitty cat mount, he would not have gotten caught here, but he is not able to move at all through these Centaurs. He is pretty much netted as he finally starts to get some momentum, and then he gets knocked back into it. Oh, really rough start here for the Tomb Kings. Definitely missing that kitty cat mount. Now, they did rout off 3 of the Centaurs with throwing axes. That's a lot of the mobility of the Beastmen and the armor-piercing range of the Beastmen knocked out. But Cetra's having a terrible time versus this Gorbel. And some of the routing Centaurs are even accidentally netting him because they're trying to retreat, but they can't get past him and he can't get past them. Cetra does survive for now. Elsewhere, the Minotaurs are busy killing skeleton archers and Nakar horsemen, but more skeleton archers are pincushioning them, and they are only 35 armor, no missile resist, no shields. So those Minotaurs are taking a ton of damage from this. Balance power is slightly Beastmen favored. Unless you can finish off Cetra, though. Tomb Kings do have a lot of troops left. A lot of skirmish cav, a lot of archers, a lot of spears. Front line's looking a little diminished. The skirmish cav getting good damage out on the Minos, and a summoned Ushabti, and a rear charge in from skeleton chariots. Really trying to kill these specific Minos. As the Gorbel and Malagor help out where they can, killing some skirmish cav here and there. Another Usirians is out from Cetra, damaging the Minotaurs with great weapons. Where did Cetra go? There he is. He's running around with his skirmish cav now, trying to stay safe. Ooh, that looked like it was going to be a triple flock of doom, but it didn't hit that last one. Now it kind of does. So there we go. Cetra maybe playing with fire a bit. Gets charged again by the Gorbel, down to exactly 1,000 HP as he starts to fall back. The Tomb Kings have evened out the balance of power. Routed some key Minotaurs. All 3 Minotaurs are routing, so as long as Cetra doesn't just throw his life away, this should be a Tomb Kings win, but he likes to live dangerously, I guess, as he charges into Malagor, knocks him over. Now charges him again. If the Gorbel could find his way over here, Cetra might be dead. I mean, Cetra might be dead against Malagor anyway, if Malagor just gets him to start crumbling. Uh-oh. I am concerned. Block of Doom onto Cetra. One more hit from Malagor. There it is. And he might start crumbling just to go die. This is an Ushabti summon. It's fake, so the bounce power for the Tomb Kings will get a little worse when that fades away. Malagor still trying to beat up on poor Cetra. One more hit and he'll for sure start crumbling, right? So Malagor needs one more good shot in. Misses his attack there. Cetra's trying to push Malagor around. Gorbel is trying to get here. He's so close to being in range for that charge animation. There it is. There's the beautiful charge animation. Big hit onto Cetra. Cetra is doomed. He can't get away from this. One more hit and he's dead, or he'll just crumble. There we go. So Cetra dies due to overconfidence, but it does look like, while I was focusing on that, the Tomb Kings have cleaned up the battlefield very nicely. They have very few infantry, the Beastmen have very few infantry left. Their Minotaurs were all routed off, so it looks like the Tomb Kings are going to win, but man, Cetra decided to fight him for no reason. Would you happen to know if my super chats are coming through? Is there a block on your end? I have not seen any super chats, sir. So no, it does not seem like they're coming through. All right. Caught up with chat for a bit. Gorbel and Malagor still fighting it out against these skirmish cav and whatnot. Still have infinite flock of dooms to cast, so you're still killing a lot of stuff, but I mean, the Kepler Guard are very healthy and they're healing up. We have spears left. Malagor's not feeling too hot. Gorbel is at just above half HP, but he doesn't exactly want to just sit in spears for the rest of his days. That's not what he does. He kills big things, like, you know, Cetra. And man, he killed the crap out of Cetra. Archers forced to run as Malagor and the Gorbel go straight for those archers with the high ammunition. Really, though, most of the bounce power is coming from the Kepler Guard. Yeah. There's some chaff around here and stuff, but the Kepler Guard are the main reason the balance of power is like there's no shot for the Beastmen to win this. Gorbel has to try and cleave through. Malagor is going to have to chuck out a lot more Flock of Dooms. Are they overcast? No, they're undercast, which is fine. He's on the ground, unable to dodge that overcast damage, and he's so low on HP that it makes sense he would want to preserve his HP as much as possible without risking overcasting. More spears closing in. Kepler Guard fighting against the Gore Herds and the Minotaur. Now the Gorbel does give... Ooh, that's a lot of leadership. Malagor and the Gorbel together give 20 leadership to anything around them. So those Gore Herds are going to fight much harder than any Beastman has ever fought before. Hi, Hazel. Hazel's here. Hi, Hazel. There's the heal cap for the Kepler Guard. So Malagor is going to get back in the sky so we can stop taking poke damage. The Beastmen are trying to scrap back in this, honestly. Malagor goes over to deal with those archers, make sure they can't keep poking at his Gorbel. We do have a Nakar Horseman in the distance. That is a medium melee cav, so could do some decent damage. Good. Skirmish cav coming over to say hi to Malagor. Poke his precious HP pool down, because he's only got 1,100 HP left. Like, it's not a lot. They're going to point blank shoot at him. 11 armor. For the Dark Omen. Big old flock of doom on these guys around Malagor, but that does not hit the Kepler Guard, so the Kepler Guard do get away without another flock of doom onto them. Ungor Spearman Herd's trying to return to the fight as Malagor continues to grind through these guys. The Kepler Guard are going to carry, never seen that before. It's been a while since the Kepler Guard carried, Spanner. It used to be very, very typical, but they haven't been in vogue for a bit, so they're just reliving some glory days. They're going through a mid-unlife Kemra crisis. Malagor routed, though, and that's probably the end of that. Now that he can't cast any more Flock of Dooms, I doubt the Tomb Kings are going to let him off the ground, so then it's just a Gorbel slowly grinding to his death. I'm going to ×2 speed, because we do have a lot of replays to get through, and finite time. There's GG. Good win from the Tomb Kings, even though Settra wished to unalive. Centaurs got wrecked. Minotaurs, one did well, the other two also got wrecked. For Captain Telis, Settra still got a lot of value despite his excursions. Archers did well, Kepler Guard did well, Chariots did very well. Skeleton Horse Archers did great, as they usually do. Boom, desktop, boom, this thing, boom, Malagor. A lot of people down in the 1 life category. No one dead yet because I haven't chose to cast any lower bracket games because I'm a fool. This is the last 2 life game of the stream. Tyrion versus Greasus. Then we're going to get into some dead people. Some elimination games. So let's get Tyrion Greasus going. For the final matchup that has any backup. Rider of Rohan versus War God. High Elves, Groger Kingdoms. I know Ryder hates this matchup for High Elves, but I'm sure he's used to dealing with things that aren't Grease's Goldtooth. Maybe it's a little more playable. All right, for the High Elves, we have 4 Skirmish Cavalry, the Illyrian Reaver Archers, a front line of 5 Spearmen, 2 Archers, Tyrion, and a Mage of Metal. And the Metal Mage has Final Transmutation as their only spell. 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers, a Silverin Guard in the back, and 4 Illyrian Reavers melee. On the other side, for the Ogres, we have 2 Lead Belchers, 3 Gnoblar Trappers, a front line of Gnoblars, Ogre Bulls, Greasus Goldtooth, of course, Butcher of Beasts with Flock of Doom, and Eshin Maneater, and the Ample Peak Greybacks. Ogre Bulls with only 30 armor, no shields. Having to try and peel the Skirmish Cav for the Lead Belchers. They have to do it, but they don't like it because they're also going to take a lot of damage from those arrows. The Lead Belchers are having a bad time fighting the Bolt Throwers. Bolt Throwers are already taking out 5 of 16 models over here. On this side, the Lead Belchers are just stopping to shoot at Illyrian Reavers, but Bolt Throwers still really forcing the Ogres in. They're not enjoying that. Skirmish Cav doing a great job as well. So Ryder is really disrupting what these Lead Belchers want to do and forcing the Ogres to go into melee with all the spears. Such crisis. Why do I have messages? What is it about as the High Elves continue to kite away from the Ogres? This message is to remind you. Okay, cool. I've been reminded. Consider me reminded. 1 Lead Belcher is already routing, and it looks like Ryder is going to make sure it doesn't come back by keeping his Illyrian Reavers just close enough to annoy it to death. The Ample Peak Greybacks are going to try and peel, and they do manage to get their Frostbite on the Illyrian Reavers, so the Illyrian Reavers have to be a little more careful than that, but they're just making sure that Lead Belcher doesn't come back at all. The other one's about to be taken out by the Bolt Throwers as well, and now Greasus and the Butcher have to advance without most of their forces. The Ogres are getting pulled apart. Like, they're going in way too many different directions. The Eshin Maneater is nowhere near the front line, neither the Ample Peak Greybacks, but Greasus is already committed. And we're going to get... Oh, no. Overcast Final Transmutation onto both the Butcher and Greasus while Tyrion charges in to hit the Butcher. He's kind of ignoring Greasus for now. He wants to take out that caster, and oh boy is he. Archers are all turning to also deal with this. Bolt throwers are turning to also deal with this. Oof. This is a very rough time for the Ogre Kingdoms as they've just been pulled away. Like, way too many of their forces are back here trying to peel for stuff that's already routing, unfortunately. Greasus is now getting bodied by spears and Tyrion. And the Butcher did get away, though there's only healing, again, through Meat Feast, the tier 3 army abilities. There's no healing through, like, Troll Guts or anything. So then the first Meat Feast that comes up, when they get it, is going to have to either go on your caster or Greasus. It can't go on both. So one of them is going to stay criminally close to death. Ogre Bull's almost dead. Charge in. Illyrian Reaver is going to quickly peel for them, but the High Elves have taken an early lead in this game, and a good rear charge in from other Illyrian Reavers should shock down the Gnoblar's leadership a little bit and maybe get them closer to routing. 29 leadership. It's a lot of their bar, but their bar isn't that high to begin with, as the Bolt Throwers continue to try and poke the Butcher down. Tyrion, I don't know what he's up to. He looks to just be vibing at the moment, but he should probably go find Greasus. Oh, he's on foot. Okay, he's gonna have a hard time finding Greasus, but still, he needs to go do something. He is just AFK at the moment. Lead Belchers both still not allowed to come back. They are going to shatter. The Ample Peak Greybacks and the Eshin Maneater are trying to rejoin the fight now. A little late for them. Tyrion's AFK. And we are on a timer because the next Final Transmutation that's up is this lady is using the Book of Hoeth to recharge much faster than usual. The next Final Transmutation could kill Greasus or the Butcher, so they need to hurry up and get a Meat Feast and get the other one. Whoever's not going to heal, they have to get out of range of the Final Trans, so they're just going to die. Personally, I would Final Trans Greasus and just get the leadership debuff on their whole army, but Flock of Doom is also a scary spell, so sure. A tournament? What did you miss, Codex? This is the Legendary Lords tournament that people signed up for, and they're playing as they have time to. Ample Peak Greybacks and the Eshin Maneater have almost joined the fight. Illyrian Reavers and Spearmen are running out to meet them, make sure they stay away. Bolt Thrower is now focusing on Greasus, which makes me think the Final Transmutation is going for the Butcher. So that Butcher has been dodging very well against all the Bolt Throwers. They really just can't hit him while he's moving. But Greasus is crazy low. Rampage is down for everyone as their price, making Tyrion run away because he's trying to rampage towards Gnoblars, but that just looks funny that he's running away. Cash Cascade is down. Greasus is just about dead. No Meat Feast so far for him. 500 HP left for the Ogre Tyrant. Still no second Final Transmutation, which is interesting. Greasus has died, so I'm guessing the Final Trans is going to come in soon for the Butcher Beast, but he routes on his own. And no, the Final Trans is over here onto this big old blob. Meat Feast was used on the Ample Peak Greybacks, and War God is just going to throw in the towel. Tyrion didn't get much value. Final Transcaster did. Bolt Throwers did fine. Archers did fine. Spearmen did okay. For War God and Greasus didn't get much done. Flock of Doomcaster got a little bit, but that big Final Transmutation, then just having to dodge Bolt Thrower bolts all game was rough. Gnoblar Trappers did very well, and they're the only unit that did very well for the Ogres. GG. And that is it for the top bracket 2 life games for today. So we have a couple elimination matches. We got to move some people from 1 life to dead, but there's no more 2 lives, nothing matters nonsense. We gotta get into the high stakes games. And I don't have time for all of them, but we'll do what we can. First up is Wulfric versus Skulltaker. Whoever loses this one is out of the tournament entirely. Everything is on the line as we have Scarbrand the Exiled versus Pinkbeard 22. Krell Metal with the 20 pounds. Super chat coming through. 4th and final attempt to pay tribute to the king. Thank you so much, sir. It's very highly appreciated. Glad it finally worked out for you. Still waiting for that Nakai replay. Hey, Nakai got a game in. Nakai versus Throt. Fernie. Nakai fought Throt early on. Nurgle's PA versus Tequila Sunset. All right. For the builds, as the fight has already begun, we have Chaos Warhounds, Fleshhounds, and Skirmish Cavalry of Khorne. Chaos Knights of Khorne, as Khorne took no It is no infantry versus no infantry. There's no infantry anywhere. That's funny. You have Skulltaker on his Blood Throne. You have Scylla Anfengrim with his Rampage AoE thing, and then his Slight Mortis Engine. On the other side, for the Norskins, we have a bunch of Skirmish Cav, Skin Wolves, Norskin Ice Wolves, Wulfric the Wanderer, and a Metals Caster with Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. Scylla is fighting Wulfric, and here comes the Rampage. So Rampage's Wulfric in place. Rampage's these Skin Wolves. As they're getting rear charged by Chaos Knights of Khorne, their fire damage does well against the armored Skin Wolves. And they will quickly rout those guys, hopefully off the map if they're able to keep chasing them. While just a pile of Skirmish Cav for Norskas all sitting on top of each other and firing away. Been away for a year, so your extensive and exhaustive Army Guide series have been invaluable treasure trove of info and duly binge watched. Yeah, the Army Guides were fun. Hopefully people find use out of them. Ooh, Bloody Onslaught onto Wulfric does rout him, just as his Hunter of Champions comes in on Skulltaker, but now there's no one to take advantage of that. So Wulfric is going to rout. I doubt Khorne is going to let him come back. Over here, we have a Plague of Rust overcasted Chaos Knight of Khorne getting torn apart by Skin Wolves and Norscan Ice Wolves, but it's not nearly as good of a trade as Khorne got onto Norska with killing Wulfric and a Skin Wolf. Chaos Warhounds of Khorne near the edge of the map need to come back. Looks like they routed something off and just need to be refocused towards the fight once more. Armored Skin Wolves getting taken out by the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, Fleshhound ROR, as Wulfric is getting chased off by Scylla Anfengrim. I don't know why I say his name all dumb, but I do every time and it makes me laugh. So Mr. Anfengrim still chasing around Wulfric, being a nuisance, being a bother. We'll get rid of him soon as he's trying to punch his way through. Meanwhile, Norska is just trying to recover by skirmishing back and then rear charging some Fleshhounds while their skirmish cav hold the line. Maybe they can skirmish to a win. I need to assess the battlefield. It's possible. They still have their caster, and that's their most important piece. Wulfric's okay, but he's not that important in the scheme of this specific matchup. Skirmish Cav doing what they can to take out the Chaos Knights. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne don't want to fight Skin Wolves and Norscan Ice Wolves for too long. Are Norscan Ice Wolves weak to fire? No. Okay. I was like, is everything weak to fire here? Wulfric actually rallies, which is kind of insane. If he has a Sea Fang left, he has 2 Sea Fangs left. If it's off cooldown, he could legitimately throw it on himself so that he instantly routs these Chaos Warhounds of Khorne when they make contact with him. But ooh, Skulltaker gets onto the Shaman Sorcerer of Metal, getting a big chunk out onto him. And without the Shaman Sorcerer, this game is cursed. Wulfric's also getting routed again, so he's going to go off the map soon. And now it's looking a little untenable for Norska. They've just taken too much damage in too many places. Their Skirmish Cav are running away. Some of them are even almost out of ammo. And while they got good damage out on the Chaos Knights and stuff, you still have Skulltaker, you still have Scylla, you still have a couple other Marauder Horsemen to deal with. They're all full HP, so the good damage on the Chaos Knights notwithstanding, it's just not enough to like win the whole game. Wulfric off the map now, and that should seal Norska's fate. Their reduced leadership should get enough units to rout that army losses just kind of chain triggers. Because we're about to lose these Norscan Ice Wolves, then we'll lose the Skirmish Cav, and that should be enough. Hounds of the Blood Hunt take a lot of damage from a volley, but then they hit the Marauder Horsemasters where it hurts, and now the Marauder Horsemasters are going to have a tough time getting away from those Hounds of Khorne. Norscan Ice Wolves are routing. Skirmish Cav over there is routing, and does it work just like I said it does? 1 leadership on that Marauder Horseman from my prediction coming true. No, it was supposed to be the Norscan Ice Wolf, then that one, then this one, then the Cascade. Not this one, then that one, then that one, then the Cascade. You went in the wrong order. I'm upset. Boo. Scylla, Chaos Knights, Skulltaker all did pretty well. Fleshhounds struggled a bit more. Pinkbeard, Wulfric got deleted. Skirmish Cav, mixed value, but overall fine. Norscan Ice Wolves did okay, not great. Skin Wolves got mostly destroyed. And that does mean Wulfric the Wanderer is our first dead. Dead. Boys out. Bruh is cooked. I guess I don't have to check the bracket anymore because I have all the replays. It doesn't matter. Whoever plays gets eliminated, so there's no spoilers. Oh, yes, there is. Someone's already played 2 rounds in the lower. Okay, so we need Tretch versus Throt. Tretch versus Throt, a mirror match for the ages. Skaven. Only one can survive as Twist and PA face off. One side we have Molder Rush with Death Runners, and on the other side we have Chariot Plague Monk Rush. So it's 2 rushes. Which should be a pretty short game, because Skaven rushes don't exactly last that long. Okay. We have a Flensing Ruincaster and Foot Throt the Unclean with Remoldered and his Rat Ogre summon. Front line of Skaven Slaves backed up by triple Death Runner, and then we have 2 Doom Players and an Eshin Sorcerer with Warp Stars for Throt as well. Some dogs, some chariots. On the other side, Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers, 5 Plague Monks, 3 Doom Flayers, Tretch Craven Tail, a Summons Caster with both summons, Pestilent Birth and Vermintide, and then 1 Plague Claw Catapult just for constant harass and leadership debuffs. Ow. Skaven Slave Spears getting hit with 1 volley from the Plague Claws take double leadership debuffs, contaminated and under attack from artillery, so they instantly rout, as Skaven Slaves are wont to do. The Death Runners are running forward. I actually think Plague Monks would beat Death Runners. All right. I think I need to take this call. All right, I'm back. My wife's car is in the shop, and she's at work and she's busy, so I was expecting a call from the mechanic just saying it's done. So that's me. Okay. So the Plague Monks are in the front line. They're fighting Death Runners and Skaven Slaves. Once they turn and actually fight the Death Runners, they should do well because they have almost twice the HP, and the armor sundering from the Death Runners really doesn't matter here. So the Plague Monks are doing well against the Death Runners and the Skaven Slaves, as the Doom Flayers are also doing quite nicely. And then the Red Dogs also seem to be winning out against the Green Dogs, as Plague Claw Catapults continue to offer their debuff support against these Skaven Slaves. But the left flank is going much better for the Green Skaven of Throt. They're getting better engagements, getting more damage out. Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers and a Doom Flayer are knocked out of the game entirely. So right flank going to Tretch, left flank going to Throt. As for Throt, he himself is in the center, winning a fight against some clan rats and stuff. But what now? Different number! All right, that was a spam call. Okay. We're back. What's going on? Oh yeah, Tretch is about to go take on Throt directly. Dun 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 dun. Bunch of scary rat ogres, and oh god, he got punched in the face. He got punched right in his Tretch Craven Tail face. So the green side brought in all of their stuff from the left flank, and they're now starting to use it in the center. They're fighting some Plague Monks and then a Plague Monk summon, which is almost about to rout as well, though there is also a Rat Ogre summon, so both sides are summoning summons on top of summons. Rat Ogres try and power fist their way through Tretch, who is fighting Throt, but I can't find Tretch in this pile of monstrosities. There he is. He's got his little rake. He's got his little spear. He's going to fire back onto some Rat Ogres, but he's got summons to try and keep him safe. Warlock Engineer of Throt is surrounded by other clan rats. And for Tretch, he needs to pull in some of these resources towards the center. They're busy chasing down some, like, Skaven Slave Spears, which isn't really worth their time. Pretty close game so far, 50-50 on the balance of power. Oh, the carnage. A+ live stream. Yeah, sometimes life happens or you just need to answer the phone. Okay. Anyway, left flank has been almost entirely abandoned as all the winning resources from it were brought to the center. So now everything that really matters for the green team is in the center, while the red team has some stuff on the right-hand flank that has not joined the center fight yet, and they do need to get on it. For the green side, if they have any mobility that they can spare, they should go shut down that Plague Claw Catapult, because that constant leadership debuff is really annoying. It's not as much the damage on the Rat Ogres, but we can see there, they just took a -10 contaminated, but they also have attacks by artillery, -8. So it's truly -18, anything that gets hit by the Plague Claw Catapult. That's a lot of leadership debuffs, as Tretch continues to fight against Throt. But Throt is throwing out Remoldered onto something. I just saw it. Must have been these Rat Ogres, and then it wore off. But Throt himself has regeneration on foot, and Tretch's anti-large is useless against him. So Throt is trying to tech this out, but Rat Ogre is still getting pummeled with that contaminated debuff. They are so close to routing. They'll hold on for now. One leadership, and they hang in there. Tretch throws out Standard Die a little late. His dog's already left, his Plague Monk's already left, and a summon just desummoned. So unfortunately, the Standard Die did not do very much for him. Where are those extra resources over here? Still not able to be leveraged truly. The Dwarf Thing Menace held them back for quite a while, and now we have a full health dog trying to rejoin the fight. Tretch has a lot of forces on the battlefield left, and Throt is looking pretty thin, but Tretch's resources are not where they need to be, and Throt's are in the middle of the fighting. Now for Throt, I do want something to go shut down that Plague Claw, and it's a Death Runner. The Clan Rats abandon their post because they don't think anything's coming, as the sneaky Death Runners are gonna run right over behind their backs just as soon as they stop defending the Plague Claw Catapult. It gets shut down. Tretch is getting worked on over time because everything he lands on Throt gets healed, and everything that hits him does stay. If we have a Flensing Ruin soon, hey look, a Flensing Ruin, and it's soon. If we have a Flensing Ruin, Tretch might just be dead because of his low HP pool, and he doesn't have Lucky Skull Helm, so he's not getting the ward save when he's losing in melee combat. So he is just going to tank a full Overcasted Flensing Ruin. That will probably kill Tretch, and that will probably end the game for the red team, because Skaven without their Lord just like can't win. So their leadership is going to just fall too far apart. Another summon out from the Plague Priest, but the Plague Claw Catapult is about to die, so that's going to be a big power shift in the favor of green, and Tretch is about to die, which is going to be a power shift in the favor of green, but moreover, the units that will rout on the side of the red team is going to be a huge shift for green. So I expect to see that green bar go way up in a second. Tretch is routing. He didn't die. I'm honestly surprised. Okay, never mind. If Tretch doesn't actually die, then nothing I just said came true, so that's sad. Plague Claw Catapult dying to the Death Runners. You can see the bounce power is shifting there, but Tretch not dying is huge. I wonder what they're going to do about that. I am stun locked that didn't kill him. Interesting. Dwarf Thing Menace did beat the other Doomflayer. Dogs try and get a rear charge on it, but they get charged by Doomflayers in the side instead, and their little doggo leadership just can't stand. But then the Doomflayer leadership can't stand as Plague Monks are running up behind it. They have 3 leadership. Now it's up to 15, so now they're fine. But they were so close to routing there for a second. The Eshin Warpstar caster is trying to get it into somewhere where he can fire at Tretch. Throt is chasing him down. The Plague Claw Catapult flag is still on the actual catapults, but the crew was chased off by the Death Runners, and now, after outrunning the Death Runners, they're getting back onto their catapult mounts. Green is all of a sudden ahead on the balance of power. That Clan Rat Spear is real. That's the one that used to be guarding the catapult itself, and Throt tries to go take a fight with the Plague Priest so that his casters can get to safety where they can maybe throw Eshin Warp Stars at Tretch and keep him routing, because he is about to rally. Speaking of rallying, rallied dogs just charge straight into Doomflayers and do enough damage on the charge to rout the Doomflayers as they themselves rout. This is the most Skaven versus Skaven matchup I've ever seen, where everyone is just constantly routing each other. Okay, Plague Priest is fighting against Throt a little bit. Plague Priest also has the Contaminated, so double Contaminated over here. While Tretch rallies, if he times Stand Your Ground well, he can withstand the Rat Ogre charge, and then with his anti-large stats, he will definitely kill them and rout them off. So he needs to pop Stand Your Ground, though. Stand Your Ground, Stand Your Ground, Stand Your Ground! Fight or die, whatever, pop it! Pop it! No, he didn't time it! He didn't time his leadership abilities! So he routs on the charge instead of fighting back. Oh, it's a disaster, but Throt is also taking a ton of damage from the Plague Priest, who's a surprisingly good duelist, and the Contaminate while being surrounded means Throt routes. Balance of Power turns against the Green Skaven, but if Tretch had popped his abilities, he'd be standing and the Rat Ogres would be routing off, and they'd maybe be ahead on the Balance of Power, but the Rat Ogres instead are going to walk Tretch off the battlefield unless they just route themselves for no reason, which is a very Rat Ogre thing to do. The one side is chasing Throt, the other side is chasing Tretch, and the two heroes are coming over. Seeing the Rat Ogres flirting with routing off the battlefield for literally no reason, those two heroes decide maybe we should go say hello. Maybe we should make sure that Tretch actually goes off the battlefield. One leadership on the Rat Ogres for no reason. I love how they're bouncing between 15 and 1. 17, 1. 18, 1. 15, 1. Throt's still getting chased by real Plague Monks, so they're not going to de-summon or anything. Tretch is still walking around in circles, and the Rat Ogres, with the help of the Eshin Sorcerer, shouldn't rout, because he does have an Encourage aura, so they should be happy now. Tretch is going to die. Dwarf Thing Menace rolling up on the Plague Claw Catapult. Tretch is not dead yet, but he's almost off the battlefield. Throt somehow managed to rally. He must have gotten enough distance from the Plague Monks, even though they're 2-speed faster than him, so I don't know how that works. The Dwarf Thing Menace hit the Plague Claw Catapult. Tretch is dead, which is even worse than him getting off the battlefield, because you take a larger debuff if your Lord dies. Dwarf Thing Menace shut down the Plague Claw Catapult. Balance Power turns heavily against the Red Skaven as they do regroup. I'm just going to fast forward briefly as they get reset up. But in comes an overcasted Flensing Ruin that'll probably end the game as the Plague Priest is doomed. He doesn't even have the Scrying Stone for the damage resistance or anything. A summon to save the Balance of Power. It's a Plague Monk summon too. Ooh, that's actually nasty. I still think this is cursed because you have such a big Flensing Ruin onto the Plague Priest, but Plague Monks will take out those Rat Ogres pretty easily. Still have Throt and the Warlock Engineers. Throt's healing up. Still have the Doom Flayers. But as soon as those Plague Monks fade away, Army Loss is going to hit because everything that's real is about to rout. Yeah, so only the Plague Monk's summon is not routed and Army Losses takes hold. GG. Very close game. How did Throt rally there? I have no idea. Throt and the heroes didn't get that much value out. Rat Ogres and Doom Flayers did well. Death Runners did okay. Dogs did fine. The other side for Twist, Tretch didn't get much done. Plague Priest did pretty fine. Plague Monks were the real winners. The natural Plague Monks actually got a lot of value. Plague Claw Catapult did well. Dogs did fine. Doom Flayers did okay. Back over to the graph for you. As Tretch falls into the dead category, snuggle right up to Wulfric there. Throt stays alive. Okay. So I don't have a ton of time, and we have 4 replays left. I have time for maybe 2? Maybe 2. All right, we'll do N'Kari versus the Changeling. Milky Way versus Infidel Castro. Again, loser is knocked out of the tournament. Winner stays alive for now. And what Changeling did we bring? As we do have 2 Changebringers and a Burning Chariot of Tzeentch. That is a lot of Sky Skirmish. We got N'Kari versus N'Kari. So the Changeling brought his N'Kari for him. That's pretty funny. So 2 Changebringers and a Burning Chariot of Tzeentch, a Cockatrice, 2 Chaos Furies, a Blue Horror, a Marauder, and Changeling N'Kari. On the other side, that troop count of less than 500. On the other side for Slaanesh, we have 4 Skirmish Cav, 4 Hellstriders, 2 Chaos Furies, N'Kari, and then a bunch of Devoted Marauders. 6 Devoted Marauders, which is 1 too many, but again, neither player brought it up to me before now, and now it's too late to do anything about it. No Rampage? Ooh, that is rough. Okay, they didn't bring Pavane, so no Rampage for N'Kari means there's no way to bring the Changebringers down to the ground. For Changeling N'Kari, he has every spell because he has to. You don't get to pick and choose what spells you get. Acquiescence is down onto fake N'Kari. For real N'Kari, he's about to get rampaged, and now the Changebringers are going to move up. They're firing at long range, so they won't get the focus fire they really want, but they still get the damage they need. And then fake N'Kari jumps on him, and the Cockatrice is also going to dive in here soon. It's not using its net yet on N'Kari. As I love how much of that volley just missed because of N'Kari's animations going back and forth, but already demonic instability is crumbling. Already Slaanesh has lost their lord, and the Changebringers take him down. Blue Horror is getting killed by a giant blob of Slaanesh mobility and Marauders, so hopefully they can at least finish that attack, but Milky Way is getting a lot of damage out with their Changebringers and Burning Chariot of Tzeentch this time, already taking out a Devoted Marauder and N'Kari. Balance of power has shown as such. Slaanesh taking the point with their much larger force. And the Changebringers don't have infinite ammo, so they do need to be careful about using their stuff. But now the Furies are going to catch them, and Changebringers just melt when Furies fight them. Just watch this, watch this, watch this. Oh, and we are entirely dead. Half HP on the charge after getting through the barriers, but something takes out one of the Slaanesh Chaos Furies. The other one is still fighting. The Changebringers do manage to get away for now, but those Slaanesh Furies are still after him. Want to get that extra damage out. Demonic Instability, can it finish the job? Such low leadership, but it rallies. And now with no Rampage and no Furies, the Changebringers are even safer. Can the Skirmish Cav take them out? As what is this? What is even happening? Oh, it's a Tzeentch Doombolt, but it looked like it was under the Tzeentch N'Kari, so I was like, who's casting what on the Tzeentch N'Kari? A giant pile of Hellstriders falling around N'Kari. They're anti-large, doing a lot of damage versus 15 armor. And the Changeling starts to demonic instability crumble, so potato. And this Changebringer is going to die. When Changeling N'Kari dies, the Lord is Dead debuff is enough to take out that Changebringer flat out. Its leadership's getting better now. All of a sudden, the Slaanesh Skirmish Cavalry all starting to retreat. Some Tzeentch Fury still chasing them around, and we have a bunch of Marauders just standing on the point. They're fine. They're chilling. Burning Chariot only has 2 volleys left. Changebringers have 4 and 7. As the Chaos Furies continue to chase. We're getting close to the edge of the map, right? No, it's actually got quite a bit. So Skirmish Cav need to continue throwing. I hope they have Fire at Will on. They do. Okay, I just couldn't see their purple things very well because they're purple. Skirmish Cav just running. Just running away. Very close to the edge of the map now. They're getting cornered, so all these Skirmish Cav are doomed. Though the Changebringers almost threw them a bone by just friendly firing their own Furies, but didn't happen. Now all the Skirmish Cav are off the map. And I'm going to fast forward as those guys regroup. I mean, we just have infantry standing on the point. Burning Chariot gets a shot off. And there's 1 volley left. There we go. Changebringers are back. Oh no! They have all flying units left! Oh no! They're losing leadership because they have all flying units left. He landed the Cockatrice, so he has something on the ground, but one of the Changebringers just takes too much damage. And like its leadership falls apart. So one of the Changebringers just dies on its own. And the leadership problem is ticking up for the Flyers. The Chaos Furies just start dying. And with only flying units left, Tzeentch loses. That's funny. That's why you gotta bring infantry. I know they brought 3, but still, just memeing on the theme of the stream where whenever somebody brings like too crazy of a build, I'm just like, oh. Only Flyers left. They just get Yeetist deletist by the leadership debuff. And the Cockatrice got a whopping 23 value. Huge value. So Changeling is out. Rip Changeling. You tried. You tried your darndest. Okay, we have Kugath versus Scrag, we have Sisters versus Alariel, and we have Throt versus Crone Hellebron. Here's what I'm gonna do. Because I don't have a lot of time left. I gotta go. My timer is gonna go off in 6 minutes. I have 3 replays left to cast. I will cast them later. I'm trying to decide if I'll do it as a standalone video. I think I will. I think I'll cast it as a standalone video and release that. So we'll cast those, but not right now. I must go. We cast a lot of games today, folks. We cast tons and tons of games. But here we are. So, with 2 lives left, we still have Zhao Ming, Karl Franz, Ungrim Ironfist, Rakarth, Astrogoth, King Lewin, Nakai, Azazel, Orion, Kairos, Manfred, Queek, Cetra, Zarina Katerin, Tyrion, and Arbol. Some people have not played their games yet, so if you're like, wait, we didn't see blank character yet today, yep, they haven't played any games. For the 1 life category, but still alive, we have Skulltaker, Scarbrand, Throt, Sisters of Twilight, Malekith, Kalita, blanked on her name, Kugath, Archaon, Mazda, Krokgar, Scrag, Marathi, Nakari, Imrik, Drezoeth, Hellebron, Alariel the Radiant, Alethanar, Boris Todbringer, the Red Duke, Heinrich Kemmler, Malagor Dark Omen, Increases Goldtooth, and dead out of the tournament are the Changeling, Wulfric the Wanderer, and Tretch, Craventail. I will see you when I see you, my friends. I'm going to check in on chat really quick and then get going. Double Changebringers? I thought we got Unicaps? Yeah, you can bring, I believe, 3 Changebringers with Unicaps. You've been waiting for years? Yeah, Spotify. I'm gonna look into who hasn't played a game yet and maybe have to just award some wins. So, yeah, we'll deal with that when we deal with that. But for now, just trying to get the replays out before the patch breaks. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Oh, is there someone we should be rating? Let's go look. Edit, customization, redirect. Nah, nobody else is streaming. There. Go bother Teapot. All right, bye.